For decades, humanity had embraced the heroic myth, a lucrative fantasy generating trillions in revenue. Millions of comic books circulated, feeding an insatiable hunger for larger-than-life protectors. Hundreds of millions flocked to theme parks, losing themselves in the cheerful, fabricated wonder of it all. Yet all those beloved figures, those symbols of hope, were nothing but fictions. Unaware of the cosmic shift, a father and son still reveled in their blissful vision of superhuman. But a strange feeling stirred in the boy, a silent signal that something profound had captivated him. The father felt a sudden, chilling premonition as a majestic, floating figure descended from the heavens. To the child, it was simply the thrilling arrival of a true superhero. The father wondered what hero could possibly inspire such pure, unbridled wonder in his son. Then, a flicker of true apprehension crossed his face as he processed the unfolding scene. A crowd gathered, marveling at the impossibility of a man truly floating, speculating it was just an expensive movie shoot. But a passionate photographer loudly dismissed their ignorance, insisting that the person was undeniably real. He excitedly declared the figure a superhuman, capturing the moment with a click, prompting a woman to question his fervent claim. The photographer continued to click, convinced he was capturing the first glorious proof of superheroes' rumored existence, oblivious to Friday's sinister gaze. He eagerly called out, asking the superhero for another pose, and Friday responded with a chilling question. Friday asked like this, as he unleashed a powerful energy blast, sending the photographer violently falling. A woman was depicted, her face frozen in terror, covered in the grim aftermath of a brutal attack. More blood violently splattered onto her face, emphasizing the raw brutality of the ongoing assault. Chaos erupted as screams echoed through the street, with people realizing the floating figure was killing, one man frantically asking if someone had just died. The panic escalated as people fled in terror, questioning the attacker's identity and urging others to clear the way. As cries for help and calls for police filled the air, Friday chillingly addressed the kids. A man's face contorted in extreme agony or terror from a violent impact. An unsettling silence fell over the city, noted by a man whose shocked expression mirrored the stillness around him, a small boy and a robotic figure also standing silent. Friday placed a finger to his lips, asking if they could hear the ominous rumbling that now filled the air. A man screamed in terror as a massive explosion engulfed him in flames. Several individuals looked up in abject terror as fiery objects rained down from the sky, heralding widespread destruction. A powerful, glowing eye focused intensely, suggesting an unseen force or event about to unfold. The narration declared that due to the appearance of a real superhuman, chaos had erupted in the city. A fiery sound effect intensified the scene, emphasizing the destructive power at play. Friday smiled smugly, seemingly reveling in the chaos he had caused, remarking on how cool it was. By day 2, the western United States was completely destroyed, observed by a lone figure amidst raging fires. Day 3 saw Greenland destroyed, depicted by fires burning atop melting ice, signifying a global catastrophe. Day 4, northern France fell, marking the point where 57% of the world had been destroyed in just 4 days. Friday floated in space, observing the Earth, now significantly marred by the destruction he had wrought. In response, governments worldwide urgently formed the World Allied Forces. Faced with humanity's only superhuman, countermeasures were rapidly approved by a united world. Meanwhile, Friday was seen relaxing on a tropical beach, a stark contrast to the global catastrophe. The sounds of crashing waves accompanied Friday's continued, serene relaxation on a beach chair. Suddenly, Friday was startled by a rumbling sound, his eyes opening in surprise behind his sunglasses. The World Allied Forces' choice became simple and grimly clear, as an approaching airplane reflected in Friday's sunglasses. A massive 100-megaton hydrogen bomb dropped from the airplane, plummeting directly towards Friday on the beach. The hydrogen bomb detonated in a colossal, fiery explosion that engulfed the entire frame. A space station orbited Earth, observing its surface, now glowing red from the immense explosion. 3 neighboring countries vanished from that day's explosion, and Friday, who took the hydrogen bomb head-on, remained the focus. Friday was revealed to be completely unharmed by the hydrogen bomb, sitting angrily amidst the fiery devastation. The iconic White House stood, signaling a shift to urgent political discussions regarding the crisis. Breaking news announced an unidentified superhuman had appeared before a broadcasting station, his smug face on every screen. He had revealed his name as Friday, prompting President James Logan to lament the helpless defeat of nuclear submarines. President Logan, identified as the President of the United States, expressed his deep frustration and bewilderment over Friday's identity. A panicked aide burst in, frantically informing President Logan that Friday was at the Capitol building. President Logan reacted with shock to the news, and his aide suggested Friday was waiting specifically for him. President Logan issued an immediate command to go to the Capitol right away. Soldiers and officials prepared, a soldier holding his rifle, as they seemed to be heading to a tense confrontation. An aide urged President Logan to wear a bulletproof vest and reconsider the meeting, but the president dismissed the precautions, highlighting the futility of conventional defenses. President Logan, aware of global scrutiny, tightened his tie, resolving to project confidence in the face of impossible odds. He walked determinedly towards the Capitol building, driven by his belief that he represented all of humanity. President Logan formally introduced himself to Friday and shook his hand, who returned a seemingly polite greeting. Friday mockingly acknowledged President Logan's role as humanity's representative, expressing feigned excitement over their meeting. President Logan, his eyes glowing with suppressed fury, cut Friday off and demanded to know what he wanted. Friday repeated the president's question with a taunting smirk. With a chilling smirk, Friday brutally killed President Logan by choking him, blood spurting from the president's chest. Friday maniacally wondered about humanity's reaction to the president's death, expressing a sadistic desire to witness the outcome. Soldiers desperately opened fire, screaming the president's name in a futile attempt to save him. Bullets harmlessly deflected off Friday's skin, highlighting his impenetrable invulnerability. President Logan's lifeless, bloodied body plummeted through the air. The president's body struck the ground, confirming his death, while Friday stood unharmed amidst the soldiers' futile efforts. Cameras continued to record the scene, capturing Friday's invulnerability to the relentless gunfire. Friday cynically questioned if he was being cast as the villain, claiming the audience failed to understand his true motives. The narration revealed Friday's past struggle, a life spent digging through trash to survive, until one day his mother fell sick. His mother could have lived if she'd received hospital treatment, but they lacked the funds, leaving his father distraught. Shocked by this tragedy, his father descended into alcoholism, later dying after being shot by police while stealing liquor. Friday expressed his profound misery, wondering why the world seemed utterly indifferent to his suffering as he walked alone through a snowy city. Friday then provocatively asked if his story was tear-jerking, before pausing to reveal a shocking twist. With a maniacal grin and swirling dark energy, Friday dramatically revealed that his entire tragic backstory was a complete fabrication. Friday's madness and the American president's senseless death, amidst a littered urban landscape, underscored the chaos. Broadcast simultaneously worldwide, these events plunged everyone into a widespread panic and disarray. And this meant the ultimate consequence. A family huddled in despair, looking at a burning world outside, as the narration declared that the spark of hope was dying out. Yet, a small spark still remained, nestled among two white rabbits in a serene, snowy forest. A metal pipe protruded from the snowy landscape, hinting at hidden infrastructure. The camera zoomed into the pipe's opening, revealing darkness within. The view transitioned inside the dark, metallic pipe, showing a deep, enclosed tunnel. The perspective moved further into the long, dark, circular tunnel, emphasizing its depth. The view reached the end of the long, dark tunnel, conveying a sense of immense depth and foreboding. Blurred legs of people walked past, as if being observed from a hidden, secretive vantage point. The scene shifted to a massive, high-tech Swiss underground missile base, housing a glowing blue missile named Neptune Spear. A scientist calmly reported the smooth progress of Neptune Spear, anticipating its completion around next week. Commander Ch1 declared that the time for the final battle had finally arrived. Commander Ch1, Swiss base commander of the World Allied Forces, asserted humanity's unwavering resolve to fight back against Friday. Ch1 was depicted making a powerful punch, surrounded by an explosive aura of energy. Ch1's face showed sudden surprise and confusion, reacting to an unforeseen event. Friday suddenly appeared in the underground base, questioning how he found this place 250 meters underground, terrifying the personnel. The base personnel panicked, recognizing Friday and shouting to run away. Friday floated casually next to the massive Neptune Spear missile, mocking the personnel and questioning if they had made something interesting. Dr. Ju Songhan gravely addressed the grim base commander, his face filled with concern. Commander Ch1 expressed grim resignation, acknowledging their apparent defeat. Soldiers stood ready with rifles, but their expressions were filled with fear and shock. Ch1's eyes conveyed a poignant mixture of sadness and grim resolve. Two soldiers aimed their rifles, their faces a mask of terror and desperation. Commander Ch1 commanded Dr. Ju Songhan to evacuate all civilians and researchers. Ch1 then declared Dr. Ju Songhan the new leader, placing a heavy responsibility on him. Dr. Ju Songhan questioned Ch1's order, stating that evacuation seemed pointless. Ch1 firmly instructed Dr. Ju Songhan to survive no matter what, emphasizing the critical importance of staying alive. Ch1 passionately urged Dr. Ju Songhan to gather all those with conviction, those who wanted to protect humanity, their comrades, and their families. Ch1 charged Dr. Ju Songhan with the mission to prove that humanity would never lose to Friday. Dr. Ju Songhan stood resolute, absorbing Ch1's powerful message, his breath visible in the cold air. Dr. Ju Songhan expressed his honor in serving under the base commander, signaling his acceptance of the new role. Ch1 stood firm, allowing Dr. Ju Songhan to escape, who looked back with a worried expression. Friday cynically commented on Yakin's heroic sacrifice, wiping a fake tear with a smirk. Two soldiers trembled visibly as they aimed their rifles, consumed by fear. A close-up showed a soldier trembling and sweating as he aimed his rifle, highlighting his extreme terror. Yakin gave a final, honorable address to his trembling soldiers, standing among them. He spoke with emotion, acknowledging the potential for his soldiers' sacrifices to go unremembered. But Yakin declared he would remember, cocking his pistol and preparing for a final stand. Soldiers stood in formation, aiming their rifles with unwavering determination. Friday watched the determined soldiers with a contemptuous smirk. A hunter suddenly fell backward into the snow, dropping his rifle after a gunshot. A dead deer lay silently in the snow, a stark indicator of a successful hunt. The man breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling steam in the cold air after his effort. He expressed satisfaction at finally catching the deer, a slight smirk on his face. The man stood overlooking a snowy shoal, as narration revealed that over 5 years had passed since the devastating Friday incident. A rifle shot echoed, and a man fell face down into the snow. A deer then collapsed, silently, onto the snow. Baek Doa exhaled a deep sigh of relief, his breath misting in the frigid air. Baek Doa, now 27 years old, proudly declared he had finally caught his quarry. 5 years had passed since the devastating Friday incident, transforming Seoul, South Korea, into a desolate, snowy landscape. A boot gently pressed down upon a scrap of paper in the snow. His heavy boots left clear tracks as he made his way toward a familiar silhouette. A warm, contented feeling settled over Baek Doa as he announced his return home. But his contentment quickly shifted to utter confusion. Baek Doa found 2 young boys sitting on his floor and demanded to know why they were there. The blonde-haired boy reacted with an exclamation of pure surprise. With unrestrained excitement, the blonde-haired boy claimed credit for the deer, declaring his prophecy that Doa Hyun would catch it had come true. He gleefully laid claim to the Bear Joy chocolate eggs. The blonde-haired boy demanded the chocolate from Bang Junsik, who defiantly refused. Meanwhile, a third child was quietly absorbed in his drawing. The blonde-haired boy yelled a warning that someone would be dead if they were caught, while light footsteps indicated a chase was on. The lighter brown-haired boy playfully taunted his pursuers, as paper crumpled in his hands. Amidst the chaos of the chase, Bang Junsik demanded the chocolate, the blonde-haired boy shouted both Junsik and Park Seoa's names, and the lighter brown-haired boy, Seoa, playfully refused to give it up. Baek Doa, sweating profusely, smiled menacingly as he declared Bang Junsik was dead for creating such a ruckus. In a Seoul where all had collapsed, a new reality had begun. This small house became their hideout, the only place filled with joyful noise amidst the ruined city. The narration then shifted to the day Baek Doa first met these little ones. About 4 years ago, Baek Doa walked through the ruined city, pondering what he would eat that day. His thoughts of long missed, fire bear stir-fried noodles, were abruptly shattered by a forceful demand and a loud bang against the door. The man with spiky blonde hair threatened to break down the door if it wasn't opened, emphasizing his point with another heavy thud. The 2 men, now inside, ironically claimed not to be bad people, immediately demanding if there were any fire bear stir-fried noodles. Baek Doa remained silently observant, assessing the intruders. Baek Doa awkwardly recognized one of the men as a former convenience store part-timer, commenting on the strange atmosphere. The man in the brown shirt cut him off, his expression turning serious. He then lunged, fiercely attacking Baek Doa and threatening to turn him into walnut cookies. Baek Doa swiftly moved, deflecting the attack with a sharp, metallic clang. The man with spiky blonde hair gasped in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably, utterly confused by what Baek Doa had done to him. The man in the brown shirt realized, with dawning horror, that Baek Doa must have precisely struck his liver mid-swing. As the man in brown disbelieved his own injury, Baek Doa casually smirked, commenting on the unfriendly nature of the part-timer. The man with spiky blonde hair then shouted at Baek Doa, calling him stir-fried noodles. The man in the brown shirt lay defeated on the ground, surrounded by debris. With an explosive surge, the man in the brown shirt transformed into a monstrous, enraged form, leaping to attack again. A powerful impact shook the entire building. The monstrous man boasted that Baek Doa was the first ordinary person to make him use his double rec technique, signifying his acknowledgement of Baek Doa's skills. Baek Doa gasped in shock and pain as the double rec technique struck, its force seizing him. Baek Doa, thinking this old man was utterly strange, continued to carry him as the injured man mumbled cryptically about the honor to know him. To Baek Doa's utter bewilderment, the man with spiky blonde hair unexpectedly pleaded for him to take his companion with him. Baek Doa, grumbling about meeting a monster and the immense weight of the man, told him to shut up as he continued to mumble about his double rec. Baek Doa then exclaimed with joyful surprise. He smugly observed that there was exactly 1 cup of noodles left, then playfully told an unseen person to be quiet. Baek Doa then needed to use the bathroom and wondered if the bad old men had finally left. To his surprise, a door he swore wasn't locked from the beginning now stubbornly refused to open. Inside, a blonde-haired girl threatened to hit him if he came closer, while a dark-haired boy told her to be quiet. Baek Doa angrily retorted, mocking her inability to fight despite her tough talk. The lighter brown-haired boy, panicked, urged them to stop fighting and work together, confused by the lack of cooperation. Bang Junsik angrily blamed the lighter brown-haired boy, Park Seoa, for their predicament, who then playfully agreed and pointed out that Seo Young-jae had nothing to say. Baek Doa accused the children of agreeing to come to the convenience store, but the blonde-haired girl vehemently denied it. Baek Doa shouted at them for defying his instructions, while the lighter brown-haired boy desperately tried to negotiate. Baek Doa yelled for the kids to block someone, but the blonde-haired girl immediately smacked him with a broom. The lighter brown-haired boy yelled for everyone to stop, striking Baek Doa twice as he tried to block him. 9-year-old Bang Junsik, convinced his time had come to unleash his baseball talent, prepared for a mighty swing. To Junsik, a swing was pure, unadulterated art. A forceful thud indicated an unfortunate impact. The lighter brown-haired boy, trembling from the impact, confronted Bang Junsik, implying he was the cause of his misery. Junsik stood blankly as his bat simply dropped to the floor. With a wail, Bang Junsik clung tightly to Baek Doa's leg. The lighter brown-haired boy fiercely declared, "Don't touch the teacher," striking Baek Doa twice as he tried to protect the unconscious woman. The girl tearfully pleaded for them to let go as the woman beneath them began to stir, struggling for breath. Baek Doa angrily demanded to know what they were doing and why they had removed his bag, which was being rummaged through. Baek Doa, with a swift gesture, offered a package and told her to take it. He instructed her on how to take the fever reducer twice a day, while secretly fuming that he only wanted to get food from the convenience store. The girl, looking scared, quickly apologized and declared she would leave right away. Baek Doa called out to Junsik, who continued to cling to his leg, crying loudly. Baek Doa told him to let go, and Junsik immediately dropped to the floor. The blonde-haired girl angrily accused Bang Junsik of faking his fall, while Baek Doa simply sighed and called out to the children. The woman, now fully conscious, declared that for their survival, they needed to make a crucial decision. As the day ended, the sky was painted with the vibrant hues of a warm sunset. Baek Doa walked with the three children through the grassy, ruined cityscape. Baek Doa abruptly stopped his stride. The blonde-haired girl defensively insisted they were not following him, only going in the same direction, to which Baek Doa merely pointed out his silence. The group then resumed their trek through the setting sun. As he walked, Baek Doa subtly turned his head. The children energetically dashed past him. With a knowing smile, Baek Doa observed that they certainly seemed to be following him. Baek Doa offered for them to simply come with him, surprising the girl, while the boys whimpered in exhaustion, declaring they could go no further. Since that day, they had lived together until now, a child's voice still demanding chocolate while Baek Doa prepared the deer. Over time, they had truly come to think of each other as a real family. The woman commented on how dirty Baek Doa's clothes had become. She smiled warmly, praising Baek Doa for his hard work. Baek Doa announced he had brought the deer, and the woman promptly told him to shower as she had heated the water. Baek Doa asked, with an innocent curiosity, if he should take off his clothes. He then innocently questioned if he should do so right there. The woman playfully chastised him, clarifying that she only meant his top and wondering what he had been thinking. Baek Doa, clearly embarrassed, strenuously denied thinking anything at all. The woman offered to carry his dirty clothes, but Baek Doa, flexing his muscles, insisted he could manage them himself. The woman then commented on how much better Baek Doa's body had become. She playfully wondered which woman would eventually steal him away. Baek Doa blushed when Junsik called out to him. Junsik, looking up seriously, asked Baek Doa profound questions about life and then requested fighting lessons. That night, a serene panorama unfolded, with Seoul covered in snow beneath a breathtaking, star-filled sky. A distant orange glow emanated from the snowy mountains beyond the city. Baek Doa stood pensively, gazing out at the frosty nightscape, his breath misting in the cold. Baek Doa looked slightly surprised as the woman called his name. Baek Doa offered her a steaming cup of Job's Tears tea, noting the cold, which she gratefully accepted. Baek Doa marveled at the unprecedented number of stars visible in Seoul, a sight the woman noted was because the city's lights never used to go out. Baek Doa then shifted the conversation to supplies, explaining they had enough food but were running low on outdoor necessities, prompting him to consider a trip to a large mart. The woman, her face etched with concern, asked if a large mart wouldn't be dangerous, fearing bad people. Baek Doa attempted to reassure her, noting they hadn't seen human footprints for a month, suggesting they were alone. Most importantly, Baek Doa added, Junsik's birthday was fast approaching, as the children slept deeply. He expressed a heartfelt desire to at least feed Junsik something truly delicious on his special day. The woman looked at Baek Doa thoughtfully, softly calling his name. She then asked, with a hint of vulnerability, if caring for them wasn't incredibly difficult. Baek Doa's expression grew serious as he contemplated her question. His serious expression softened, a new resolve forming. Baek Doa revealed that the woman and the children were the first real family he had ever known. That bond, he stated, was entirely enough for him. Baek Doa, feeling the biting cold, then quickly suggested they go to sleep. The woman then playfully asked if being family made them husband and wife. Baek Doa instantly blushed, stuttering in surprise at her question. The woman, smiling widely, clarified that she was just kidding. Baek Doa protested her joke, only to become utterly flustered when she teased him further, prompting an inner thought that this was so cute. Baek Doa simply uttered, "Wow," marveling at something before them. He exclaimed at the abundance of snow, which the blonde-haired girl declared was like walking on clouds, eliciting a sound of wonder from the group. The bundled-up lighter brown-haired boy, however, simply grumbled about hating the cold. He pleaded with Baek Doa to hurry so they could quickly return home, shivering from the chill. The boy shivered vigorously, unable to control the cold. The woman playfully called out to Bang Junsik and Park Seoa, her laughter echoing. Baek Doa smiled, playfully threatening to turn them into snowmen. The woman giggled mischievously, preparing a snowball in her hands. Baek Doa slid into the snow, looking utterly bewildered by an unseen event. Baek Doa yelled at the children to run, warning them about a giant snowball. Baek Doa and the blonde-haired girl collaborated to push the massive snowball. The newly formed family proudly admired the giant snowman they had built together. Their destination, a large, mart building, stood covered in a blanket of snow. The children excitedly raced towards the mart, claiming Fire Bear snacks and clothes, as Baek Doa urged them to slow down. Baek Doa exclaimed a claim of ownership, which quickly turned into confused surprise. He questioned the peculiar appearance of the tree branches, unaware of their ominous significance at the time. The children impatiently called for Baek Doa to hurry and join them. The lighter brown-haired boy then jokingly warned that all the Fire Bear snacks would be his if Baek Doa was late. Baek Doa, with a smile, agreed and started running towards them. Baek Doa dismissed a strange sensation as mere wind, entirely unaware of the events that would soon unfold for them. The true nature of his own ending remained a stark mystery. Mysterious whistles, faintly glowing, were offered as tools for an unknown adventure. A bewildered boy questioned the whistle's purpose, only to be promptly silenced with a playful jab and a shrill blast. These were Junsik and Youngjae, their winter clothes barely holding back the cold that seeped from outside. And with them were Nuna and little Seoa, their smiles hinting at the day's simple promise. Baek Doa laid down the rules: stay in pairs, stick to one floor, and don't stray to dangerous levels. If anything happens, the stern warning echoed, make sure to blow the whistle. Baek Doa, with a proud smile, set their rendezvous for an hour later. Their destination, an mart, stood shrouded in snow, its bright signage almost lost in the winter landscape. Inside, Nuna browsed the clothing racks, a shopping cart standing ready for new discoveries. A familiar dilemma weighed on her mind as she touched a garment, pondering the choice. Should I get bigger clothes since kids grow fast, she thought, caught between practicality and present fit. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a new resolve snapping into place: it would be better to get ones that fit perfectly. Nuna's thoughts were interrupted by Seoa's excited call, bringing a surprised gasp. Seoa beamed, proudly showcasing her chosen outfit, a playful imitation of Nuna's style. Nuna showered Seoa with compliments, declaring she could be a model, which delighted the girl to no end. Offering to help pick more clothes, Nuna watched as Seoa excitedly accepted, eager for more fashion advice. Meanwhile, Baek Doa urged Youngjae to hurry and pick his items, the atmosphere light yet pressing. Youngjae playfully reminded Junsik this entire outing was for his birthday, as Junsik struggled with a mountainous backpack full of snacks. Baek Doa commented on Youngjae's changing tone, prompting Junsik to grumble for him to stop. How much more are you planning to take? Youngjae asked, exasperated, while Junsik feigned innocence about the sheer quantity. Then, with a solid thud, Youngjae questioned if Junsik could even carry his absurd haul. Youngjae, with a mischievous grin, threatened to add even more snacks to the already overflowing bag, causing Junsik to yelp in terror as Baek Doa called out to stop them. Ah, so noisy, really. Youngjae thought, annoyed by the chaotic scene. Junsik staggered under the absurd weight of his snack-laden backpack, listing dangerously. With a loud flop, Junsik finally collapsed to the floor, buried beneath an avalanche of snacks. Youngjae, surprised to find himself sprawled on the snack pile, heard Junsik lamenting the fate of his precious treats as they tumbled around them. I'm going to kill you. Youngjae raged furiously, snacks scattering further as he threatened Junsik. My snacks! Junsik cried, desperately chasing a runaway Pringles can down the aisle. With a determined grab, Junsik rescued a Pringles can from its escape. Clutching the Pringles, Junsik declared with fierce resolve that he would not lose a single one. A sudden, repeating beep startled Junsik, making him look around in confusion. From beneath the snack-filled debris, Young Jae raised a fist in frustrated defiance. Bang Junsik! Young Jae roared, his fury erupting from the snack pile with a powerful impact. Baek Doa observed the chaotic aftermath of the snack mishap from above, his thoughts unreadable. Where did this kid go? Baek Doa wondered, noticing Junsik's absence from the scene. Baek Doa ventured into a vast, industrial section of the mart, its blue-lit machinery looming. Carrying a bag, he continued his path along a raised walkway through the stark industrial space. Past towering pipes and machinery, Baek Doa pressed on, the eerie blue light casting long shadows. He pondered the strange lack of human presence and questioned if the broken trees outside were merely the work of the wind, a growing unease in his heart. Baek Doa observed the surprising abundance of abandoned items for such a large mart, realizing people must have been there. He reached for a doorknob, its creaking sound punctuating his chilling thought, did everyone leave without taking anything, or was there something worse? Pushing the door open, Baek Doa discovered a skeleton on the floor, glowing faintly, confirming his dreadful suspicion, they hadn't been able to leave. His eyes widened, pupils glowing blue with the shock of discovery, processing the grim reality. Baek Doa sat, contemplating the dire state of the world where the dead now outnumbered the living. Humanity, whether by choice or circumstance, was grimly learning to live with the ever-present specter of death. Back when news still functioned, a chilling report from August 2025 announced a global death toll of 5.7 billion, and massive refugee movements across Europe. The world had relentlessly launched countless bombs against Friday, yet their efforts only hastened humanity's end. Terrified Seoul citizens, fleeing the war with Friday, clogged highways as they scattered across the country in a desperate exodus. Yet, strangely, Seoul had suffered the least damage, as a quiet beeping sound emerged. Where is Friday now and what is he doing? Baek Doa wondered, checking his timer and realizing an hour had already passed. Inside the mart, Nuna and Seoa waited by the large windows, gazing out at the snowy landscape. Seoa spotted Baek Doa and called out cheerfully, both she and Nuna waving enthusiastically. Baek Doa asked Seoa if she'd found many treasures, and she playfully responded, secret. Cautiously, Baek Doa glanced around, his movements wary and observant. Young Jae and Junsik didn't come? Baek Doa asked, his concern echoed by Nuna's worried query about their safety. Baek Doa playfully dismissed their absence, suggesting they were fighting over snacks, but Young Jae, annoyed, staunchly defended them. Baek Doa, surprised, commented on Young Jae's angry expression, prompting the boy to vent his frustration with, that bad guy, Junsik. Baek Doa's demeanor grew serious as he questioned Young Jae about Junsik's whereabouts, catching the boy by surprise. I thought he went ahead, but he didn't come here. Baek Doa thought, a wave of concern washing over him. Rummaging in his bag, Baek Doa produced something and handed it to Nuna. Take Young Jae and Seoa to the engine room, Baek Doa instructed, pointing with a shotgun, assuring Nuna of its safety. As Baek Doa walked away to search for Junsik, Nuna, clutching the shotgun, asked worriedly about his own safety. Baek Doa, with a mischievous wink, reassured her, don't worry, this is what husbands do. Wah. Husband. Nuna stammered in confusion, clutching the shotgun as Baek Doa quickly retracted his playful remark. Young Jae, reacting to Baek Doa teasing Nuna, heard instructions to blow the whistle if Junsik was found. The group stood together amidst the large machinery, calling out for Junsik, whistles at the ready. Young Jae, his anger bubbling, furiously yelled for Junsik to appear, threatening dire consequences if he did. Baek Doa continued his search through the clothing section, repeatedly calling out Junsik's name. His calls echoed through the towering shelves of the storage area, still no sign of Junsik. With growing desperation, Baek Doa urged Junsik to respond if he heard his voice, his concern etched on his face. Then, a soft thud caught Baek Doa's attention, making him look down in surprise. A Pringles can lay abandoned on the floor, a solitary clue. Baek Doa recognized the Pringles as Junsik's favorite snack, as the distinct sounds of an arcade game filled the air. His eyes glowing blue, Baek Doa declared he was about to unleash a special move. Baek Doa found Junsik engrossed in an arcade game, happily challenging an unseen opponent, and laughing. I'll finish you off now. Baek Doa declared with fierce determination, then let out a sigh. What are you doing here? Baek Doa asked exasperatedly, but Junsik cheerfully invited him to play. Stop talking nonsense and get up, Baek Doa scolded, reminding Junsik of everyone's worry, then decreed a week-long ban on Fire Bear snacks. Wah. Junsik whimpered, trying to offer an excuse. That old man asked me to play first, Junsik revealed, causing Baek Doa's eyes to glow red with sudden anger. Old man. Baek Doa questioned, kneeling beside Junsik for clarification. He's really bad at games. Junsik boasted, adding that he even gave the man a hard flick on the forehead. Baek Doa's heart pounded, his eyes blazing red with a potent emotion. With a swift movement, Baek Doa grabbed a weapon. Ha! Junsik reacted with confusion and surprise as Baek Doa suddenly brandished an axe. Junsik, bewildered, questioned Baek Doa's sudden and menacing transformation. Ah! I lost again. Baek Doa sighed, his voice hinting at frustration despite his formidable appearance. Baek Doa's eyes widened, glowing blue with pure shock. Game over, Friday loses, the screen declared, as Friday, revealed to be the old man, expressed frustration over his 9th consecutive loss. If it's like this, I have to get hit again, Friday thought, lamenting how much that little kid's forehead flick hurt. This is so annoying. Friday fumed, his face contorted in an enraged grimace. A clatter of sounds outside intensified the woman's growing dread. Baek Doa insisted they had to flee immediately, warning there was absolutely no time left. Confused, the woman pressed Baek Doa, demanding to know why a sudden departure from their home was necessary. His gaze intense, Baek Doa then drilled her about anything she might have witnessed at the mart. The boy gleefully recounted how the old man was awful at games, boasting he'd given him a proper forehead flick. The boy looked up, concerned, as Baek Doa seemed utterly surprised. Friday, eyes glowing with rage, declared the game over, leaving Baek Doa shocked. Baek Doa recognized Friday, who then questioned if this was his 9th consecutive loss. Friday mentally bemoaned having to suffer another forehead flick, admitting it hurt more than expected. His face contorted, Friday expressed his utter fury. Friday found it incredibly annoying, but Baek Doa knew there was no time for hesitation. Baek Doa resolved to endure until the very end, believing it was the only way, as the boy called out to him. With glowing red eyes, Baek Doa gripped his axe tightly, determined that his family must escape. The boy recoiled, questioning Baek Doa's unexpectedly scary demeanor. Friday casually declared he wouldn't harm them just for losing, yet admitted his deep hatred for losing itself. Baek Doa's thoughts drifted to his promise to play hide-and-seek with the little ones after this game. With a malevolent grin, Friday commanded them to escape as far as possible, vowing he wouldn't lose a second time. Baek Doa's profile was resolute as he promised to protect his family, no matter the cost. The woman's face was streaked with tears as she cried out her confusion and distress at Baek Doa's sudden words. Her eyes widened in alarm as a loud boom sounded, prompting her to demand what had happened. Baek Doa reacted sharply to a sudden sound, looking back as snow inexplicably fell inside the room. Baek Doa and the woman looked up, utterly shocked by something unseen above them. Baek Doa, perplexed, questioned the surreal presence of a towering stack of gift boxes in the snow. As the woman asked who left the gifts, Baek Doa urgently instructed her to pack only the essentials. Baek Doa commanded that they were leaving immediately. The girl impatiently told the boy to pack clothes, who, wide-eyed, thought one outfit would suffice. A bright banner for Blue Bear Elementary School's summer sports day stretched across a clear, sunny sky. The boy, hand clenched, looked up contemplatively. He observed another boy ecstatically celebrating being number 1, questioning if such an achievement truly brought so much joy. The boy's fist, stamped with a purple number 1, remained clenched in contemplation. He pondered the very essence of happiness itself, his expression serious. A woman comforted a crying child, asking why he cried after doing so well, prompting the boy to realize he merely sought his mother's praise for being number 1. The boy sighed in understanding as he watched happy families interacting. He reflected on his lack of comprehension, having never known a family himself. The Banpo Bridge stretched across the snowy, illuminated cityscape at night as a distant voice urged, "Don't cry." Children walked in a line through the falling snow, discussing Santa Claus and how he didn't give presents to crying kids. The boy proudly stated he'd never cried, ensuring he'd receive presents, but the girl bluntly countered that bad kids wouldn't, and they were moving anyway. The girl delivered a shocking truth to the boy: Santa Claus didn't actually exist. The girl explained that Doa Hyung had always been Santa, leaving the boy to question its meaning, as a digital watch displayed the cold, snowy evening. The boy asked Baek Doa how much farther they needed to walk, noting the darkening sky and intensifying snowfall, while Baek Doa's eyes glowed with fierce determination. Baek Doa explained that once they crossed the Han River, their worries would cease, and they would immediately take shelter in any vacant house they found. The boy, curious, told Baek Doa he had a question, and Baek Doa asked what it was. The boy, puzzled, asked Baek Doa why there were so many strange-looking snowmen around. The girl exclaimed that they all looked ugly, while Baek Doa remained unreadable. Baek Doa dismissed the grotesque snowman hand as normal, despite its ominous appearance. Snow continued to fall. Snow still fell from the blue sky. The snowfall intensified, blurring the world. The exhausted girl gasped, asking when they would finally arrive. Baek Doa encouraged the weary girl, calling her Seoa, who faintly agreed to keep going. The man, exhausted and reaching his limit, desperately questioned Baek Doa about their arrival time. Baek Doa, walking ahead, reassurances that they would arrive soon and urged them to hold on. As his feet trudged through the deep snow, Baek Doa thought apologetically to his Nuna, admitting he truly had no idea when they would arrive. Baek Doa looked up into the perilous whiteout, a weather condition where visibility drastically plummeted. The narration confirmed the extreme, Siberian-like weather change that had transformed Korea. The girl's face was etched with fear as she endured the relentless snowstorm. The whiteout swallowed the landscape in a blinding vortex of snow. The girl suddenly collapsed in the snow, prompting Baek Doa to call out her name in alarm. The man desperately tried to rouse the unconscious girl, urging her to go home and sleep. The boy begged the man to do something, who, red-eyed and panicked, confessed his utter helplessness. 3 people huddled together in the bitter snow, exhausted and defeated, near a strange glowing sphere. Baek Doa looked away, his expression etched with concern. A mysterious man with a staff and a guiding light approached through the heavy snowfall. The man sternly commanded them to follow him if they wished to avoid certain death. A damaged apartment building stood under heavy snowfall, its single-lit window offering a beacon of warmth against the desolation. The children, eyes wide with wonder, marveled at the apartment's size and welcoming warmth. The man sternly prompted the children to express their gratitude. After receiving a "thank you" from the boy, the man instructed them on the location of the washing area, warning them about limited hot water. The girl excitedly pointed out a bed, but the woman cautioned the children not to act carelessly. Baek Doa, serious, addressed the man. Baek Doa confronted him, stating they would all be dead if he had arrived any later, and questioning how he remained sane amidst such heavy snowfall. The man sternly warned Baek Doa against future regrets, dismissing him with a scoff. Baek Doa pondered the mysterious man's true nature, acknowledging he had at least saved them. The boy excitedly asked if he could use a room, while Baek Doa mentally debated the inherent dangers of resting there. The man playfully remarked that the boy would use the room regardless, as the boy excitedly sought permission. The woman, smiling gently, questioned Baek Doa if they truly had to leave immediately, despite the obvious difficulty. She lovingly told Baek Doa to wash first, acknowledging his hard work that day. Baek Doa reflected with regret that he had no idea when they would arrive, yet urged them to hold on. Baek Doa apologized sincerely to the woman. The woman claimed everyone almost died because of her, to which Baek Doa playfully agreed, acknowledging her role in the near disaster. The woman expressed her profound understanding, assuring Baek Doa that she knew he always prioritized them. Tenderly touching Baek Doa's face, the woman reminded him of their unbreakable family bond. The woman complimented Baek Doa, stating he looked much better with his forehead visible. Baek Doa, with a small, pleased smile, comfortably displayed his forehead. Baek Doa gently returned the compliment, telling the woman she looked better with her hair down. The man smoked a cigarette, lost in contemplative thought. He sighed wistfully, looking at a photo of a smiling family. The man sat alone in a dim room, looking forlorn as he wondered about the whereabouts of his family. Baek Doa, refreshed, announced he had finished washing, inviting the woman to shower. Baek Doa called out to the girl, telling her it was time to wash, and she happily agreed. A backpack rested on the floor. Baek Doa intently tapped on a map of Seoul. Baek Doa analyzed the map, noting the lack of information about their current location despite having crossed under the Han River. His eyes serious, Baek Doa resolved to stay as far from Friday as possible, even if it meant crossing the ocean. The boy, jovial and eating a potato, offered some to Baek Doa, playfully calling him Santa Hyung. Baek Doa, serious, questioned the boy about his interaction with the man at the mart, as Friday's ominous reflection appeared in the window. The boy innocently stated they had just played, prompting Baek Doa to press for details about the game. Baek Doa's eyes widened in sudden, stark realization. Friday descended from above, eyes glowing menacingly, declaring he had found the kid, shocking Baek Doa. The boy recognized Friday as the old man who was bad at games, while Baek Doa gasped in shock at his unexpected appearance. Friday moved with incredible speed and power, triumphantly declaring his victory in hide-and-seek. Baek Doa's face contorted in a desperate plea, urging Junsik to run away quickly. Baek Doa moved at an incredible, blurring speed. A catastrophic explosion devastated the building. Baek Doa plunged from a great height, looking up at the sky in desperate helplessness. His face covered in blood and grime, Baek Doa looked up in agonizing defeat. Injured and grimacing, Baek Doa desperately yelled for Junsik to hold the woman's hand tightly. Friday flew menacingly through the air, carrying Baek Doa and another figure amidst fire and snow. A montage of happy memories showed Baek Doa, family, and friends joyfully shopping and smiling. More joyful memories unfolded, showing Baek Doa with children playing in the snow and building a snowman. Friday flew through the chaotic explosion and snow with immense power. Baek Doa's eyes glowed red with fierce resolve, vowing to protect his family. To Baek Doa, family meant more than anything else. Then, reality began to warp. In a horrifying vision, a woman's terrified voice cried out, "Doa," as she and the children were drenched in blood. His eyes glowing red, Baek Doa was tormented by the desperate pleas of his family, crying, "Hyung, I don't want to die, and, save me, Appa." An unseen voice accused him, "You said we are family," further tormenting his mind with a bloody, fragmented image. Baek Doa screamed, "No," in agony, his face bloody and tear-streaked amidst the chaotic snow and mist. He gasped for breath, his side profile revealing profound exhaustion as snow continued to fall around him. With tears streaming down his face, Baek Doa clutched his bloodied hand, vowing, "I'll come save you soon." Baek Doa looked down, reflecting with grim relief that someone had, fortunately, survived. A brown-shirt man, his face also bloodied, suggested their survival might be due to the piled-up snow, while Baek Doa remained distraught. The brown-shirt man then delivered a somber blow, adding, "I don't know about your family though." Only a bloodied hand remained, a stark reminder of the brutal situation. Baek Doa, injured and covered in blood, struggled to rise, desperately calling out the names of his family, Nuna, Coa, Youngjae, Junsik. He frantically pleaded for anyone to answer, extending a bloodied hand in the desolate snow. Tears streamed down his face in a desperate plea for a response. The brown-shirt man grabbed Baek Doa's arm, yelling, "Enough already. We've looked everywhere we can," and urged him to acknowledge his severe hand injury. Lying in the snow, Baek Doa defiantly asserted that his family was definitely alive, challenging the brown-shirt man's perceived skepticism. The brown-shirt man reacted with wide-eyed surprise to Baek Doa's unwavering belief. He angrily challenged Baek Doa, questioning if he planned to die too if his family was truly gone. Baek Doa, distraught, cried out, "Damn it, then what else am I supposed to do?" and questioned the value of a world without his family. Clenching his bloody hand, Baek Doa reflected on his family as, "The first family I ever had, truly his, real family, haunted by a fiery memory." The brown-shirt man then dropped a bombshell, "They're alive." He elaborated, revealing he witnessed Friday's appearance and asked Baek Doa what had transpired afterward. Baek Doa, with renewed hope but still bloodied, questioned if his family was truly alive. The brown-shirt man teasingly asked if all four of them were alive, then smirked, hinting he might have been deceived all along. As the brown-shirt man refused to give easy answers, Baek Doa suddenly interjected with a weary complaint, "I'm hungry." Baek Doa, eyes closed, made an absurd demand for 20 servings of food, specifically requesting spicy tuna too. The brown-shirt man immediately called out Baek Doa's bluff, accusing him of lying just to get food. Baek Doa reacted with a comically surprised expression. He angrily retorted, "You bastard." Baek Doa yelled, feeling insulted, while the brown-shirt man exasperatedly told him to ignore it if he didn't want to hear. The brown-shirt man grabbed Baek Doa's bloody hand, pleading, "Help me," as Baek Doa recounted his best efforts to aid him. Now smiling broadly, the brown-shirt man eagerly offered to bring everything, asking if Baek Doa needed anything besides spicy tuna. Baek Doa continued to list his seemingly endless food demands, including fried ramen and. Baek Doa stood silently, deep in contemplative thought, as snow continued to fall around him. The brown-shirt man cautioned Baek Doa not to believe the other person, advising him to stay cool especially at times like this. He then accused the other person of holding Baek Doa's family hostage, solidifying Baek Doa's resolve to discover the truth, regardless of lies. The brown-shirt man expressed confusion over the old man's true motives, questioning their relationship. Baek Doa stated with grim resolve that the brown-shirt man could not understand the profound pain of losing family. His expression solidified with unyielding determination. The brown-shirt man offered a bleak truth, this world exploited even the slightest glimmer of hope. He urged Baek Doa to persist and live till the end, not to die easily after surviving so much. Baek Doa quietly offered his thanks for the brown-shirt man's help the previous night. He solemnly vowed to repay the brown-shirt man's kindness if given the opportunity. Baek Doa walked away alone, embarking on his solitary and determined quest through the snowy ruins. Before, an unseen voice called out, "Doa." Baek Doa urgently asked a distressed woman what was wrong, and she tearfully explained the children had not yet returned home. The woman expressed deep regret, blaming herself for allowing the children to go out because they had promised to be back soon. Baek Doa gently reassured the woman, urging her to calm down as he insisted nothing bad had happened yet. He instructed the woman to stay home in case they returned, while he would go out and search for the children himself. The sky glowed with the serene colors of dusk. Baek Doa walked outside, worriedly wondering about the children's whereabouts. He thought anxiously that they should have returned home by now, his hand resting on a doorknob. Suddenly, a loud burst of confetti showered over Baek Doa, startling him. The children and woman joyfully shouted, "Happy birthday, Doa," as confetti rained down, celebrating. Baek Doa, both annoyed and touched, realized the children's disappearance was a setup, adding that it wasn't even his birthday. The boy enthusiastically explained they designated this day as Baek Doa's birthday to celebrate 1 year since they met, as he didn't know his real one. The woman sheepishly apologized to Baek Doa for the surprise, explaining that the children had earnestly wanted to make the cake themselves. The girl urgently told her brother to hurry before the candles melted, while the other boy noisily ate something. The children reacted with wide-eyed surprise. Baek Doa chided them not to eat the cake yet, reflecting on the true love he felt that day. It was a profound, true love for his family. The woman's off-panel voice expressed exasperation, familiar with their squabbles. "Guys, stop fighting," she said, "here we go again." Baek Doa basked in such warm and profound happiness. Back in the present, a desolate, snow-covered city stretched under a cold, blue sky. Another soldier exclaimed in surprise at the immense pile of snacks. The soldier delightedly pointed out the vast array of snacks, describing it as a full-course meal. The brown-shirt man proudly explained he brought everything since he didn't know their preferences, receiving praise from the soldier, while Baek Doa offered a slight smile. Baek Doa, now serious, directly asked about his family's whereabouts. The brown-shirt man's expression grew serious, instructing Baek Doa to listen carefully. The brown-shirt man animatedly described how Friday flew in and bombed the apartment, mimicking the sounds of chaos. He gleefully concluded that Friday had then simply disappeared, leaving Baek Doa to process the grave information. Baek Doa, confused and self-doubting, wondered if he'd misheard or if hunger was making him forget, while the brown-shirt man smirked. Baek Doa's eyes narrowed suspiciously as the brown-shirt man implied more spicy tuna might jog his memory. A sudden, cold determination flared in Baek Doa's eyes. Baek Doa furiously confronted the brown-shirt man, accusing him of lying and exploiting his family. The brown-shirt man, now crackling with blue energy, sneered at Baek Doa's concern for family, reminding him he wasn't the only one with loved ones. The brown-shirt man gloated, warning Baek Doa he'd chosen the wrong opponent and that they were killers. He then leered, offering to find Baek Doa's family before making a crude, menacing comment about a pretty girl who was always with him. Just as the brown-shirt man uttered a vulgar remark about the girl, he was violently struck. Baek Doa delivered a swift, powerful strike that sent the brown-shirt man reeling upwards. He continued his relentless assault, pummeling the falling man. Baek Doa, eyes blazing crimson, unleashed an immense punch that violently tore into the ground. He continued to strike the ground with destructive force, his eyes still glowing red. Baek Doa pounded the ground repeatedly, his fury exploding with each powerful impact. The brown-shirt man and his allies watched in stunned terror. The brown-shirt man screamed, cursing Baek Doa. Standing over a prone, bloody figure, the brown-shirt man accused Baek Doa of cheating by talking while attacking, questioning his own mortality. Another explosive impact reverberated through the space. The brown-shirt man reacted with surprise as Baek Doa calmly stated, "I know." Baek Doa, with a bloody hand touching his lips, coldly declared he made sure to kill him. With intense eyes, Baek Doa pointed out the brown-shirt man's boast of killing, revealing with chilling coincidence that it wasn't his first time either. Loud, impactful sounds echoed, striking panic into the men present. "You bastard," the man with dark hair shrieked in fury, another impact resounding. The man with dark hair screamed accusations at his defeated opponent, demanding, "Talking while hitting is cheating. What if you die doing that?" Baek Doa, unsettlingly calm, simply replied, "I know." With blood covering his face, Baek Doa declared his brutal, deliberate intent, "That's why I made sure to kill him." Baek Doa then revealed his own chilling experience with violence. "You said you've killed people too, right? What a coincidence, it's not my first time either." A serene, snow-covered cityscape offered a momentary calm. The blue-haired man scoffed with dismissive arrogance, "Ha ha ha, killing people." The man with dark hair challenged Baek Doa, "Lying just because you got hit once. Damn, do you know who we are?" He boasted of his group, the Sun Chu, all former pro athletes who had done nothing but eaten and trained. He emphasized their rigorous, lifelong training, explaining, "We've been trained since we were kids, getting beaten." The man with dark hair shrieked, asserting, "We're on a different level than you. You're a damn bastard." Baek Doa stood calmly, delivering a cryptic challenge, "Feel it deeply once." His hand clenched tightly, a silent prelude to a powerful display. The blonde-haired man arrogantly boasted of being second in boxing welterweight, claiming, "Guys like you can't even step in the training ground." Baek Doa, with a subtle smirk, offered sarcastic praise, "Wow, that's really amazing." Then, with unsettling intensity, Baek Doa questioned, "Then do you know where my family is?" A powerful, violent blow landed, spraying blood. The blonde-haired man furiously repeated his question as he continued to land brutal, punishing blows on Baek Doa. He screamed, reiterating his formidable boxing rank, "I said I'm ranked second in boxing welterweight." The blonde-haired man issued a humiliating challenge, provocatively demanding, "If you're confident, try throwing a jab at me, bastard." The blonde-haired man stood triumphant over the seemingly defeated Baekdoa, a decisive thud and dizzying sound confirming his perceived victory. But confusion clouded the blonde-haired man's face as he questioned Baekdoa's silence. "Won't let go. You're not answering my question." Baekdoa, with glowing red eyes, revealed his chilling knowledge, holding up a bloodied, severed face mask, and asked, "You don't know, do you?" The blonde-haired man's bloodied arm whipped through the air with desperate speed. "Aya, my leg!" The blonde-haired man shrieked in agony as his leg was brutally injured. The man with dark hair cried out for a doctor, only to be met with Baekdoa's mocking insult, "Pathetic bastard." An unseen voice commanded the complete destruction of the remaining men as they fell around Baekdoa. Baekdoa's bare feet stood firmly planted, a testament to his raw power. A blur of extreme speed swept through the area. A soldier's face was violently struck, blood splattering from the brutal impact. Multiple men were struck and sent flying, their bodies contorted by the unseen force. A soldier braced for impact as the blurred figure approached with terrifying speed. Baekdoa delivered a powerful kick, sending the soldier reeling with a loud thud. Baekdoa's head snapped around with lightning speed. Baekdoa landed a powerful punch, sending his opponent flying backward with a forceful impact. Baekdoa remained unmoving, even as a powerful, deep impact rattled an opponent behind him. A bruised man grimaced, surrounded by the debris of the brutal impacts. Baekdoa's fist connected squarely with another man's face. Baekdoa unleashed a devastating punch to an opponent's chest with an explosive impact. Baekdoa delivered a powerful kick directly to an opponent's face with a sharp clang. Baekdoa surveyed the devastating damage, as a man groaned in crushing pain. One man fled in abject terror, overshadowed by Baekdoa's bloodied presence. Baekdoa stood over a fallen opponent as another man launched a desperate aerial attack. Baekdoa sent his opponent soaring high into the air with a powerful kick. A smoky silhouette lingered on the floor, a testament to the raw force unleashed. Baekdoa's silhouette emerged from the smoke, radiating an imposing aura. Baekdoa seized an opponent by the head with an iron grip. Baekdoa's fury burned, thinking, "That damn bastard really crossed the line. You think I'll go easy on you," as his hand glowed with crushing power. The blonde-haired man defiantly claimed Baekdoa would be defeated in a proper ring. The blonde-haired man struck a confident, almost arrogant pose, still clinging to his fading pride. The blonde-haired man strained under an unseen, crushing force, his face contorted in pain. The blonde-haired man shrieked in agony, desperately urging his tormentor to finish him, while Baekdoa watched with calm, red eyes. The blonde-haired man was violently flung high into the air. The blonde-haired man screamed as powerful, rapid strikes battered him with explosive force. The blonde-haired man screamed in sheer terror and agony, fixated on his brutally injured arm. Baekdoa delivered a powerful, bone-crushing kick, sending the blonde-haired man flying and screaming in pain. The blonde-haired man finally collapsed to the ground with a light thud, utterly defeated. Baekdoa walked calmly over the bloodied, defeated bodies of his numerous foes. The defeated blonde-haired man questioned Baekdoa's very humanity, as the brown-shirt man desperately rallied his terrified comrades not to flee. The brown-shirt man proposed a desperate plan to charge with makeshift spiked bats, convinced it would work. The brown-shirt man, clutching a spiked bat, desperately tried to instill courage, urging his fearful men to kill. Kill. The brown-shirt man fell silent, the weight of their grim reality settling upon him. In fact, a pervasive feeling was settling over everyone present. It was the instinctive, overwhelming feeling of defeat. No matter what they did, they couldn't win, a truth Baekdoa silently conveyed as he walked away. One soldier cried out, unable to fight any longer, as others scattered in a panicked retreat. Another soldier echoed the sentiment, questioning the very purpose of continuing the hopeless fight. The man with dark hair stood in utter shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. He questioned how they, the formidable Sun Chu, could have possibly lost despite their combined assault. The man with dark hair exclaimed in utter frustration, "This makes no sense." Baekdoa stood over the defeated man with dark hair, calmly asking what he was thinking. The man with dark hair knelt, offering a remorseful apology. Baekdoa delivered a powerful punch to the kneeling man. The man with dark hair grunted sharply in pain from the unexpected blow. Baekdoa expressed his intense irritation, telling the man not to add "sorry" at the end of his sentences. The man with dark hair, cowering, frantically apologized for lying, pleading that his actions didn't warrant death. Baekdoa challenged the man's justification, gripping his chin with a menacing intensity, asking, "You say you didn't do anything worth dying for?" The man shrieked in terror and agony, realizing the insane power he faced, fearing his imminent death as his body was twisted and broken. The man with dark hair desperately offered information, asking where Baek Doa's family was still alive. Baek Doa responded with a chilling, unsettling, really? Baek Doa delivered a cold, mocking truth, did you really think that? If you get hit twice, you're just a sucker. The man shrieked in utter terror and agony. The man frantically screamed, urging Baek Doa to ask Friday himself. Baek Doa let out a dark, mocking laugh, questioning the idea of meeting Friday himself. The terrified man confirmed Baek Doa could meet Friday, as Friday's menacing, smirking image suddenly materialized. The quiet, snowy cityscape offered a moment of somber reflection. The man with dark hair mused about the hero church, a rising religion these days. He then explained its core belief, a religion that worshipped Friday as a god. The man with dark hair found it insane that the hero church leaders dared to call themselves heroes in such times. Friday, speaking with authority, explained that the hero church was a special religious group, directly recognized by himself. As Friday spoke of the hero church, his powerful foot descended with a crushing impact, signaling his authority. The man with dark hair shrieked in frustration, demanding to know the conclusion. Crying and terrified, the man finally revealed the conclusion: one could meet Friday through the hero church. The man screamed in sheer agony as his hand was violently crushed again and again. The man, sobbing, questioned if he was truly being told to meet Friday himself, implying its impossibility. Despite his terror, the man admitted it was true, this was the only sure way. He urged Baek Doa to consider that the hero church was the sole religion remaining among humans. It was the only one that communicated directly with Friday. Baek Doa noted with narrowed eyes that the hero church was indeed very different. Baek Doa then commanded the man to guide him there, only for the terrified man to stutter a refusal. The man questioned why he would ever go to that crazy place, revealing its ominous, gothic grandeur in the snowy night. A mysterious robed figure stood before two immense, glowing entities. The man's fear was palpable as he spoke of that hellish place. A young girl excitedly called out to Hero, eager to show him something. The young girl proudly presented her drawing, exclaiming, Hero, I drew you. A woman's voice gently scolded the girl, Neian, for not knocking, to which the girl promptly apologized to Hero. The light-haired man, smiling kindly, reassured the young girl there was nothing to be sorry about. The light-haired man, Hero Jumsu of the Hero Church Jamsil branch, declared that a child's mistakes were an adult's responsibility. The title card dramatically presented Superhero, Black Friday. The man with dark hair reiterated that the leaders of the Hero Church called themselves heroes. He explained that since the Hero Church members were fanatics who met Friday periodically, there was no other way to reach him. The man with dark hair offered Baek Doa a crucial piece of advice. He urgently warned Baek Doa not to go to the Jamsil branch, as a severed, bloody hand clutched an amulet beneath a glowing red symbol. You hero guy there, the narration stated, we will all realize it, as multiple bloody bodies lay strewn across the ground. They were crazier than Friday himself, the narration concluded, speaking of the twisted love Friday wants to give. The immense heroism of Gold profoundly impacted its followers, who truly believed Friday had saved humanity, inspiring a reverence beyond mere worship. Driven by the desire to emulate Friday, the sole superhuman, those who couldn't gain his powers instead chose to become heroes, in their own unique ways. The man with spiky blonde hair declared that everyone would come to realize the love Lord Friday wished to give them. Jumsu, however, punished his followers not for Friday's sake, but for the unforgivable sin of entering the chapel with outdoor shoes, resulting in a gruesome scene. While all heroes respected Friday, Hero Jumsu of the Heroism Church's Jamsil sect held a reverence on another level entirely. As a child, Jumsu was struck with a fury that made his young body tremble. Jumsu stood powerfully, poised for action, as the man with dark hair casually walked away in the distance. The man with dark hair dismissed the topic, declaring he wasn't interested in that crap, demanding to know Friday's whereabouts instead. Jumsu, his eyes glowing with rage, snarled back, branding him a cult bastard. A confident smirk played across Jumsu's lips, hinting at a hidden amusement. Jumsu turned, his voice sharp with suspicion, asking who he might be. Jumsu questioned the absence of his followers outside, prompting the dark-haired man to inquire, followers? The dark-haired man pointed to the mangled bodies, dismissively asking, you mean these things, as one of the injured attempted to speak. You shut your mouth, the dark-haired man commanded, as the unseen figure cried out in pain. He then issued a sharp demand, bring that bastard Friday here, right now. The dark-haired man echoed, bastard Friday, as Jumsu, his eyes glowing with malice, asked if Friday was his friend. The dark-haired man considered this, letting out a thoughtful hum. His eye narrowed with a dangerous red glow, declaring, that's not what I want to hear. Jumsu lunged with a glowing hand, offering a provocative, or perhaps. As the dark-haired man braced for impact. Jumsu finished his thought, should I call him Friday the son of a bitch, just as the dark-haired man, in a monster's transformation, attacked with glowing red eyes. Jumsu tumbled through the air, his initial surprise quickly giving way to a confident smirk. The ground splintered beneath a mighty impact. Jumsu sat amidst the debris, looking up in genuine surprise. A smirk returned to Jumsu's face as he remarked, "You're quite the aggressive one." The short bald man gasped, utterly astonished, wondering what kind of reaction speed he had just witnessed. He continued, saying the technique was so fast that even a former pro like himself couldn't properly track it. He then mused about the dark-haired man, concluding they were both monsters, questioning if such powerful beings had always existed in their country. Jumsu's eyes glowed with rage as he accused the terrified man of blasphemy, his hand gripping his face tightly. His grin widened menacingly as he added, "And you've entered the chapel wearing outdoor shoes?" The short bald man's face contorted in a silent scream of agony. "Don't make me say it twice," the dark-haired man warned, advancing towards the still smirking Jumsu. He continued his determined march, declaring he had no time to waste. His bruised face set with resolve, he repeated his unwavering demand, "Bring me Friday." His foot slammed down, echoing with finality, as he roared, "Now." The dark-haired man brought his powerful foot down directly onto Jumsu. Jumsu's world turned upside down, his face bruised and wide with shock from the force of the blow. The dark-haired man delivered a powerful, aura-infused kick. A massive impact shook the very foundations of the grand church. The dark-haired man's eyes glowed red with a sudden, bewildered shock. Jumsu, enveloped in a blue aura, acknowledged that the dark-haired man possessed the minimum qualification to shout so loudly, much to his opponent's surprise. The dark-haired man retaliated with a determined punch, his fist glowing red. Jumsu declared that his opponent's efforts were still not enough, as he held the struggling dark-haired man bound by black strings. Whoa, don't try to break free," Jumsu taunted, describing the power of his binding lines, which he typically used to catch blue marlin. Jumsu then went on to explain the immense power of a blue marlin, weighing over 900 kilograms, to emphasize the strength of his bindings. The bound man with dark hair grunted in confusion as Jumsu's gaze lingered on his back. Jumsu, a smirk returning, commented on the scars adorning his back, speculating about the complex backstory they hinted at. The dark-haired man snapped back, "Cut the crap." With an explosive burst of rage, the dark-haired man roared his demand for Friday once more, his red strings snapping as he broke free. Jumsu expressed genuine shock, wondering how his unbreakable bindings could have been shattered. A maniacal grin spread across Jumsu's face, deciding that his opponent was, indeed, a great catch. The dark-haired man stood over Jumsu, conceding that he had earned the right to speak so boldly. The dark-haired man's eyes widened with surprise, reminding Jumsu of his fervent wish to see him. Jumsu named the figure, Lord Friday. The world stretched out in a desolate, post-apocalyptic urban landscape, littered with the remnants of a forgotten time. Doha reflected that it had been 5 years since the world ended, never imagining he'd ride in a car again. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind, but why am I here? Bek Doha then confirmed the dark-haired man's name, Bek Doha, correct? Doha, now identified, posed a thoughtful question about what had always existed throughout humanity's long history. Bek Doha's smirk confirmed his answer, violence. Doha reflected on history, noting how humans ceaselessly killed one another, despite the many other solutions besides violence. He then acknowledged that, if thought about simply, it was entirely understandable. Doha argued that violence was far clearer and faster than solutions from talking, before accusing Jumsu of the same tendency to resort to fists first. With many curious eyes staring in, Doha, growing serious, asked for the point of the discussion. Outside, the excited crowd erupted, shouting about a new player and demanding attention. Amidst the snowy desolation, a crowd member voiced surprise, questioning if the hero had truly brought a new player. Jumsu sarcastically questioned the new arrival's height, while Doha wondered what kind of people these were, as the man in clerical attire announced their arrival. Standing confidently outside the car, Jumsu delivered his philosophy: all of humanity's emotions were connected to violence, making it a divine gift. Jumsu continued, pointing out that even heroes ultimately won through violence, then addressing Doha's earlier, misguided words and actions regarding Lord Friday. Jumsu then declared that Doha was sufficiently qualified. With a gesture, Jumsu invited Doha to follow him towards a towering, glowing figure, hinted to be Friday. He offered Doha a stage where he could truly become a hero. The Hero Church, Jamsil Branch, rose with futuristic grandeur under the night sky. Deep within its foundations, an underground arena pulsed with the excited roar of a cheering crowd, as two fighters prepared for battle. Before the match began, a voice boomed, announcing the combatants who stood ready in their corners. The mighty wrestler Mac Diamond was introduced, bellowing for the losers to scream. Then came the old man, described as on the verge of collapse, who weakly but defiantly demanded respect for his elders. The immense physical disparity between the two fighters seemed utterly ridiculous. Mac Diamond's towering presence completely overwhelmed the cowering old man. The commentator's voice then ironically declared that attacking the elderly constituted violence, as Mac Diamond landed a powerful punch. Before then, 5 years ago, a serene Mount Baekdu stood under a dramatic sunset. This was Jumsu at 24 years old, before he became a hero of the Hero Church. Humanity scattered to every corner of the world to escape Friday, but Friday, ever pensive, wondered what they were doing hiding. Discovered shortly after, humanity found itself at a terrifying crossroads of helplessness and terror. Friday sighed, expressing his weariness, while Jumsu looked utterly exhausted by the relentless pursuit. Friday then demanded different reactions, as humanity's predictable fear had become entirely natural. Friday had grown bored of humanity's repetitive responses, chiding them for being too much. With a menacing rumble, Friday casually decided he would have to embrace the role of the bad guy. Jumsu, meanwhile, cowered on the ground, his body trembling in fear or grim anticipation. And so, Friday's choice, a momentous decision, was made. Friday chose human extinction, merely seeking something new to see, as explosions raged in the background. The man with dark hair screamed in terror, realizing humanity had only 15 minutes before its ultimate extinction. He panicked, proclaiming there was nowhere left to run and crying out from the intense heat. The man then pondered if he was truly going to die so meaninglessly. He then regretted never having a single relationship and wished he had simply had fun instead of working like a slave. Such a fate, he cried, was so profoundly unfair. Amidst the fiery chaos, people cried out, desperate to live and terrified of death. The girl's face was a raw canvas of despair and terror, her silent scream echoing the horror. The man with dark hair gulped, gasping in horror at an unseen event. In a desperate plea, the girl proposed marriage, sending the terrified man into a full-blown scream. A short bald man dismissively seized the man with dark hair, cheerfully suggesting they were all going to die anyway. The bald man was then struck with a sudden, forceful impact. Another soldier cursed an old-fashioned boss bastard, casually munching on a snack. A man with spiky blonde hair ferociously attacked another, demanding he stop talking while trembling in rage. Ironically, in the face of death, human nature revealed its darkest self, as the man with spiky blonde hair proclaimed how good violence felt. This violent behavior spread like a plague, with the man with dark hair viciously assaulting a woman and calling her a fox-like bitch. Humanity, just before its end, descended into pure chaos, as a man with light hair aggressively shouted, "Die, you bastard." Another soldier laughed maniacally, gleefully clapping and declaring this was exactly what he wanted to see. Friday, observing the chaotic spectacle, was utterly delighted, demanding why he was only now being shown something so fun. A soldier, mirroring Friday's delight, smiled brightly amidst the grim scene. Friday's delight in humanity's violence led to a pivotal decision: humanity's extinction was postponed. As always, the narrator concluded, what ultimately saved humanity was the violence. The boy with blonde hair explained that he held such daily festivals to express his gratitude to Friday. The man with dark hair, veins bulging, angrily confronted him, calling the entire spectacle insane and questioning if it was solely for Friday's entertainment. The boy with blonde hair simply smirked, challenging the man's assumption about Friday's true enjoyment. The old man stood victorious over Mac Diamond, as an unseen voice praised the raw brutality of a rule-less fight. Mac Diamond, clutching his injured arm, roared in furious anger at the old man who defeated him. Two powerful impacts reverberated, the sounds echoing brutally through the arena. Despite his injury, Mac Diamond defiantly declared that his show was just beginning. Mac Diamond was utterly confused by an unseen, mocking laugh. The old man, head bandaged, taunted Mac Diamond, explaining his attack had missed its mark because he had no teeth to break. Therefore, the old man eerily added, "It's like I'm wearing a mouthpiece," further shocking Mac Diamond. Mac Diamond, eyes glowing red with rage, furiously dismissed the old man's explanation as complete nonsense. A gruesome squelching sound escaped the old man, hinting at a disturbing transformation. A crowd member screamed in sheer horror, crying out for his eyes. A monstrous, clawed hand, sharp as talons, sliced through the air. Mac Diamond was violently bisected, a glowing red line marking his complete destruction. The old man stood victorious over Mac Diamond's fallen body, marking the brutal end of their fight. The old man, hands bloodied, solemnly reflected on the world's madness and the disrespect of young punks. He then declared his strong hatred for young people, cackling maniacally. The man with dark hair watched the fight with a serious and tense expression. The crowd reacted with a collective gasp of shock and concern to the brutal match. Yet, some cheered wildly, proclaiming the old man totally awesome and celebrating the intensity of a real match. The man with dark hair, utterly bewildered, questioned the situation, unable to comprehend the crowd's ecstatic reaction. The boy with blonde hair pointed out the crowd's happiness, but the man with dark hair bluntly disagreed with his assessment. The boy with blonde hair, grinning maniacally, fervently declared that violence possessed a sacred power. He confidently told the man with dark hair that he would soon realize the true value of violence, which was currently veiled by prejudice. The man with dark hair, his fist clenched tightly, angrily dismissed the boy's statements as ridiculous nonsense. He then confronted the boy, revealing his true purpose: he had come to meet Friday. The boy with blonde hair smirked knowingly, asking if he'd been too indirect, then revealed he knew the man was searching for his family. The boy then listed specific names: Han Suyen, Bang Junsik, Seo Youngjae, Park Seoa, shocking the man with dark hair, who angrily demanded how he knew them. The boy, using this knowledge, tempted the man with dark hair to participate in the match. The boy with blonde hair leaned in, preparing to reiterate an important point. He then revealed that becoming a hero was the only way to see Friday, and the man with dark hair processed this information with an intense gaze. The boy urgently commanded the man to immediately participate in the match and unleash his violence. Baek Doa, observing, questioned if the black-haired man was also named Baek Doa. She then declared that the man must be the fighter she was destined to handle. Jumsu outlined the crucial condition for meeting Friday. His face glowing red, Jumsu commanded him to unleash his violence. Baek Doa, resolved and defiant, demanded a match immediately, vowing to smash them all by day's end. Jumsu feigned surprise, then playfully reminded him the festival ended at 10 p.m. He reassured Baek Doa, promising to prepare everything for a match tomorrow, but then added one crucial rule. The rule was simple: violence outside the arena was strictly forbidden, which bewildered Baek Doa. In the Grand Hero Church, it was preached that violence was more sacred than anything else, making its crude use blasphemy. Jumsu then called out to a woman, "Hannah, over here." He apologized for calling her on her day off, but Hannah assured Jumsu it was fine. Hannah unexpectedly declared she would take responsibility for Doa's condition, leaving him utterly confused. Baek Doa exclaimed, realizing Hannah reminded him so much of his Nuna that he had momentarily mistaken her. The scene shifted, revealing a peaceful urban landscape under a bright, clear sky. Baek Doa was breathing heavily, covered in sweat from intense physical exertion. Demonstrating immense strength and focus, Baek Doa performed an unsupported handstand against the window. A nostalgic warmth washed over him as Baek Doa gazed at a photo of smiling faces. He sighed with deep relief as his intense workout finally concluded. The woman praised his amazing stamina, catching Baek Doa by surprise. She mused aloud, slightly disappointed he was merely exercising despite their privacy, not even sleeping. Her confession about hurt pride only confused Baek Doa, who demanded an explanation. With a serious gaze, she stated her professional role was player care and analysis. She then expressed her own curiosity, her hand gently touching his arm. Her eyes wide with anticipation, she then asked a question. With a soft smile, she simply dismissed her thought. Against a vibrant sunset, she suggested they head to the arena immediately. The Grand Hero Church Jamsil branch, with its imposing Friday statue, stood bustling with converging crowds. Baek Doa and the woman moved through the immense, busy crowd. Baek Doa wondered internally, bewildered by the sheer number of people gathered. The woman estimated about 10,000 people, a revelation that utterly shocked Baek Doa. She contemplatively pondered why so many would gather just for this kind of match. The woman concluded simply, watching fights was inherently fun for the energetic crowd. For people weary of survival and seeking to escape reality, the Jamsil branch offered a compelling answer. Standing before the imposing Friday statue, the narrative pondered if Jumsu, who delivered the joy of violence, was truly a hero. Baek Doa challenged her, dismissing the notion that creating an arena of violence made Jumsu a hero. The woman then drew his thoughtful attention to the long line of people. Even with the world practically ended, the crowd voluntarily maintained perfect order. She then observed that their discipline was solely for the privilege of watching the matches. Hannah stressed the importance of forbidding violence outside the arena, just as a woman with purple hair greeted her as team leader. She efficiently instructed the woman with purple hair to set up the match as quickly as possible, receiving an immediate acknowledgement. Baek Doa contemplatively reflected on the dual nature of violence, misery for some, but happiness for others. Baek Doa questioned if he truly had to sacrifice, to which Hannah gravely affirmed its value. With authority, she articulated her belief that sacrifice was a hero's virtue, making true heroism unattainable for many. The woman with purple hair directed Baek Doa to Arena 2, and he readily acknowledged. She explained that becoming a hero required meeting Jumsu's demanding standards, where simply winning was never enough. Her final, intense instruction was to win overwhelmingly. An unseen voice boomed, demanding hot cheers to welcome him into the electrifying arena. Baek Doa, a rookie fighter with no experience and unknown skills, made his tense debut, walking into the arena. The announcer boomed, presenting Baek Doa to the roaring, anticipatory crowd. His formidable opponent, former professional fighter Mac Guragair, was then introduced, radiating aggression. The hostile crowd roared, demanding no introduction for the rookie, shouting for him not to leave alive. The match began, and Baek Doa immediately launched a dynamic, violent attack. Mac Diamond reeled, absorbing a powerful, painful blow. Baek Doa delivered a powerful, forceful punch. Baek Doa maintained his intense, focused expression throughout the fight. He then applied an intense submission hold on Mac Diamond. Mac Diamond, bloody and enraged, defiantly cursed Baek Doa, boasting about his innate endurance. Mac Diamond lay defeated, his confusion palpable as he landed on the ground. Baek Doa stood triumphant, holding the defeated Mac Diamond over his shoulder. Mac Diamond endured a brutal, fast-paced flurry of blows. Heavily beaten and bloody, Mac Diamond lay on the ground in stunned defeat. An unseen voice cried out in disbelief at Baek Doa's continued, powerful dominance. Mac Diamond's face was severely beaten, covered in fresh blood from the intense violence. The boisterous crowd roared in thrilled approval at the unfolding violence. The wild crowd roared their approval, praising the brutal match as the best. Crowd members commented on Mac Guragair's overwhelming defeat, celebrating the intensity of Jamsil. Mac Diamond, battered and bloody, cried out his surrender, prompting a crowd member to shout for the fighting to stop. The announcer declared Mac Guragair defeated, confirming Baek Doa's triumph despite his bloody shoulder. The crowd roared as Baek Doa, hands covered in blood, was declared the intense winner. The grand statue of God Friday stood reverently under a rainbow at sunset. Baek Doa prepared for his next match, removing his shirt as he faced his new opponent, Park Dusik. Park Dusik casually observed Baek Doa's first participation, commenting on the arena's great atmosphere. Park Dusik, a fighter with a formidable record, expressed his confident love for the arena where he no longer had to read the room. With a terrifying, malevolent grin, Park Dusik declared himself the protagonist, revealing his past as an armed criminal with serial murder charges. Baek Doa landed a devastating, explosive strike on Park Dusik. Park Dusik groaned in intense pain, cracks appearing on his skin from the impact. Spectators reacted with shocked intensity and fear to the brutal fight. With a focused and determined expression, Baek Doa spoke his next command. Baek Doa, standing dominant over his defeated opponent, commanded the next to be brought forward, as the crowd roared. The electric crowd roared with newfound support, shocked by his prowess. Baek Doa stood in a tense fighting stance, facing his next opponent, a muscular man with a green mohawk. The aggressive crowd chanted, "Crush the rookie," as his opponent charged forward. The charging opponent's cry was abruptly cut short as Baek Doa effortlessly halted his attack with a hand to the face. Baek Doa delivered a brutal, energy-infused strike, drawing blood with raw power. With calm, relentless determination, Baek Doa simply demanded, "Next." He stood grimly over another defeated, bloody opponent, calling for the next match. Dominant and unyielding, Baek Doa stood over his latest defeated opponent, ready for the next. The defeated opponent lay on the ground in exhaustion, as the relentless call for "next" continued. Despite his victories, Baek Doa coughed, showing clear signs of physical strain and exhaustion. He groaned and coughed over another defeated opponent, his victory hard-won but exhausting. Baek Doa continued his relentless march, leaving a trail of defeated opponents behind. With fierce resolve, Baek Doa silently vowed to reach his loved ones soon, urging them to stay alive. From a high vantage point, two women observed the lively, cheering crowd. The women discussed his impressive 8 consecutive wins on debut, agreeing that Jumsu possessed an excellent eye for talent. Yet, one woman noted Jumsu's absence, concluding Baek Doa's performance was still below his high expectations. With a decisive expression, she declared it was time to send out the next fighter. The grand arena filled with drama as today's main event began, featuring the carefully prepared fighter for Baek Doa. The announcer questioned if anyone could stop the powerful, intimidating rampage of this monster rookie, as the crowd roared. Baek Doa reacted with slight bewilderment as Jamsil's popular and promising fighter was introduced. The shocking reveal of his opponent as Sim Ji-hun, a young boy, left Baek Doa stunned. Baek Doa expressed his disbelief at being told to fight such a young boy. At that moment, Baek Doa faced the crowd's intense pressure and expectation, demanding the monster rookie's destruction. He could feel the visceral bloodlust as an enraged crowd member screamed to kill the opponent. Baek Doa faced the grim realization of just how absurdly violent the place he had entered truly was. The arena buzzed with tense anticipation as the announcer declared the main event had finally begun, a small figure emerging onto the dusty ground. As the arena crackled with electric tension, an announcer's voice boomed, daring anyone to halt the monster rookie's rampage, a question Baek Doa absorbed. The announcer continued, heralding Jamsil's popular star and promising fighter, but a flicker of bewilderment crossed Baek Doa's eyes. The arena erupted as the announcer boomed, "Sim Ji-hun," a name that instantly shocked Baek Doa as the small boy stood ready. Baek Doa's disbelief was palpable, he couldn't comprehend being told to fight this child. The boy was no older than Jun-sik, Baek Doa mused, an unsettling thought. From the stands, the crowd roared with aggressive demands to destroy the monster rookie. A crazed spectator screamed, his face contorted in a brutal, bloodthirsty plea to beat the small boy to death. The word murder repeated in Baek Doa's mind, his eyes burning red with an unleashed, primal rage. Disoriented, Baek Doa questioned the crowd's insane reactions, unable to fathom why they were cheering for such violence. He pondered if this child could have committed some grave wrong, then dismissed the thought, knowing the boy was far too young for such a thing. Apprehension gnawed at Baek Doa, wondering if the boy possessed some unexpected fighting prowess. With two sharp impacts, the boy's small fists repeatedly struck Baek Doa's leg, futilely. Baek Doa's thoughts deepened, a serious realization dawning within his eye. He wondered if this spectacle was merely for entertainment, the word murder flashing across the screens, highlighting the chilling truth of their brutal game. Above, a majestic statue of God Friday stood prominently, bathed in the awe-inspiring glow of a sunset and a rainbow. A guttural chuckle and pained screams punctuated the brutal scene as a gloved hand connected violently with a face, the word murder still echoing. Despite the crowd's bloodthirsty cries to kill the boy, Sim Ji-hoon continued to land futile punches on Baek Doa's leg. The boy, grimacing with desperate resolve, urged himself to bite down hard, refusing to yield. A wave of regret washed over Baek Doa as he painfully acknowledged having no choice but to continue. A loud, sharp impact suddenly resonated through the arena. A cry of sharp pain followed the impact. Defeated and unconscious, the boy lay curled on the dusty arena floor, severely injured. Baek Doa walked away from the injured boy, who, inexplicably, was now floating above the ground. A spectator, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, expressed surprise that the match had ended so quickly. The same spectator then erupted in outrage, angrily shouting an insult at Baek Doa. The hostile crowd booed, vehemently demanding Baek Doa continue to beat the child as he had in previous matches. The crowd's threats to kill anyone who stopped the match hung heavy in the air, yet Baek Doa recognized the boy was no longer in any state to fight. An uneasy anticipation filled the arena as the announcer prepared to introduce the next opponent, a sound like a head shaking suggesting disapproval. The announcer defiantly declared that only the referee could stop the match, even as a spectator pleaded for it to continue. Baek Doa's concern mounted, a tear falling as he saw the injured boy, confirming that the match's continuation was impossible. To the crowd's collective gasp and cheer, the severely injured boy slowly began to stand again, drawing renewed hope. Baek Doa questioned the boy's extreme perseverance, his face etched with concern and empathy. Ji-hoon's father, in the background, enthusiastically cheered his injured son on, his fist raised in support. Ji-hoon's father motivated him with the promise of canned ham if he could endure for 5 more minutes. Baek Doa's eyes widened in a shocked realization, the boy was fighting for canned ham because his father had made him do it. A past confrontation, tinged with a dark, ominous glow, resurfaced as Baek Doa implied a shared, grim understanding with another man. A profound internal dread washed over Baek Doa, realizing that a father's word was law. When he was young, Baek Doa, as a scared boy, had pointed accusingly, asking if someone had called his mother. Baek Doa reflected on a harsh truth he had learned. The man's voice, cold and stern, interrogated young Baek Doa about contacting his mother, accusing him of trying to run away. Young Baek Doa, his eyes wide with fear, had claimed the situation was due to someone's low opinion of his father, then attempted a reassurance. The man's voice, menacing, had promised that young Baek Doa would come to his senses after a beating. A sharp impact and cry of pain echoed through the stormy night. Cowering in a dark, rainy alley, injured, young Baek Doa heard a threatening voice warn him, "If you call one more time, I'll kill you." The voice continued to curse his mother and warn him not to come home, instilling the terrifying truth that father's word is absolute law, a realization that terrified young Baek Doa to his core. Despite his injuries, Sim Ji-hoon's eyes narrowed with grim determination. Ji-hoon's father frantically encouraged his injured son to hold on, his voice desperate. A man, forcefully gripping Baek Doa's face, cruelly urged him to savagely beat the child, reminding him of his ultimate goal. In a disturbing vision, for children with glowing red eyes, his family, pleaded with Hyung and Appa to come quickly, their voices filled with sorrow. A woman with a sinister smile leaned in close, telling a distressed Baek Doa that she missed Doa so much. Her tone authoritative, the woman outlined the strict conditions for becoming a hero, emphasizing meeting Jumsu's standards. In the arena, Baek Doa stood with his back to the crowd, his heart thumping rapidly. Sweat beaded on Baek Doa's profile, his heart still thumping with intense tension. Baek Doa's eye widened, burning red, as his heart pounded furiously, consumed by extreme focus. On the blood-stained arena floor, Baek Doa stood over the injured boy, holding his hand in a somber moment. The crowd cheered wildly, praising the monster rookie with electric enthusiasm after the fight. As Baek Doa's name was called out, a sickening crunching sound pierced the air. With desperate ferocity, the boy bit fiercely into an arm, gnashing his teeth, blood seeping. Baek Doa frantically tried to calm the enraged, biting boy. Loud cheers erupted from the enthusiastic crowd as two women stood on a stage above them. A character with red eyes smirked, covering their mouth in smug amusement. A man with blue hair mockingly commented on the absurdity of a grown adult beating a child. The woman with purple hair, smirking, expressed her satisfaction that he had not disappointed. With a neutral and observant expression, a woman looked forward, a caution sign visible in the blurred background. Her eyes, narrowed in keen observation, suggested thoughtful scrutiny. A crazed crowd member, his grin wide and unhinged, boastfully shouted that he was different from the others. Baek Doa's eyes narrowed, resolute in his internal affirmation of being different. With fierce determination, Baek Doa vowed to protect his family. In a ferocious declaration, Baek Doa, his mouth bloody and teeth sharp, proclaimed his difference from another, transforming into a monstrous visage. As bell sounds rang, signifying the end of the match, Baek Doa stood triumphant, holding up the injured boy's arm. A man in clerical attire bowed his head in reverent prayer, thanking Friday for this precious time. The crowd cheered and expressed their adoring love for Friday, whose image was displayed prominently on the arena screens. Lying injured, the boy's thoughts conveyed love for Friday, as narration echoed thanks to the figure. Baek Doa panted heavily, utterly exhausted after the arduous match. A character expressed thanks to Friday. A tranquil, snow-dusted city at night lay under a clear, star-filled blue sky. Thick steam rose as water streamed from a showerhead, promising relaxation and cleansing. Baek Doa showered, the water washing away the day's exertions, steam rising around him. A slight, contented smile graced Baek Doa's face as he relaxed under the running water, finding peace. An idyllic, sun-drenched house nestled among lush greenery under a bright sky. With a playful flourish, Baek Doa presented an instant camera. Baek Doa and Hannah, surrounded by three excited children, reacted with joy to finding an old instant camera. From under the eaves of their cheerful home, Baek Doa called for the children to gather for a photo. The camera clicked, capturing the moment. Hannah looked confused, holding a blank, undeveloped instant photo. The children and Hannah were disappointed and worried by the blank photo, wondering if the camera was broken. Baek Doa instructed Hannah to shake the developing photo. The children were amazed as the photo magically developed, revealing their family image, prompting one to exclaim Hannah was a magician. Hannah laughed, showing the developed photo to Baek Doa, commenting on his funny face. Baek Doa, with a slight, contented smile, asked if the photo had turned out well. Hannah proudly announced this was their very first family photo. A hand held up the newly developed, heartwarming family photo. Baek Doa's face was serious and contemplative, lost in thought. In the quiet, reflective living room, Baek Doa sat dejectedly on the couch as Hannah approached him with a drink. Hannah offered a drink can to Baek Doa. With a sly, teasing smile, Hannah questioned Baek Doa about his drinking habits, finding the idea of him not drinking beer boring. Baek Doa accepted the drink, thanking her as he opened the can. Looking earnestly at Hannah, Baek Doa asked when he could finally become a hero. Hannah casually commented that today's match hadn't been bad, her eyes thoughtful. Hannah encouraged Baek Doa, complimenting his fight and advising him to continue performing in similar matches. She specifically referred to the main event, the one where he fought the child. Hannah expressed relief that Baek Doa seemed okay, acknowledging many quit due to guilt. Hannah confidently reassured him not to worry about her. Baek Doa, determined, declared he was capable of an even more intense match. A determined, slightly sinister smile crossed Baek Doa's face as he revealed his motivation, to be reunited with his family. Hannah drank from her can, her gaze intent as she observed Baek Doa. Baek Doa offered to tell an interesting story, unsure if it would be helpful. He posed a curious question to Hannah, why Friday had left humans alone until now. The bold title, Black Friday, appeared. Earth spun serenely in the vast, star-filled expanse of space. Narration introduced, Player Friday, identified as back number 7. Player Friday stood poised as the kicker at a crucial moment. A powerful foot thudded, shattering the ground as it prepared to strike a soccer ball. With extreme focus and a sharp intake of breath, Player Friday kicked the soccer ball. The soccer ball blurred past at incredible speed. A futuristic city crackled with powerful, electric blue energy beams, connecting towering buildings. A massive, fiery explosion engulfed the city in a catastrophic display. A gloved hand pointed upwards, silhouetted against the chaotic, fiery explosion, hinting at immense power. A muscular man reacted with open-mouthed shock to a powerful, fast-moving event, emphasized by swooshing sounds. A single soccer ball waited, poised for a crucial moment. A heavy thud echoed as a boot settled amidst shattered rock, ready to strike. With a sharp intake of breath, the man with spiky blonde hair prepared for a powerful, twisting kick. The soccer ball, now a blur, raced with a menacing, glowing red eye. Blue energy surged, connecting towering skyscrapers in the futuristic city. A massive explosion erupted, consuming the urban landscape in chaotic flames. Against the fiery chaos, a gloved hand pointed upwards, directing the destruction. Something whistled past with a powerful swoosh, startling the floating figure. Unscathed amidst the destruction, the floating figure stood tall, gazing at the sky. With a soft thud, the floating figure collapsed to the ground. 8 days after the incident, Friday lay face down amidst the rubble, feeling quite sulky. Bored by humanity's predictable reactions, he sought a new, thrilling stimulus. Spreading protests against the World Alliance were reflected in Friday's partially open eye. His eye mirrored the citizens' widespread dissatisfaction with the World Alliance's incompetent response. Under a vibrant sunset, international flags waved as helicopters signaled a global response. Helicopters converged upon a skyscraper, the temporary World Alliance headquarters. Leaders from 228 countries gathered worldwide for a head-of-state summit. The angry crowd chanted, demanding, "Disband the incompetent World Alliance. Disband, disband." A reporter noted protests were intensifying over the ultra-luxury conference venue. Protesters vehemently shouted for the World Alliance to disband. President James Logan, frustrated by media involvement, wondered how they could appease the noisy protesters. President James Logan declared they would make only positive announcements, as another official called out, "Mr. President of Russia." A reporter pressed, "What do you think about the current situation?" The reporter sought to understand the president's position. President James Logan coldly dismissed them as ignorant fools. Two officials looked on with concern, digesting his harsh words. The reporter's eyes widened in surprise at the statement. An outraged spectator roared, "Say that again, you crazy bastard. Judge the incompetent." As a spectator shouted for the alliance to disband, a cannon boomed. Holding a rifle, President James Logan commanded, "Quiet," startling his aide. "There's no time," President James Logan declared, as the crowd reacted with a sudden surprise. President James Logan mused that Friday's appearance wouldn't be strange, asking, what death could be more ignorant than that? He ominously asserted that if Friday came to kill them, there's no more important opportunity than that. The World Alliance, he declared, would not miss this golden opportunity, directing all weapon systems. His gloved hand pointed forward, encompassing every weapon system that exists throughout the world. He vowed to turn this location into a complete wasteland without a single blade of grass, as bombers flew overhead. An unnamed crowd member thought, I know it's all a lie, with all the high officials here. With tears in his eyes, he wondered about the obvious lies politicians tell. You don't want to believe it, do you? President James Logan revealed they chose this public meeting place to voluntarily become bait. He urged, we don't want to use our citizens as bait, please value your lives. President James Logan made a solemn promise, the World Alliance will never abandon its citizens. The crowd listened, their expressions a mix of confusion and unease. A crowd member thought, realizing the danger, I should go see my parents. As they dispersed, murmurs spread, me too, I should go home too. The short bald man observed, the protesters are dispersing. To calm the boiling masses, a determined leader watched the crowd disperse. Just 1 minute was enough to achieve a fragile calm. A futuristic skyscraper, brightly lit, pierced the dark night sky. The United Nations emblem glowed, surrounded by an ominous, fiery light. The scene shifted to a grand, dimly lit conference hall, awaiting momentous decisions. The official reported that 3 countries had not attended, and Korea would be late. President James Logan urged them to proceed, without waiting, let's discuss countermeasures against Friday. As the official began his report, President James Logan abruptly interrupted, wait a moment. President James Logan proposed, let's first elect a leader to lead this alliance. The short bald man questioned with surprise, a leader? President James Logan argued for urgency, stating, nothing is more important than time right now, and insisted they needed a leader who could quickly coordinate opinions and make choices. Hands shot up in agreement, that seems right, we also agree, we agree. As the official began, then let's start with candidate selection. President James Logan cut him off, it's already decided. He declared the leader was already chosen, with our Russian person, stunning the other world leaders. The official urged, calm down, President Rychenko, insisting, we need a fairly elected leader. Maxim Rychenko explained, my homeland has been surrounded by enemy nations since ancient times. He revealed they had hidden strategic assets throughout the country, minimizing damage from Friday compared to other nations. Holding a small Russian flag, he asserted, this meeting's success or failure depends on Russia's participation, without a doubt. He sternly declared, the price for that is natural. Prime Minister Sakamoto angrily questioned, are you going to cause division already? A price. Maxim Rychenko addressed him, Prime Minister Sakamoto, can you handle it after the Friday incident ends? His intense eye showed he was not asking. I'm notifying you, Rychenko stated, leaving Prime Minister Sakamoto stunned and sweating. The U.S. official angrily declared, President Rychenko, if it's like this, we cannot cooperate, demanding a sincere apology. Maxim Rychenko retorted, how shameless, from someone who couldn't even protect one president. With a smirk, he pressed, your country broadcast the president's death live to the whole world, didn't it? Everyone knows that you're responsible for increasing the crisis. He concluded his accusation, in the current situation is absolutely not small. Am I wrong? A brightly lit skyscraper stood under a full moon, as a shooting star streaked across the night sky. The screen displayed the results. Maxim Rychenko was appointed World Alliance chairman with 205 votes for, 20 against, and 3 absent. Maxim Rychenko, now the first chairman of the World Alliance, confidently addressed them, your choice will never be wrong. Before the meeting, Maxim Rychenko announced, there's an experiment our homeland has been conducting. An official questioned, an experiment, as Rychenko introduced the 3rd Artillery Corps commander. Rychenko noted into the walkie-talkie, you came at the right time. Rychenko asked if preparations for the experiment were complete, and the bearded soldier confirmed, yes, Mr. President, preparations are complete. The soldier reported grimly, we've gathered them as you instructed. Maxim Rychenko gave the terse order, begin. The bearded soldier gestured towards the waiting missiles, initiating the operation. With a decisive click, the soldier pressed a button on the device. 2 immense missiles stood ready, emitting smoke and light as they prepared for launch. A gloved hand firmly pressed the large red button. With a tremendous rumbling, a missile launched powerfully into the sky. The floating figure, now small and doll-like, was held vulnerable in a large, armored hand. A blonde-haired girl wondered, why did they tell us to gather here, as a dark-haired boy gasped, wow. The dark-haired boy pointed excitedly at the sky, Mom, look at that. A glowing missile plunged rapidly through the sky, leaving a fiery contrail. A large, ominous crow with glowing red eyes led a flock of smaller birds through the cloudy sky. 2 red-eyed crows descended, drawn by a brilliant light on the horizon. A blinding, intense flash of light erupted. The bearded soldier silently witnessed the colossal, fiery explosion in the distance. Standing before the inferno, the bearded soldier held his device, his goggles reflecting the intense, fiery light. With focused eyes, the bearded soldier observed the terrifying results of the experiment. Friday's surprised reflection appeared on a screen, indicating his reaction to the event. Emerging from the flames, Friday shouted with raised fists, World Alliance is the best. The message came through the walkie-talkie, Friday has appeared. Maxim Rychenko smiled, declaring, that's very good news, as an official questioned, Chairman, what do you mean by experiment? Maxim Rychenko explained the vital need to be alive to prepare countermeasures, when the leader disappears, the group also collapses. With a sinister smirk, holding a Russian flag, Maxim Rychenko concluded they had a grave responsibility, stating they conducted dozens of experiments and finally figured it out. He dropped the bombshell, they could lure Friday by sacrificing 1 million people, eliciting widespread shock. Maxim Rychenko began to frame this horrific plan, saying, in a way, this is not just Russia's achievement. With a smooth, confident smile, he declared, but the World Alliance's first achievement, I think. No one could refute his words, the officials simply looked down in chilling silence. In fact, despite the horror, they were relieved. The UN emblem loomed, a stark reminder of the immense responsibility placed upon them. The widespread terror of confronting Friday made people cower in fear. They desperately needed a solution, a leader. Friday sat among the scattered corpses, looking up at a fallen missile, as the world sought someone to take responsibility. The grim title card, Black Friday, appeared. A helicopter flew across the calm ocean at night, under the light of a full moon. A voice through the headset reported, Regional Commander, they say the Russian president sacrificed 1 million citizens, this isn't right, is it? The voice then asked the crucial question, so did Friday appear? The aide with the helmet confirmed, yes, he appeared. The voice simply stated, competent, leaving the aide confused, yes. South Korea Representative Choi Bae-hung, with a serious expression, advised, let's not think too complicatedly. Under a serene full moon, a lone helicopter cut through the vast, dark ocean sky. Inside the dimly lit cockpit, Choi Bae-hung questioned his pilot, asking if the Russian president's sacrifice of 1 million citizens could truly be right. He then pressed, so did Friday appear, and the pilot confirmed his arrival. Choi Bae-hung simply declared, competent, prompting a confused humph from the pilot. Representative Choi Bae-hung, his focus unwavering, suggested they simplify their approach and not think too complicatedly. He continued, his next words hanging in the air with an unsettling anticipation. Then, his serious demeanor completely vanished as he anxiously confessed, "I really need to use the bathroom." The pilot exasperatedly informed him they were still over the South Sea, prompting Choi Bae-hung to humorously wonder if the ocean could serve. He desperately proposed a solution if the pilot just looked away, but the pilot's sharp refusal was absolute. Choi Bae-hung slunk in his seat, embarrassed, embodying the simple-mindedness that belied his title. His frustration reached a peak, wishing for the world to end, a baffling sentiment from a country's representative who internally needed to pull himself together. The majestic cityscape of Seoul, South Korea, now unfurled under a dramatic, fiery sunset. A breaking news report blared across the city, declaring a national emergency. The grim announcement continued, President Logan had been murdered by Friday, as the government pleaded for citizens to trust and comply amidst growing distress. Despite the calls for order, two desperate men violently clawed for scraps, one shouting, "I grabbed it first," while the other snarled that the dying should yield. A disorienting horn blasted through the haze. Then, a massive crash shook the street. A frustrated man yelled, demanding quiet departure, while a truck driver angrily retorted that there was no space to comply. The driver snapped at the bold man to leave quietly, as a bewildered boy desperately declared his need to get home quickly. An unseen hand reached out, its intentions unclear, as the boy looked back in confusion. Pure terror contorted the boy's face as he was pulled into a terrifying fall. With a grunt, he crashed violently to the ground. The man, now protectively holding the boy, questioned the sanity of whoever had caused the chaos. The boy's eyes, wide with bewildered innocence, searched for understanding. The confusion gave way to profound sadness as tears welled in his eyes. His distress erupted into a loud, primal scream. The man panicked, questioning what to do, as society crumbled into complete chaos in the wake of the Friday incident. A sudden shot rang out, met by the man's shocked surprise. And the chaos, it seemed, was only just beginning. It was a continuous series of unpredictable terror, a menacing soldier standing guard as paratroopers descended from the sky. A piercing emergency alert blared, warning of air raids and North Korea's declaration of war, as they invaded South Korea, seizing on the world's distraction by Friday. This was the world-changing event, known simply as the Friday incident. A new crisis emerged, North Korea's invasion of the South. But even greater was the agonizing internal conflict brewing within. Problems always caused chain reactions, and now, amidst loud arguing, men fiercely debated sacrificing areas below the Han River to protect Seoul. The debate quickly devolved into personal attacks, each accusing the other of selfish motives and protecting their own real estate. As one man furiously challenged, a calm voice cut through the tension, asking why they thought so complicatedly. Choi Bae-hung, now fully in view, outlined the core principles of cause, justification, and responsibility, hinting that all problems pointed to a single, inevitable solution. Army Special Warfare Commander Choi Bae-hung then confidently declared he possessed a simple and clear method. The other men exchanged surprised glances, questioning the very idea of a method. The South Korean flag waved proudly, a symbol of resilient national spirit. Then, Choi Bae-hung entered, covered in blood and carrying a corpse, casually announcing, "Major Choi is here." One man stammered, attempting a casual excuse about being late, before dissolving into incoherent shock. "No. No. No way," the man gasped, as something significant dropped with a soft thud. Choi Bae-hung provocatively addressed the room, implying they all knew exactly what he meant. With a sinister smile, Choi Bae-hung asked if this was the cause, prompting an enraged retort about it being a solution. One furious man demanded to know who had dared to entrust this to that guy, questioning the very acting authority. A man with glasses announced the People's Army's intention to surrender, a revelation that sparked immediate speculation about unification. With a self-satisfied, bloodied smile, Choi Bae-hung suggested a big reward was in order for Major Choi. The government, acknowledging internal issues like North-South unification and Choi Bae-hung's perceived merits, dispatched him as South Korea's representative. However, this official position merely masked a deeper, unstated truth. The grim reality was that they needed a scapegoat, and with a casual, "Sorry for being late," Choi Bae-hung stepped into the formal room. He then confidently introduced himself, "I'm the South Korea representative." One man, filled with disdain, questioned South Korea's choice, calling it an affront to send a mere soldier, not even a general, despite their chaos. He continued to dismissively ask if South Korea had no pride, demanding they send someone of proper rank instead. As an angry voice ordered him to leave immediately, Choi Bae-hung scoffed, "What a load of crap." The interpreter gasped in surprise as Choi Bae-hung casually told her there was no need to translate. With a menacing grin, Choi Bae-hung asserted that a universal language existed, raising a challenging fist. Angry voices erupted, questioning his sanity and audacity in such a setting. They furiously called for a lesson to be taught to the rude Korean soldier, demanding Korea be added to the list of internationally sanctioned countries. Choi Bae-hung calmly reflected that he had grown tired of working under others, and had been happy when asked to represent. With an intense gaze, he challenged the others, asking if they were still trying to climb to the top, even in this precarious situation. An angry man accused him of acting out because he couldn't handle the responsibility of his position. Are you all idiots? Choi Bae-hung retorted defiantly, asserting he was there precisely because it was a position of immense responsibility. Standing tall, he simply declared, if you want respect, show respect. The angry man, condescending, snapped that if the military man was uneducated, he should at least have some sense, questioning his understanding of representatives. He pointedly warned Choi Bae-hung to properly observe the powerful leaders gathered, emphasizing the presence of all the nuclear-armed countries. Then came the chilling declaration, erasing Korea from the map is nothing. The man menacingly revealed a disturbing rumor, that if 1 million people were sacrificed, Friday would appear. With a sinister smile and an intense orange glow, Choi Bae-hung provocatively asked if they should try using their new weapon too. The men in suits reacted with visible shock and alarm. Outraged voices, a cacophony of fury, called him a crazy bastard, as the conference, initially assembled under a clear pretext, descended into chaos. But the true essence of their gathering was irrevocably blurred, lost in the escalating tension. As an unseen voice demanded Korea's expulsion, Choi Bae-hung defiantly questioned, am I the criminal? Then, an elder statesman's calm, commanding voice cut through the clamor, enough. The elder statesman decisively ended the meeting for the day, citing jet lag, and scheduled its resumption for the next morning. But the angry man protested furiously, insisting that for the organization's dignity, strict discipline must be clearly enforced. With eyes now glowing red, the elder statesman reiterated his command, his voice radiating menacing power, I said today's meeting ends here, didn't I? The angry man recoiled, his face contorted in profound shock and fear. The elder statesman then calmly instructed Choi Bae-hung to return as Korea's representative the next day. With a confident smile, Choi Bae-hung simply accepted, I will. Under a blanket of stars, the city settled into a moment of serene peace. The thoughtful man lay in bed, reflecting that the World Alliance meeting had been a bit much, and that Choi Bae-hung didn't seem normal either. He then realized a woman was lying next to him, and in his surprise, she calmly explained, there's only one bed. Appearing embarrassed, he offered to go sleep elsewhere, much to her amusement. Her hand subtly clutched his shirt, a quiet, intimate gesture. He looked back, his expression a mix of surprise and unspoken questions. Please listen to my story until the end, she pleaded earnestly, holding him close. The dramatic title card declared the theme, Black Friday Superhero. The majestic city lights stretched endlessly below, a sprawling tapestry of human endeavor. The powerful, bald man stood in pensive silence, gazing out at the vast cityscape. His thoughtful expression hinted at deep, intense contemplation. His face settled into a stern, almost ominous, intensity. Then, his voice low and full of ominous anticipation, he declared, I was waiting for this. The vast, futuristic cityscape stretched out, bathed in an ethereal blue glow under the night sky. From high above, a muscular man gazed out at the sprawling city, his silent contemplation hinting at profound intentions. A blue light blinked above his head, an indicator of the calm alertness held within his steady gaze. His eyes, wide and unblinking, focused with a singular, intense purpose. A knowing, confident smile played on his lips, a silent declaration of his hidden agenda. An unseen voice echoed, I was waiting for you. Chapter 13, Great Partners, began with the silent grandeur of a futuristic tower piercing the night. Baek Doa, exhaling a plume of steam, met the faint smile of the muscular man in the dimly lit room. Baek Doa, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity, smirked, you were waiting for me? As if you expected me to come. How fascinating. Through Baek Doa's intense eye, the chilling realization dawned, because this was all planned. From the cold expanse of space, a stark truth echoed, only 2.5 billion humans remain alive. The muscular man with gray hair, a slight smirk playing on his lips, confidently declared, we figured out what you like. We have plenty of ways to entertain you. He extended his hand, a confident, inviting gesture, proposing, we can be great partners. Baek Doa's confident, slightly mischievous smirk offered no immediate answer, only a hint of his own intentions. The high-stakes negotiations faded as the scene shifted to a mundane hallway with restroom signs. Inside a brightly lit public restroom, two men conducted their hushed business. The man in the brown shirt vented his annoyance, seriously, that Korean soldier ruined the whole conference room mood, to which the man in the gray shirt readily agreed, I know, right? He smirked conspiratorially, proposing, let's make sure Tio teach him a lesson once the Friday matter is over, with a casual, ironic addendum about saving humanity first. The man in the brown shirt exhaled in relief, oblivious to the imposing, scar-faced man who stood silently behind him. The scar-faced man, his back still turned, unexpectedly confessed, my stomach keeps hurting from the nerves. The man in the brown shirt, now serious, turned to him directly, let me ask you something. What's your plan to eliminate Friday? The scar-faced man offered only a moment of thoughtful, evasive silence. Impatient, the man in the brown shirt taunted, guess you can't even speak English without a translator. With deadpan delivery, the scar-faced man replied, sex, eliciting a bewildered from the man in the brown shirt. In a blissful vision, the scar-faced man confidently espoused his bizarre theory, even during wars, famines, and colonial times, people had a lot of sex. If that guy doesn't, he's either impotent or an alien. The man in the brown shirt, exasperated, cut him off, enough. Cut the nonsense, while the man in the gray shirt scoffed, you call that a solution? TCH. With a sly, knowing expression, the scar-faced man reiterated, yeah, well, we need to find out something, no. We have to find something that works, whether it's seducing him with a beauty. The man in the brown shirt explained the dire reality, the enemy isn't a group, has no cause, and no clear intent. If logic worked, this would have been solved long ago. The scar-faced man, smirking, taunted, maybe he's into older men like you. Looks like you got a shot at saving humanity like you wanted, igniting a visible rage in the man in the brown shirt. You lunatic, the man in the brown shirt roared, striking him across the face, yet the scar-faced man remained eerily calm. If IT weren't for this crisis, you'd be working under someone for life, he raged, there's only so much I can tolerate. Unbothered, the scar-faced man merely smirked, was that supposed to offend me? Most people in this world live like that anyway. But I'm good at twisting words, the scar-faced man coolly stated, and the man in the brown shirt suddenly landed on the ground with a solid thud. With a stern, determined face, he declared, what I get, I always pay it back. Another brutal impact contorted the man in the brown shirt's face. The scar-faced man continued his relentless assault, striking the man on the ground again and again as the man in the gray shirt averted his gaze. With another swift strike, the scar-faced man suddenly looked confused, asking, what the hell is going on now? From off-panel, the man in the brown shirt's desperate shouts for security. Security, echoed. Enraged, the man in the brown shirt pointed, falsely accusing, that soldier just assaulted me. He attacked me, the leader of a nation. The scar-faced man, still on the ground, could only utter a baffled HUH. The man in the gray shirt, feigning shock, pointed dramatically, I saw it with my own eyes. That soldier struck him unprovoked. Suddenly, Park Dusik, his red eyes glowing ominously, appeared, sternly instructing the surprised scar-faced man, please come with me. The scar-faced man, meeting Park Dusik's gaze defiantly, challenged, and if I refuse? Park Dusik, his red eyes glowing, calmly delivered a menacing warning, you may get hurt. Park Dusik, a country's representative himself, expressed his profound boredom with the entire charade, this is already boring. In a stark, sepia-toned vision, a masked man reflected on his past, when IT was all about becoming stronger, concluding with the grim thought, like that, I won again. And again, the voice continued, explaining that, after so many victories, his triumphs began to feel hollow. The voice mused that, the outcome started to feel obvious, as a massive, bloodied blade symbolized his overwhelming strength. Standing impassively before a massive explosion, the man concluded that immense strength ultimately meant living in boredom. A gruesome, bloody corpse, marked by a glowing symbol, prompted a confused, questioning sound. Back in reality, the scar-faced man, his foot resting on a bloody corpse, exclaimed in surprised disgust, what's with this guy? His foot still on the bloody corpse, he rhetorically asked, don't you think it's unfair? He pondered, you were just following orders, so why should you bear more accountability? They're the ones who gave vague orders to you. The scar-faced man thoughtfully mused on the shifting nature of blame, acknowledging, one word can shift the weight of responsibility. Finding the right answer in that gap is hard. Despite finding the situation unfair, he concluded with resignation, but what can I do? Even if we find it unfair, it's on us to take responsibility. For the record, I always pay back what I get, he stated, as a sickening groan escaped, then added to the corpse, don't resent me too much. He detailed his gruesome intention, you're gonna hear a squelching sound, from me digging through your eyes like jelly. The squelching sound jolted Park Dusik, his eyes wide in sudden realization, that sound. I'd forgotten. Bloodied, his face contorted, Park Dusik remembered a specific, horrific moment, it happened once. The moment I broke. The whirring of military drones brought back the memory of the deafening roar I heard during deployment. His bloodied face contorted in terror, Park Dusik confessed, since that day, I became terrified of that sound. His eyes wide, Park Dusik asked with a chilling earnestness, have you ever heard the sound that stands between life and death? The scar-faced man let out an exaggerated scream, wah wah. Ayakak, as he viciously pulled at the corpse's head. With a soft thud, the scar-faced man knelt beside the man in the brown shirt, who lay unconscious on the floor. The scar-faced man erupted into maniacal laughter, fa ha 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 ha. Can't believe that actually worked. Keek, surprised by his own unexpected victory. He mocked his victim, observing, he's surprisingly naive, unlike his looks. Keek, as the man in the brown shirt lay bleeding from his nose. The man in the brown shirt, horrified and with a nosebleed, gasped, that guy is the craziest bastard I've ever met, he concluded with wide-eyed terror. The scar-faced man, eyes closed in pure joy, laughed heartily. Inside the elevator, the scar-faced man smugly asked Park Dusik, isn't it great now that you apologized, adding with faux cheer, I'm simple like that. I accept apologies easily. The elevator panel slowly ascended, displaying the number 19. The scar-faced man threw an arm around Park Dusik's shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, let's do better tomorrow, to which Park Dusik offered a strained, sure, A sudden tap caught his attention, and the scar-faced man uttered a confused "huh." On the elevator floor, a white-haired man lay dismembered and bleeding profusely, his boot resting eerily close. Park Dusik gasped, Chairman, while the man in the grey shirt exclaimed, wait, what on earth is, as they and another man in a suit recoiled in shock. The scar-faced man's eye, sharp and intensely focused, gleamed with an unreadable intent. Down a long, cold, blue-lit hallway, a floating figure, Friday, walked away. Friday's face distorted in unbridled rage, red eyes glowing as he declared, I'm seriously pissed off right now. Back in the elevator, the scar-faced man, now displaying a determined resolve, uttered the name, Friday. As Park Dusik stared in shock, the distressed men in suits pleaded, PL please, SIR. While the scar-faced man, confused, raised his hands. Please protect us, the man in the grey shirt finished, leaving the scar-faced man sweating and overwhelmed, internally questioning, how am I supposed to win against him? Through the eerie, blue-lit corridor, Friday moved with an unsettling purpose. I'm really angry now, Friday declared, his face contorted in furious red light. The man with scars suddenly called out Friday's name. Please, Sir Soldier, the men pleaded desperately, leaving the scar-faced man utterly confused. Please protect us, one man begged, as the scar-faced man internally questioned how he could possibly win against such overwhelming odds. The scar-faced man's hand subtly shifted, a grenade now gripped within it. A nearby man reacted with startled surprise at the sight of the grenade. No, I'm not saying let's all die, another man frantically insisted, as the scar-faced man pondered a profound choice. May this choice be the choice for us, the scar-faced man declared with a chilling smirk, grenade pin in hand. The grenade and its pin separated with a decisive click. An explosion rocked the area, leaving a digital 19 amidst the fiery debris. The chaos intensified, the countdown now at 18. Amidst the fiery destruction, the number dropped to 16. The explosion continued its devastating unfold, now at 14. Fire and smoke spread as the timer reached 11. High above, a vast, majestic city stretched out, a tapestry of artificial light. Floating above the blue-glowing metropolis, Friday proposed a partnership to the skeptical man with light hair. Friday's confident smirk was unnervingly potent, his red eyes burning with an otherworldly glow. The chairman, though hesitant, reached out a hand in reply. You seem flustered, Friday observed, detailing a grand orchestration from the World Union meeting to the missile experiments. Everything was prepared just for you, Friday concluded, the words resonating deeply with the chairman. Friday's sinister offer promised every kind of demise the chairman desired, implying a shared enjoyment in humanity's destruction. Because I am the chairman of the World Union, he declared with a confident smirk. Despite the blood-stained scarf at his neck, the chairman's sinister smirk remained unsettlingly resolute. Wow, Friday gasped, the realization hitting that this elaborate scheme was not human nature, but a plan solely for him. Why? The chairman whimpered, terror and confusion etched on his face as blood streamed from his eyes. Friday's gaze was cold, asking why an ant would ever pretend to be human. Countless life forms thrived on Earth, the narration began. Its surface held a serene, immeasurable vastness. Within this world, ants lived industrious lives. They were, in fact, the most successful group among animal families, ants. Yet, a great threat existed for these creatures. That threat was humanity itself. With calculated curiosity, this human placed a stone directly on top of the anthill. The ants, their home suddenly blocked, displayed a flurry of varied, desperate reactions. Some ran around in utter confusion. Others, determined, tried to somehow dislodge the massive stone. Some even attacked the very human who caused their distress. For the human, it was a sinister amusement, but for the ants, it was a brutal fight for survival. Then, surprisingly, one ant began to violently kill its own kind. Then, that ant deliberately placed the corpses of its brethren before the human. The human, with glowing red eyes, found this new situation both interesting and darkly amusing. But the aftermath, it was quickly realized, posed a significant problem. "We can be good partners," the boy with dark hair offered, holding the tiny ant with manipulative intent. The human's reaction was a swift and burning anger. An enraged human crushed the ant, dismissive of such an unrealistic partnership proposal from a mere insect. "Listen up, ants," a voice commanded from above the bloodied ground. Blood splattered, Friday declared a grim resolve, to remain merely the cause. A towering, futuristic skyscraper pierced the night sky, bathed in a cool blue glow. "Wow, my luck is really good today," the scar-faced man chirped, a strange optimism in the tense air. "But is there any point in running away?" a gray-shirt man questioned, feeling utterly trapped as if in a net. "With just that bag, we can all survive," the man in gray insisted, prompting the scar-faced man to question its mysterious power. The bag, he explained with intense conviction, contained the cutting-edge weapon that would save humanity, held by the chief of staff. The scar-faced man casually asked about the chairman's head, but the other dismissed it as merely inviting misunderstandings. His actions, the gray-shirt man explained with a cunning smirk, would prove his unique closeness to Lechenko. He then declared his audacious intention to ascend to the position of chairman. What kind of crazy person would believe that just by seeing a head, the gray-shirt man argued, only to be shrewdly told that it depended entirely on who did it. He confidently asserted that if he explained it, everyone would be convinced. "Chief of Staff," the premier demanded urgently, cutting off the hesitant reply. "Hand over the bag," the premier commanded, his reach aggressive and immediate. "Everyone, focus," the premier shouted, commanding attention as he held up the briefcase. Just as he began to declare himself chairman, a woman interrupted with a horrified gasp, "What is that head?" "Don't tell me, the chairman," she stammered in horror, as the premier frantically tried to explain, and the chief of staff shouted, Mr. President." A gunshot rang out, and blood splattered as terror filled a man's eyes. "How dare you harm the president of my motherland?" an enraged man with dark hair roared, multiple gunshots echoing his fury. Gunshots exchanged as one man cried, "Summary exesu," while another pleaded for calm. "Mr. President, you must evacuate," the chief of staff tried to warn, before a laser blast silenced him, a sinister smile lingering nearby. With a final thud, a man collapsed dead onto the blood-soaked floor. "You piece of trash," the enraged gray-shirt man roared, firing repeatedly as the man with dark hair skillfully dodged the bullets. Multiple figures collapsed, each fatally struck in the head. Gunfire erupted as contradictory commands echoed through the chaos, "Stop that bastard," and, "Everyone, calm down." Human emotions, under such duress, simplified and became extreme in a group. The moment they began to fall, they descended an uncontrollable path. In their tragic collapse, the essence of the problem was utterly forgotten amidst the carnage. It unfolded just like falling dominoes. A woman cowered, desperately covering her ears against the relentless sound of gunfire. The scar-faced man crouched protectively before the cowering woman. He exhaled calmly, a moment of control amidst the terror, as the woman still cowered behind him. "Save me," the woman pleaded desperately, but was met with a hushed, "Shoo." "Excited people shoot at anything that makes a sound," the scar-faced man gravely explained. On a blood-soaked surface, a tiny ant began to crawl unsettlingly across a man's face. The ant crept closer, inching towards the man's vacant, open eye. It paused right beside the wide, unseeing eye, an invasive horror. Amidst the horrific carnage, a gray-shirt man looked up, stunned by the devastation. "Goo, my arm." The injured man groaned, as the scar-faced man smugly asked, "Why don't you listen until the end?" "See, didn't I tell you?" "People only look at the results," the scar-faced man asserted with cynical resolve. "But rest assured," he declared, his image reflected in the injured man's eye, "I secured the bag." "Gee, good job." "No, well done," the injured man stammered, then desperately asked if the briefcase was truly humanity's cutting-edge weapon. "Yes, that's right," the scar-faced man confirmed with a smug, triumphant smirk. The gray-shirt man's eyes narrowed, a new puzzle forming in his mind. "A nuclear weapon," the man gasped, as a terrifying red button labeled, "Caution Nuclear," was revealed. "The location is already designated," the injured man insisted with macabre enthusiasm, "you just need to press the launch button." "Nukes won't work on him," the scar-faced man said with a sigh of disappointment, "I thought it was some kind of new weapon." "You know it too," the injured man lectured, reminding him that sacrificing 1 million people would undoubtedly draw Friday's attention. We have to survive, he rationalized with an insidious smile, so that the people can have hope, right? What are you hesitating about? He pressed impatiently, urging a focus on percentages, not just raw numbers. 1 million is merely 0.004% of the current human population, the gray-shirt man argued, but the scar-faced man questioned the morality of such a detached decision. They are my people, so I decided, he declared with cold, unyielding resolve. His blood-splattered mouth uttered the grim finality, the optimal location. So. A red, spectral line curved ominously into existence. Press the button, you bastard, the scar-faced man commanded, his face etched with fury. We don't have time, do it now, the injured man insisted with critical urgency. A finger hovered, poised in a moment of pivotal, tense decision. An explosive impact scattered debris and dust everywhere. I definitely pressed it, why isn't it working? The injured man cried in bewildered disbelief, don't tell me it's broken. Why isn't it activating? Both men gasped in desperate, wide-eyed panic. A sudden, forceful surge of energy ripped through the space. You crazy bastard, the words were hurled, filled with furious condemnation. A powerful, primal eye with a vertical pupil revealed an unexpectedly menacing nature. You see, I'm originally, the bloodied man began cryptically, further confusing the scar-faced man. Skilled at being annoying, he boasted smugly, as a shadowy, powerful figure emerged behind him, unsettling the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man pondered, a suspicious glint in his eye, is this also a show put on just for me? With fierce, glowing orange eyes, Friday declared, I won't be fooled by an ant. A raw, explosive burst of orange energy erupted outwards. Fuck, I'm screwed, LOL, the man with gray hair grinned maniacally, orange light blazing from his eyes. A swirling vortex of energy consumed the futuristic skyscraper, signaling a catastrophic event. The skyscraper was then engulfed in a brilliant, blinding explosion of light. From Earth, a colossal, rainbow-tinged beam of light pierced the atmosphere, shooting directly toward the moon. The muscular man with gray hair, his eyes burning with intense yellow light, declared fiercely that he would not fall for an ant's tricks. An explosive surge of golden light ripped through the dark, signaling an overwhelming release of power. From the heart of a skyscraper, a swirling vortex of white and purple energy began to emanate, twisting against the nebulae-filled night sky. A blinding flash of white and gold light then consumed the entire cityscape, overwhelming everything in its path. From Earth, a colossal blue energy beam, rimmed with rainbow light, pierced the atmosphere and shot directly towards the distant moon. A solitary blue laser beam projected from Earth's surface, stretching into the vast, silent reaches of space. Up close, the cold, distant texture of a celestial body's icy surface remained stark and unyielding. The narration revealed that the colossal beam from that day could be seen even 4,000 kilometers away, as Friday observed its ascent from a snowy mountain. The severely injured man with scars groaned in gruesome pain, his bloody hands and body impaled with metal rods. Despairing and overwhelmed by his wounds, the man with scars begged to be killed, lamenting the intense pain. A small object dropped near the injured man's bloodied and scarred face, landing with a soft thud. Amidst the blood and debris, a small, glowing bottle of medicine lay desolate on the ground. The man with scars, battered and bleeding, looked up from the ground and called out to Friday. Defiantly, the injured man offered Friday a gift. Friday reacted with a curious surprise, questioning the word gift as a metal canister unexpectedly landed on his head. With glowing red eyes, Friday intently watched the small metal canisters as they floated eerily around him. As liquid sprayed from the canisters, the injured man cried out in chaotic pain and surprise. Unexpectedly, the injured man let out a comical sneeze, then looked up in bewildered confusion despite his severe injuries. Still puzzled after the sneeze, the injured man maintained his confused expression, lost in thought. The injured man, covered in blood, then burst into a broad smile, a defiant and humorous reaction to his situation. Friday, looking down from above, began to laugh at the injured man, who simply looked up confused by the dark humor. Friday ceased his laughter, clutching his belly as if in pain from amusement, then directly asked the injured man what he found so funny. The injured man, holding a metal rod with defiant resolve, declared that Friday was not invincible either. Friday, his face contorted in anger, shouted at the injured man, demanding that he stop acting special. With glowing red eyes, Friday expressed his cold and intense disappointment. Unfazed by Friday's anger, the injured man, with a determined glint in his eye, simply asked if he could make a phone call. Friday smugly remarked on the injured man's predictable desire to call his family, only for the man to identify himself as Major Choi Baehung, speaking into a walkie-talkie to Commander Yakin. Friday, his face furrowed in angry frustration, demanded to know why the injured man had even bothered to ask for permission. From behind, Friday, holding a walkie-talkie, made a new discovery in the mysterious urban night. The narration revealed a surprising truth, even Friday, despite his power, had vulnerabilities, as suggested by a hint of red light on his furry, upturned face. With resolved determination, the injured man told the person on the walkie-talkie that he would leave the rest to them. A close-up of a bloodied hand holding a walkie-talkie showed a message from Swiss_Commander Ch1, its arrival marked by a clear signal. The injured man, his face scarred and bloody, smiled, amused by the directness of his interlocutor. Friday, pondering thoughtfully, remarked that the previous interaction had been peculiar. With a smug smirk, Friday dismissed the peculiarity as merely a bit, nothing more. The injured man, looking up from the ground, asked Friday if he was referring to the special thing he'd mentioned. The special thing was merely the mundane warmth of sizzling grilled pork belly shared with coworkers after a long day. Or perhaps the refreshing simplicity of a cold beer at home after an invigorating workout. Or even the nostalgic comfort of watching a hero movie in theaters, as a cartoon boy on screen enthusiastically cheered on Hero Ajusi. The injured man sternly asserted that none of those mundane activities were special at all. The injured man, bleeding and impaled with metal rods, reflected that even the normal daily life he had never given much meaning became profoundly special the moment Friday appeared. The injured man shouted his question to Friday, who dismissively replied, "Nope," with a broad, arrogant smile. Friday, with a sinister and arrogant smile, declared that everything would soon be over, as he doubted humanity could entertain him any longer. The injured man, wincing with pain, expressed his strong dislike for a particular saying. Looking towards the hopeful yet bleak horizon, the injured man quoted the saying, "Where the world ends, a beginning awaits." The setting sun painted the sky with a hopeful glow, as the injured man urged Friday not to be too disappointed. The injured man, covered in blood and holding something cupped in his hands, promised Friday that much fun stuff would reveal itself in the future, as Friday looked on with a hint of a smile. Looking regretful with a missing finger, the injured man lamented that he couldn't even manage this one last task, feeling deep shame. The injured man philosophically stated, with blood dripping from his nose, that assigning meaning to things was, after all, a difficult way to live. His voice trailing off, the injured man began to articulate something that still bothered him, blood dripping from his nose. The injured man's face remained pensive and weary, blood still visible as he sank deeper into thought. Under the bright morning light, the injured man lay collapsed against concrete rubble, heavily bleeding amidst the dust. Friday stood triumphantly over the collapsed body of the injured man, looking back with an ominous smirk as a new day dawned. Friday mused thoughtfully, his red eyes reflecting the dawning sky, repeating the injured man's phrase, "Fun stuff will happen." The majestic sun rose over a clear sky, casting brilliant orange and red hues, signaling a new, perhaps terrifying, beginning. In a black and white vision, a massive, statue-like Friday stood eerily prominent within a dim, industrial-like interior before smaller, awestruck figures. The stern face of Ch1, the base commander, appeared in a close-up, his expression intense and serious in the grey lighting of the vision. Soldiers moved chaotically through battle, firing their weapons amid bright muzzle flashes, their actions frozen in the black and white memory. A single tear streamed down Friday's face, his expression a complex mix of pain and a slight smile in the hazy, black and white vision. Friday stood powerfully, cape billowing and one arm raised, emanating light and surrounded by destructive lightning in the stormy, black and white vision. A large, bald man grinned triumphantly, raising a fist as a crowd of smaller soldiers cheered around him in the exultant, black and white memory. A crowd gazed up at the towering, muscular figure from the side, filled with awe in the bright, black and white vision. Friday's wild, fang-bearing expression, mid-laugh or shout, conveyed an intense ferocity in the black and white vision. A statue of Friday, labeled God Friday, stood reverently on a pedestal against a cloudy sky, emblematic of worship in this black and white vision. From above, a massive, bald man grinned widely as he punched the ground with immense, destructive force, creating an explosion of dust and debris. The large man smiled contentedly, his eyes closed, surrounded by a cheering crowd in the joyful, black and white vision. In a grand stadium, Friday stood alone on a high platform, overseeing a massive, cheering crowd that looked up in adulation. Friday's triumphant, broad grin revealed fangs, his sparkling eyes conveying a wild intensity in the black and white vision. In a tragic, grim vision, 3 blood-covered children, armed with improvised weapons, stood around their seemingly deceased mother in a destroyed room. Friday, distressed, tumbled through a chaotic, heavy snowfall, his cloak and pointy ears visible in the cold, black and white vision. Several skeletal hands reached upwards, accompanied by ominous, disembodied eyes, forming a macabre scene in the black and white vision. A quiet city street at night, with tall buildings and a snow-covered pine tree, offered a serene yet cold scene under a dark, star-filled sky. The narration explained that human society managed to entertain Friday after that, allowing them all to survive until now, as a person slept soundly in bed. A man with dark hair slept peacefully in his bed, his expression calm and serene. In the dim blue light of a dark room, a woman stood pensively, looking away. The woman walked gracefully down the stairs of a modern apartment, illuminated by a strong blue light beam. The woman stood by a large window, gazing contemplatively out at the vast, starry night sky. A close-up revealed the woman's hand delicately holding a lighter, a faint red glow emanating from within. The woman smoked a cigarette by the window, her expression pensive and melancholic under the dim blue light. With a sigh of tired relief, the woman let out a quiet, phew. As she looked at a device displaying images of men, the woman pondered if events were mere chance or fate, silently asking for an explanation. Her thoughts then identified one of the men on the screen as Dad, showing two men smiling with shovels in a lush green environment. A weathered danger sign, triangular and covered in vines, partially obscured a blurred, distant tall structure, serving as an overgrown warning. The narration explained that just as the world rapidly changed after the Friday incident, so too did the seasons, showing deer in an overgrown urban landscape. The narration continued, highlighting the seasonal change through a vibrant close-up of moss-covered rock and lush foliage beneath a bright blue sky. Sweating and serious, the man with dark hair addressed Do-nim. A smiling woman, confident and inviting, simply declared, "Let's go." The woman's face, with a subtle smirk and small pointy ears, displayed an intriguing confidence. He reflected on the cherished smiles captured in the photograph. Even as he pushed his body, his gaze lingered on a small frame. He simply lay there, finding brief solace in the open sky above. Then, with a serious thought, he called out a single name, Doa. An inviting voice offered, "Shall we go get some fresh air together?" Her gaze held a serious anticipation for what lay ahead. A rusted danger sign, swallowed by vines, stood before a dilapidated, dome-shaped ruin. Just as the world changed rapidly after the Friday incident, nature began to reclaim its own. The seasons, too, were quickly shifting, manifesting in vibrant new growth. Through this rewilded urban landscape, the man and woman continued their journey. He questioned her choice to go out instead of having a match, wondering if she was just being considerate, but she clarified it was a monthly arena maintenance day. As he observed their surroundings, the man mused about Jamsil, recognizing it as a bustling place. They walked through a busy, overgrown market, a boy running playfully ahead. While a child pleaded for snacks, the man ordered food and drinks. The woman noted the surprisingly different atmosphere for a ruined world, and he replied that it was simply ingrained in people. He continued his thought, reflecting on the days before, when life was normal. Not all regions were like Jamsil, he explained, as each sector had a totally different environment. Again, he called out to Doa. With curiosity, he asked the woman if she liked cotton candy, even as she held a blue bear-shaped one. She confessed her dislike for sweets, and he acknowledged her preference. The woman explained their economy, where groceries and necessities served as currency, with cigarettes holding the value of King Sejong per stick. Deciding she would eat the cotton candy anyway, the man laughed in light-hearted amusement. He watched something intently. A boy walked past an old, vine-covered vending machine. The man inquired about the boy, as a spectral, sad vision of the child's past self appeared behind him. Playfully, the man announced he would take her cotton candy, startling her. With humorous disappointment, the woman lamented that she had wanted two. Two old vending machines stood covered in vines, remnants of a forgotten time. The man offered the cotton candy to the boy with a grin. The boy remained unresponsive, his eyes wide, as the man held out the sweet. The boy stared ahead, his expression unchanging. He continued to look forward, still unresponsive. The boy's face twisted into a puzzled expression. With a mischievous grin, the man held the boy from behind, insisting he wouldn't let go until the boy ate it. The man and boy sat at an abandoned bus stop, while the woman stood nearby. The boy quietly gazed at the blue cotton candy bear he held. The boy tentatively brought the sweet to his lips. He took a bite of the blue cotton candy bear. The boy's eyes widened in surprise after tasting the cotton candy. With a sly smile, the man observed the boy's surprised reaction. The man invited the boy to an amusement park, his words seeming to entice the child as he looked down, a trace of drool on his chin. The woman echoed, "Amusement park," in surprise. A grand arena, lit by dramatic spotlights, awaited. The blonde-haired man casually remarked to the muscular man that he was working hard on his day off. The muscular man welcomed the hero and his guests, while the blonde-haired man confirmed their preparations were complete. Looking down at his opponent, the man with dark hair insisted they waste no time and start immediately. As a muscular, bandaged figure began to rise, the man with dark hair commanded the match to begin. A powerful impact echoed as the muscular opponent raised an arm, poised to strike. The man with dark hair prepared to confront the muscular, bandaged figure falling towards him. He stood dominant over his muscular opponent, who lay defeated on the ground. The man with dark hair gazed down at his fallen, bandaged opponent. The muscular opponent was violently slammed into the ground, causing a tremendous impact. The man in the brown shirt knelt on broken ground, red glowing footprints etched onto his chest. The blonde-haired man revealed that the opponent's previous matches ended in organ rupture, prompting the man with dark hair to ask for his story, a detail the blonde-haired man himself was curious about. He had once been a scholar dedicated to animal research, often speaking of peace. Believing in coexistence through love, he reportedly ventured to Africa to prove his theory. There, he disappeared without a trace. Years after his disappearance, rumors circulated that he had been eaten by a wild animal in the savannah. Then, a hunter made contact. A sharp click rang out. The scientist, Ch1, complained about being called for something so trivial, expressing his concern and stress. With an exasperated sigh, Ch1 pointed out the commonality of mammals similar to humans. The scientist reacted with confusion and shock. A gasp of recognition escaped the scientist as he identified the figure caught in the net as Professor Equia Kim. Reportedly, the captured figure was barely recognizable as human, having forgotten how to speak and walking on all fours, prompting the hunter to describe him as a beast. Narration described the snarling, red-eyed figure, caught in ropes, as a beast with a human face. The blonde-haired man cunningly observed the importance of environment and position, lamenting humanity's stagnation. As a muscular figure was threatened by a giant, fierce creature, the blonde-haired man declared that living things only evolve when they sense danger. A heavy thud accompanied the muscular man's surprised and questioning look. A clenched fist pressed against the cracked ground, radiating fierce determination. The man in the brown shirt marched forward with determined steps, his chest glowing. The muscular opponent snarled with fierce rage, his eyes glowing red. The muscular opponent grabbed the man in the brown shirt, whose chest was marked with glowing red footprints, in a violent and aggressive hold. A bandaged hand pressed against a textured surface, tense with effort. His fist clenched, radiating immense power. The blonde-haired man reacted with wide-eyed shock at the notion of someone wearing skin as clothing. A guttural roar accompanied the opponent's crushing grip, tightening around the man in the brown shirt. The man in the brown shirt delivered a powerful mid-air kick. He powerfully punched the ground, cracking it with immense force. The man in the brown shirt continued to punch the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The impact created a blurring rush of motion. His mouth was tightly set, gritting his teeth in determination. The blonde-haired man grinned widely, an unsettling triumph in his eyes. As the man in the brown shirt lay defeated in a glowing crater, the blonde-haired man questioned if humanity was finally beginning to change. The man asked the boy if he was ready for the roller coaster, telling him to hold on tight as they prepared to depart. The man grinned excitedly, but the boy beside him looked apprehensive about the ride ahead. With arms raised and a joyful laugh, the man emerged from the ride, while the boy sat calmly beside him. He gleefully declared how much fun he was having, much to the boy's annoyance. The man excitedly announced their next destination, the Viking boat, as the boy sat quietly on a swing. With a playful remark about bigger waves, the man pushed the boy higher on the swing. The man let out a joyful swoosh as he swung, fully immersed in the moment. His eyes widened, startled by something unexpected during the ride. The boy hung upside down, looking utterly annoyed. The man suggested bumper cars and even a haunted house, quickly dismissing the latter as not his place. An exasperated sigh escaped the boy, emphasizing his profound discomfort. The woman questioned the man, asking if he was the devil and if there was any way to make the boy smile. With resignation, the man suggested it might be best to simply send the boy home, as the boy looked up with clear annoyance. An imposing mech robot hovered over industrial structures. The boy looked forward with a serious expression, observed thoughtfully by the man. His eyes intently focused, drawn to the imposing mech robot. The man's request for a cigarette prompted the woman to declare that he had finally snapped. The vendor explained the game's simple rules: throw tennis balls at 6 wooden cylinders and knock them all down for a win. He continued, promising any prize upon success, with 3 initial tries and an additional one for each win, enticing the group as they listened. The vendor announced the entry fee was a cigarette, causing the man to ask the woman for one, to which she agreed on the condition of repayment. The vendor revealed his cunning trick: super strong magnets on the wooden pieces, making it impossible for anyone to win. With surprising force, the man with dark hair threw a glowing tennis ball, sending the supposedly immovable wooden pieces flying and stunning the game vendor. The man reminded the panicking vendor of the rules for winning extra shots. The game vendor cried out in despair, praising the man as an angel, as the group walked away triumphant into the sunset. The man asked the boy what he thought was most important at an amusement park, prompting a questioning look from the child. Smiling, the man presented the boy with a small mech robot, calling it a souvenir and a gift, much to the boy's surprise. He asked the boy if he was glad he came, and the woman gave a soft nod of agreement as the boy looked down, surprised. The woman smiled contentedly as twilight descended. High on a structure, the man and boy gazed at the magical, star-filled night sky while the woman stood below. The boy smiled gently, holding his new mech robot. The boy smiled at the man, who returned a gentle smile as they both held the small mech robot. The man looked to the side, lost in thought. The boys gathered, appearing content with the mech robot, while one lay peacefully asleep. The man looked away again, deep in thought under the starry sky. The boy sat alone on a rooftop, contemplatively holding his mech robot. Side by side, the man and boy looked out at the vast, peaceful expanse of the starry night sky, with the last hues of sunset fading on the horizon. With a gentle smile, the man suggested it was dark and time for Ch1 to go home, to which Ch1 smiled back. With glowing red eyes and an unsettling intensity, the boy offered to walk the man home, asking where he lived. The boy landed silently, crouching on the grass and looking intently to the left. The boy ran away across the grassy field with urgent speed. The man observed the boy's departure, commenting, "Still just a kid." From his perch, the man reflected on how the boy, despite his past beatings, cheered up because of a toy. The woman remarked that the experience would surely stay in the boy's memory. The man confessed that he had only given the toy to make himself feel better. With a sly smile, the woman playfully called him selfish. The woman demanded repayment for the cigarette, to which the man retorted that he didn't even smoke. The title of the story appeared, Black Friday Superhero. A father's voice scolded about coming home late, expressing his worry. The father asked if his child had left behind the canned ham, then realized it hadn't been brought, as the boy lay injured and asleep. With wide, glowing eyes and a furious snarl, the father's voice demanded to know if he was just a joke. A woman's voice sharply admonished someone for coming home late, warning that their father had been worried. She then questioned if he had left behind the canned ham, realizing with growing concern that he hadn't brought it. His father, consumed by rage, snarled, questioning if he was nothing but a joke. The enraged father, asserting his dominance, then added menacingly that he was not someone to be taken lightly. Elsewhere, a hand held a blue shopping bag filled with cans of Pam brand ham. The man with dark hair pondered where Ch1 acquired the ham, to which the woman with pointy ears replied it likely came from betting on matches between believers. Even on what was supposed to be a rest day for arena maintenance, the overgrown city teemed with believers, making it an unexpectedly hectic time. On such days, all bets from the matches were settled, with body, sex, and food among the varied items traded. Though the fighting arena only appeared violent, the narrator revealed that days like this, beneath the deceptive calm, were when blood was most easily spilled. Ironically, it was these dark aspects that allowed Jamsil to run more stably, the narrator observed. The man with dark hair privately wondered why everyone insisted on living together in such a place. The woman with pointy ears gently told the small boy that she, his auntie, would take him home. He glanced back as a large, stone-like hand firmly held a smaller, normal one, a symbolic gesture of departure. She noted his changed appearance and admitted she didn't understand why Doa had gone so far for that child. The woman then advised Doa to focus solely on his goal of finding his family, believing it would be better for him. This was player Sim Ji-hoon's house, the narrator confirmed, a heavily overgrown building under the night sky. A man's voice dismissively declared what Ji-hoon left behind as utterly useless, gripping and slamming it with contempt. The father's enraged eyes burned with a desperate threat, "Let's just die together." The father violently lifted the boy by his hair, while Doa watched from the doorway, concerned. Doa confronted the man, demanding to know who he was, the tension cracking in the air. His sharp gaze fixed intently on the scene. With a gentle hand on the boy's head, Doa questioned the father, asking why he was breaking into someone else's house. He then clutched his own head, deep in thought or distress. A moment of stillness fell over him. With glowing red eyes, Doa stated that this was precisely as he had expected. The woman desperately pulled at Doa's arm, reminding him that violence outside the arena was absolutely forbidden. Ignoring her plea, Doa forcefully entered the room. The woman's face twisted with worried concern. The scared father shouted at Doa, demanding to know who he was and ordering him to get out. Doa reacted with a small, questioning sound. The father, eyes wide with surprise and a hint of hope, then asked if he was, by any chance, player Beck Doa. The father cried out in disbelief and excitement, wondering if he was dreaming, but Doa only noticed the distinct smell of alcohol. The father proudly recounted becoming a total fan after watching Doa's match, holding his young son's hand in a memory. He excitedly declared that he had been rooting for Doa the whole time, having bet everything on his victory. The father smugly explained how he got the ham thanks to Doa, but then educated his stupid kid for losing it. The father broadly grasped Doa's hand, thanking him for fighting his son, then blamed his own damn mouth for running too much. Doa then unexpectedly suggested the father let him take care of his son next time, leaving the father utterly baffled. With a sudden, forceful impact, Doa punched the father in the face, splattering blood. The bloodied father screamed, demanding to know why he was being hit, to which Doa calmly retorted, "Don't you know violence outside the arena is forbidden?" Crying and grimacing through his bloody nose, the father threatened to tell Jumsu everything, but Doa simply asked, "Still, you're a father, aren't you?" With glowing red eyes, Doa held the bloodied father down, asserting that a father should never behave in such a way. A dramatic tearing sound accompanied the sight of a bloodied hand. The father, screaming in immense pain, desperately cried out his surrender again and again. "I was completely wrong," the father exclaimed in profound regret, as Doa's eye remained calm. Doa sternly instructed the bloodied father to apologize to Ch1 first. Yes, I'll apologize for everything," the bloodied father agreed, raising a fist in surrender. "Apologize my ass," the father suddenly defied, punching Doa fiercely in the gut with a squelching impact. Standing over the bleeding Doa, the father angrily demanded who he was to lecture him, questioning how his parents had taught him. With a bloodied face, Doa had a sudden, profound realization. The enraged father, face smeared with blood, snarled, questioning if Doa thought he was a pushover. He then kicked Doa, declaring that little shits like him needed to die. Doa's bare feet rested on the dark blue floor. Both Doa and the father lay bleeding on the messy, dark floor. The father lay severely injured, blood pouring from his head. Doa, his eyes glowing intensely red, firmly held the father's arm. A faint, sinister smile played on Doa's lips as he tightened his grip. Doa twisted the father's leg, eliciting a blood-curdling scream of agony from him. With bloodied hands, Doa challenged the father's threat to tell Jumsu, reminding him that he too had broken the rules, leaving the father horrified. Doa's feet connected with a forceful crunch. The father screamed in utter pain and terror, his face a mess of blood and tears. The injured boy's closed eyes conveyed his pain, accompanied by the agonizing sound of creaking and discomfort. The injured boy looked up in alarm as his father cursed, screaming that nothing went right because of him. The father angrily confronted the tearful boy, accusing him of enjoying the beating and calling him an ungrateful brat. Friday's menacing voice commanded Doa to fight back instead of just staring, calling him a blockhead, as terror filled Doa's bloodied face. Doa was forcefully kicked in the gut. With a fierce impact and glowing red eyes, the bloodied Doa declared he would make it so his opponent could never open their mouth again. The impacts continued, emphasizing Doa's determined, bloodied face and glowing red eye. A cracking sound accompanied the fierce intensity in Doa's bloodied, red-eyed face. The injured boy cried out, weakly pleading for them to stop hitting his dad. Doa looked down, his bloodied face intense, red eyes glowing. With glowing red eyes, Doa reacted with a surprised exclamation. Doa, still bloodied and red-eyed, questioned the situation as a new group, including two men in clerical attire, arrived. The man with spiky blonde hair calmly observed Doa holding the injured, bloody boy, noting that 3 people had broken the rules. With a confident smile, the man with spiky blonde hair reiterated that violence outside the arena was forbidden. The bloodied Doa, his red eyes serious, questioned how they knew to come to this place. Doa directly asked the woman if she had informed them. The man with spiky blonde hair replied, almost playfully, that she fortunately had not. Jamzil has many eyes and ears, you see, the man with spiky blonde hair explained, as Doa surveyed the numerous onlookers. The man with spiky blonde hair challenged Doa, suggesting his rule-breaking meant he didn't want to see his family. Doa stuttered, clearly caught off guard by the question. I'm sorry, Doa stated, as the man with spiky blonde hair looked on sternly. It's all my fault, Doa admitted, to which the man with spiky blonde hair replied, good, with satisfied eyes. The man with spiky blonde hair then asserted that wrongdoing deserved punishment, placing a framed photo of a smiling family nearby. A man in clerical attire silently observed the desolate, prison-like corridor. Doa sat on the floor of a sparse prison cell, his head bowed. His red eyes glowed with an intense, unwavering resolve. His piercing red eyes burned with a silent intensity. The woman's voice questioned if he felt relieved now. She reminded Doa that she had clearly told him to only think about his goal. Because of what Doa did, she explained, both the child's father and Doa would receive punishment. Even the child would face punishment, she revealed, expressing her disappointment that she had believed Doa to be a rational person. With a smug smile, she declared that his earlier actions made him no different from anyone else there. The narrator ominously announced that punishment would begin soon, instructing players to come to the underground arena. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Doa stated with grim determination, but I don't regret it, leaving the woman distressed. Doa privately mused that what the woman, referred to as the nun, truly enjoyed was not the matches themselves. An ominous creaking echoed as a large, blood-stained spiked platform glowed orange. Standing before the gruesome spiked platform, wielding a bloody baseball bat, Doa concluded with certainty that it was the punishment she truly enjoyed. He was the only one, the superhuman called Friday, whose appearance compelled humanity to unite as the World Allied Forces. However, the World Allied Forces failed to yield meaningful results, leading enraged crowds to erupt, each person now vehemently insisting on their own ideas. Day after day, protests against the World Alliance deepened the rift of global conflict, filling news reports and bringing growing despair. Forgetting the clear cause of their initial unity, people began to see each other as enemies, as missiles silently prepared for launch. The escalating conflict culminated in a devastating explosion, staining the world with blood. Humanity's chilling truth was that their ultimate enemy was not just Friday, but themselves. 3 months after the world succumbed to anarchy, the Jamsil survivor camp emerged amidst the ruined cityscape, a bleak testament to human resilience. In this desolate new world, a man furiously confronted an older man, accusing him of stealing his bread and demanding its immediate return. The post-Friday world rapidly eroded humanity, as evidenced by a disheveled survivor greedily devouring stolen bread. The man who had been robbed then confronted the thief, shocked to ask if he had already eaten it. The thief offered a loud burp, a defiant confirmation that the bread was gone, sparking immediate exasperation. "What a bastard," the enraged man snarled, as his furious words became the fuse that triggered a violent chain reaction. Watching the escalating brawl, a weary man and woman lamented, "Another fight again, it's already the umpteenth time," urging caution against involvement. The man with spiky blonde hair cruelly told an older man, "If you're old, you should die quietly," before another man intervened, insisting, "You can't do this here, sir." The man with spiky blonde hair, revealed as Jumsu, declared with a confident, glowing smile that violence is too precious to waste. A dramatic sky unfolded with dark clouds and breaking sunlight, hinting at the passage of time. The rules for the burgeoning arena were simple: bare hands only, fight until one side surrendered, and fighting outside the designated area was strictly forbidden. Jumsu asserted that any violation of the arena's rules, especially fighting outside it, would result in severe punishment. "Do you think we came here to play games?" the enraged man defiantly questioned, challenging Jumsu's authority regarding punishment. The narration shifted to the fundamental human emotion of fear, suggesting something even more potent. Standing calmly before a growing crowd, Jumsu reiterated his belief that violence was too precious to waste. The core rules were re-emphasized: only bare hands were permitted, and fights concluded only when one side yielded. The most crucial rule, forbidding fights outside the arena, was highlighted as remarkably simple, as a man carried a distressed, crying boy. Precisely because of their simplicity, the rules worked. The older man reflected that it wasn't a prohibition on fighting, but a redirection. "If you fight, do it inside the arena," the rule asserted, presenting itself as the most realistic and peaceful statement for their violent reality. An older man called out, his face illuminated with an anticipatory glow, observing the unfolding scene. The enraged man, his eyes glowing red, menacingly insisted on finishing their talk. With 2 brutal strikes, the man delivered a fatal blow, as Jumsu observed the beginning of his brutal plan. 2 men grappled aggressively, their confrontation fueled by mutual annoyance, as one demanded, "Why have you been staring at me so annoyingly?" Jumsu intervened with a stern warning, reminding them that fighting outside the arena is forbidden, upholding the rules himself when no one else would. People, initially afraid, began to gather behind Jumsu's courage, drawn to the structured violence he offered. A single sentence, repeated and enforced, steadily became an unspoken, absolute rule. Later, spectators began to gather at the arena, drawn by the allure of this orderly violence. Supporters and opponents alike were equally affected by the system, as a bloodied body lay in the rain, juxtaposed with a man's maniacal grin. Everyone, ultimately, fell under the captivating charm of violence, erupting in cheers for the brutal spectacle. Jumsu sat peacefully on a dilapidated building, overlooking the lush, overgrown landscape, in a rare moment of contemplation. Peace settled upon Jamsil, and Jumsu listened as a visitor from a neighboring district requested to join them. As a large crowd gathered, expressing their desire to come to Jamsil, Jumsu naturally came to be seen as their undisputed leader. Meanwhile, in a place ruled by violence, Park Dusik and another man with pointy ears discussed the lack of a match, the latter casually remarking on an ugly face. Park Dusik, asserting that true leadership is ultimately decided by violence, declared, "From today, I'm the leader, you bastard." As a spectator loudly called for a fight, Jumsu, looking serious, commanded, "Bring the barricades to set up an arena." 2 observers discussed the tattooed fighter, identifying him as a former WFC fighter rumored to have been kicked out for crippling an opponent. 2 others discussed Jumsu's impending fight, predicting his defeat and confessing their initial dislike for him. With a sinister smile, Park Dusik simply said, "Thank you." Jumsu smiled confidently back at Park Dusik, stating, "Thanks to you, I can do this sooner." A serene sunset sky painted vibrant colors as birds flew, a stark contrast to the brewing conflict. The man with glasses passionately declared violence truly sacred, asserting that it had always given humanity great lessons. He continued, identifying Friday, who had taught these lessons, as the true source of their new understanding. Jumsu, amidst blood and corpses, openly displayed his burgeoning faith in Friday, declaring him a true god. Later, Jumsu established the Jamsil branch of the Hero Church, marked by a majestic statue of God Friday. Some people, opposed to the new church, left Jamsil, but Jumsu allowed them to depart unharmed. He permitted their departure because hundreds of times more believers were already flocking to Jamsil, making the exodus negligible. The Jamsil branch soon established an even clearer, more brutal system, as an older man's face became bloodied by harsh impacts. "I'm sorry, father," the man with glasses cried in terror, as the matches grew increasingly extreme and violent. A man in a grey shirt, observing the intensifying brutality, declared, "No matter what, this is too much," and added that, "trash like that kid deserves to die." The man with glasses, now enraged, furiously cursed an opponent in the arena, condemning them as a filial pietyless brat and an ungrateful wretch. A man with a brown shirt congratulated Jumsu on his victory, offering him one wish for the best match. The man stammered nervously, struggling to articulate his wish, seemingly for a pretty woman. Would that be possible? The man hesitantly asked, as Jumsu observed him with a calculating, slightly amused expression. Understood, Jumsu replied with a confident smile, solidifying the system of clear rewards for the fighters. A satisfied man walked away, having seemingly received his reward, as Jumsu and a woman watched him depart through the luxurious hall. With a confident smile, Jumsu ordered the woman to schedule another match for 1 week later, which she acknowledged. The man with glasses sweated in fear, surrounded by frenzied shouts of, "Kill him! Kill the unfilial brat!" The man with glasses screamed, clenching his fists and furiously demanding, "Kill that unfilial pig!" A drooling man smiled maniacally down at a sweating, terrified man below him, as shouts of, "Kill him!" echoed. "Hyung, play a game with me," the drooling man invited, leaving the man with glasses scared and confused, asking, "A game?" A brutal punch landed, blood splattering from the man with glasses' face. The drooling man repeatedly punched the bloodied man on the ground, chanting, "Barley barley rice," as blows rained down. The crowd roared with frenzied excitement, finding catharsis in the brutal spectacle. "Stop hitting him already, you bastard," the man with dark hair shouted, surprising the man with pointy ears who retorted, "Bastard? Bastard? You think I'm your kid or something?" The man with pointy ears snarled, aggressively pinning the other man down after a loud thwack. Jumsu intervened calmly, reminding the aggressive man, "I told you fighting outside the arena is forbidden," and instructed him to, "Please come with me." A horrifying shriek accompanied the gruesome sight of a bloodied, severed finger. Jumsu asked chillingly, was the rule that hard, as a severed finger lay before a man gasping in terror? A hooded Jumsu menacingly suggested to a terrified, strapped man, "Should I make it even shorter?" The man strapped to the chair desperately begged for mercy, but Jumsu calmly stated he would see him again in 3 months instead of killing him. The terrified man, relieved yet confused, thanked Jumsu but questioned, "But what do you mean by 3 months? Jumsu, smug in his hooded disguise, clarified, "Well, obviously, fingernails grow back," revealing the brutal strictness of his rules. The crowd frenetically cheered for violence, shouting, "Kill him," as the narration described violence being met with violence. Jumsu stood triumphant before a roaring, massive crowd in peaceful Jamsil, the architect of this violent order. Jumsu, smiling confidently, declared, "Truly, Friday is great," believing his violent reign protected humanity as a true hero. The punishment would begin shortly. An urgent announcement summoned fighters to the underground arena. A distressed father gestured furiously at the man with dark hair, while another soldier was brutally assaulted nearby. The man with dark hair watched as Baek Doa urgently called for Ch1. A sad boy with bandaged cheeks stood solemnly, accompanied by a serious woman. Baek Doa pointed out a spot where their fighter could watch, as the boy sat sadly on a small chair. The father, gripping the fence, furiously cursed a useless brat, startling Baek Doa. The father's ominous threat echoed, promising death for the terrified boy. The man with dark hair reached out his hand towards the serious woman. Baek Doa began to outline instructions, marker in hand. Crouching, Baek Doa drew a distinct red circle on the grass as the man with dark hair watched. Baek Doa issued a severe warning, he absolutely must not step outside the line. Baek Doa then turned to address Ch1's battered and bruised father. Baek Doa sternly reminded the father that this was his 9th offense, to which the father reacted with feigned surprise. Baek Doa accused the father of enjoying the punishment, but the father defensively claimed he was the only one ever getting hit. The father desperately claimed his innocence, insisting that hitting his child had merely been for discipline, then quickly corrected himself. With a sinister smile, Baek Doa sarcastically praised the father's education before declaring his intent to punish him for his true wrongs. The metallic bat swung. Baek Doa informed the man with dark hair that Doa had agreed to the terms. The father, with a malicious grin, egged them on to completely wreck that bastard, calling him a piece of trash. Then, Baek Doa offered an ominous, knowing smile. Baek Doa coldly declared the execution of punishment as the man with dark hair watched, his eyes glowing red. The bat connected with a brutal blow, splattering blood across both men. The man with dark hair watched, his expression grim and intense. The woman watched the unfolding chaos with an intense, unreadable gaze. Baek Doa grinned maniacally, his face streaked with blood and showing no remorse. Amidst the furious blows, the father roared that Baek Doa broke the rules, despite seeing him stab someone. Blow after blow landed, further bloodying the father's face. The man with dark hair watched the violence, shocked and distressed. With eyes burning red, the man with dark hair desperately shouted for the blows to stop. The boy, tear-streaked and hysterical, begged them not to hit his dad. Sobbing, the boy apologized to the hero and promised to fight harder in the matches. Baek Doa coldly questioned the boy's apology, reminding Ch1 that he too had been taught by his bloodied father. Baek Doa menacingly explained that getting hit was precisely how one came to their senses. With tears welling, the man with dark hair desperately pleaded for understanding. The man with dark hair screamed, "Dad," in raw anguish. Enraged, the man with dark hair shouted, demanding to know what they were doing. His eyes burning red, the man with dark hair directly challenged fighter Baek Doa. The man with dark hair, standing within the red circle, issued a stern warning not to cross the line. A bare foot paused, just short of the critical red line. Then, the bare foot deliberately crossed the red line. The man with dark hair posed a philosophical question about why people followed rules, only for Baek Doa to dismissively answer, no. Baek Doa scoffed at concepts like morality and ethics, calling them fancy words that came after. There was, in fact, only one reason. It was because they were afraid of punishment. The man with dark hair asserted that rules only existed when punishment was enforced, which was why Baek Doa dared not cross the little line. His glowing red eye fixed, the man with dark hair challenged them to leave if they hated his truth. As Baek Doa continued his brutal assault with a bloodied knife, the man with dark hair continued his challenge, speaking of family. Amidst the blows, the boy hysterically pleaded with the hero to hit him instead, fearing his dad would surely die. The boy's desperate cry for his dad not to die echoed as a bare foot hesitated at the red line. Sweating and conflicted, the man with dark hair pleaded for forgiveness. The boy's desperate plea for forgiveness echoed through a dark and chaotic storm. A struggling figure thrashed against unseen bonds. The father, menacing, threatened to rip the terrified boy's mouth open if he screamed again, then cruelly asked if his words were too complicated. His alcoholic father, menacing with a bottle, grabbed the young boy's arm and ordered him to bring his mother. Every day brought harsh words and violence as the father raged at the terrified child, calling him a useless brat and a parasite. Fortunately, the child survived, his adult eye now gleaming with a mysterious power. The weary child always tried his best not to upset his father, sometimes finding comfort in a painful thought. Perhaps his father only hit him enough not to kill him, a twisted form of love in the child's desperate mind. As days passed, the violence only worsened, and the child's desperate apologies were met with escalating abuse. His father's enraged shouts rained down, calling the crying child a piece of trash, when all he wanted was a single peaceful day. He wondered if heaven had finally heard his desperate wish for peace. His father died. With his father gone, a quiet peace finally settled over the home. He wondered if this was truly the first time he had ever known such simple peace in the living room. His expression remained blank, a silent echo of emotional emptiness. But a puzzling question arose. Why did he feel so incredibly, utterly lonely? It wasn't that he missed his father, it was a deeper loneliness. This profound loneliness proved more miserable than any physical pain he had ever known. The moment shifted. The boy, hysterical, continued to plead for his dad to be spared. Baek Doa, smiling maniacally, informed the screaming father he was about to die before his son. The boy's anguished cry of, "Dad," coincided with a sickening splattering impact. The boy sobbed uncontrollably, protected by the serious woman behind him. Baek Doa's blood-splattered face remained intense and utterly ruthless. The man with dark hair challenged Baek Doa, demanding to know his intentions. Baek Doa's actions had forced the man with dark hair to remember painful things he had buried deep inside. With grim determination, the man with dark hair declared that no parent truly deserved to die. A brutal blow left the unidentified man severely injured and bleeding on the lush ground. Amidst the horror, the blond boy desperately pleaded for his father's life, his voice shaking with terror. The spiky-haired antagonist, Baek Doa, smiled maniacally as he declared the father would die before his son. A sickening impact rattled the chain-link fence as blood splattered. Baek Doa's face remained stern and splattered with blood, a portrait of ruthless determination. Baek Doa, the man with dark hair, challenged the spiky-haired antagonist's actions, demanding to know what he was doing. The spiky-haired antagonist grimaced, admitting Baek Doa's presence had awakened something he hated. With intense, glowing red eyes, Baek Doa declared that no parent truly deserved to die. A swift blow landed, causing Baek Doa to spew blood. Another impact struck, covering the spiky-haired antagonist's face with blood and pain. The spiky-haired antagonist groaned, questioning Baek Doa's identity amidst the struggle. The spiky-haired antagonist slumped against Baek Doa, heavily injured and bloodied. With furious, glowing red eyes, Baek Doa declared he would no longer follow the spiky-haired antagonist's twisted rules. Baek Doa held the spiky-haired antagonist tightly in a bloodied embrace. His grip remained firm, reflecting a grim and unwavering determination. The spiky-haired antagonist's bare feet, stained with blood, revealed the intensity of the struggle. Baek Doa lifted the spiky-haired antagonist upside down, his bloodied form suspended in the air. Baek Doa gritted his teeth through the pain, warning the spiky-haired antagonist not to provoke future regrets. He then questioned the spiky-haired antagonist about his own family, probing for a hidden weakness. Baek Doa's hand dripped with blood, a testament to the recent violence. He squeezed something with immense force, preparing for his next move. The spiky-haired antagonist screamed in agony as Baek Doa maintained his hold. Baek Doa questioned his opponent's unusual resilience, gripping his shoulders firmly. He expressed genuine surprise, admitting he had not expected the spiky-haired antagonist to manage a counterattack. Baek Doa's torso bore fresh blood splatters, wounds from the relentless fight. The spiky-haired antagonist was violently thrown through the air, disoriented and covered in blood. He crashed to the ground with a resounding impact. Both men lay bloodied and exhausted on the ground after their intense confrontation. Baek Doa stood over the unconscious spiky-haired antagonist, a bloodied object in hand, his eyes glowing red. He delivered a powerful, bloodied punch to the spiky-haired antagonist's face. Another fierce punch connected, leaving the spiky-haired antagonist dazed and his eyes unfocused. Baek Doa acknowledged the spiky-haired antagonist's refusal to follow rules, yet implied a further consequence. Despite his injuries, the spiky-haired antagonist began to push himself up, while Baek Doa watched, crouching. Baek Doa grimly declared that the suffering of the first victim was far from over. A close-up of Baek Doa's bare foot revealed it too was stained with blood, hinting at his own injuries or the lingering aftermath. Baek Doa performed a mysterious action with his hands over the unconscious spiky-haired antagonist, extending his punishment. The spiky-haired antagonist, bloodied and sarcastic, questioned who Baek Doa was trying to impress, then admitted he was a little hurt. Baek Doa clarified his intentions, claiming he was helping the spiky-haired antagonist with his family matters. The spiky-haired antagonist shouted in anger and ran, attempting to escape Baek Doa. Baek Doa's foot moved decisively, indicating he was giving chase. Both bloodied men were now running, their confrontation far from over. Baek Doa delivered a sudden kick, reminding his opponent never to drop his guard. His fierce, bloodied expression and glowing red eyes showed his intense focus in the fight. The two bloodied men grappled intensely, locked in a struggle on the ground. The spiky-haired antagonist reacted with shock, realizing he had fallen into a cunning trap. The spiky-haired antagonist kicked Baek Doa, who was in mid-flip, during their airborne combat. Baek Doa delivered a powerful kick to the spiky-haired antagonist while they were both suspended in the air. Baek Doa's bare, blood-stained foot connected with a brutal impact. Both men lay heavily bloodied and seemingly defeated on the ground after their brutal fight. With determined resolve and glowing red eyes, Baek Doa began to explain his actions. He declared his actions stemmed from the spiky-haired antagonist having harmed someone's family. A sharp cracking sound resonated, suggesting something had broken. The spiky-haired antagonist expressed shock as he looked at his own severely injured and bleeding foot. He grimly realized he had almost lost his leg forever from the devastating attack. The spiky-haired antagonist fell silent, lost in thought. Baek Doa's hand, still covered in dripping blood, remained a stark reminder of the violence. Baek Doa noted that his own stab wound, inflicted by Ch1's father, had reopened. The spiky-haired antagonist questioned Baek Doa's extreme measures, particularly his obsession with intervening in family matters. Baek Doa confessed he had known from the beginning that the spiky-haired antagonist would never follow rules. He continued, describing people like the spiky-haired antagonist as stubborn beasts. Baek Doa ominously concluded that such untamed individuals were the most fun to domesticate. He justified his actions by stating he couldn't stand by and watch humanity self-destruct, but the spiky-haired antagonist scoffed, calling it an excuse. The spiky-haired antagonist provocatively implied that Baek Doa's own parents were also trash due to his obsession with family. Baek Doa reacted with a shocked expression and glowing red eyes as the spiky-haired antagonist addressed him directly as Doa SSI. Baek Doa retaliated with a forceful kick to the spiky-haired antagonist. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and profound anger. Baek Doa's bloodied fist clenched tightly, signaling a surge of pain or renewed, furious resolve. Consumed by a blazing rage, tears welled in Baek Doa's eyes as he issued a furious warning about his parents. Baek Doa vehemently warned the spiky-haired antagonist not to dare equate his parents with such trash, leaving his opponent paralyzed with terror. The fresh blood on Baek Doa's hands bore a grim testament to the violence he had just committed. A raw, consuming fury contorted Baek Doa's features, making his very being tremble with anger. Baek Doa's voice cracked with a terrifying intensity as he warned his opponent not to dare equate his parents to the same level as that trash, while Jumsu listened, absorbing the venom of Baek Doa's words. His bloodied fists clenched so tightly, they seemed to absorb the very essence of his fury. Then, a sickening crack echoed, signaling a brutal impact. Locked in a desperate, bloody embrace, the two men continued their brutal struggle. Jumsu, with a chilling smirk, twisted the knife deeper, promising Baek Doa would never see his family again either. Baek Doa's eyes burned with grim determination as he declared that Jumsu had messed with things he shouldn't have touched, swearing that no matter what happens, he would now kill Friday, the very god his opponent served. Despite the bloody confrontation, Jumsu's expression remained unnervingly calm, his thoughts unreadable. A disturbing smile spread across Jumsu's face, finding the violence genuinely, chillingly fun. With a powerful, unexpected kick, Jumsu sent Baek Doa reeling backward towards the unnatural glow of the green water below. Baek Doa's bare foot broke the surface of the glowing green water, its eerie light seeping into his very being. Jumsu's smirk returned, a chilling promise of future encounters in his words as he stated his anticipation. A tightly wrapped green bandage spoke silently of a fresh wound, a lingering reminder of pain. A short bald man, bleeding and injured, desperately fled through the dim, tunnel-like passage. The short bald man grimaced in pain, cursing Jumsu for relentlessly targeting his already throbbing injuries. Barely clinging to consciousness, the short bald man pushed through the pain, preparing to summon something with a desperate plea. With a final, urgent cry, the short bald man called forth Overkill Blade, as a gleaming sword was dramatically drawn into action. But the short bald man stared in utter confusion, utterly bewildered by the identity and attire of the figure he had just summoned. Mid-attack, the short bald man shrieked for the mysterious figure to get lost, clearly not appreciating his own summoned help. The red-armored figure then executed a powerful, if dramatically named, Justice Leg Slash. The red-armored figure stood triumphant amidst a multitude of defeated enemies, their gruesome forms sprawled across the tunnel floor. As the short bald man cried out in searing pain from his injured leg, the red-armored figure simply questioned why anyone wouldn't just leave him alone. In the dim tunnel, a small flame flickered to life from the red-armored figure's lighter, an unexpected sight. Kneeling, the red-armored figure lit a small, striped candle-like object next to a larger, dormant one. As the candle crackled to life, the figure dramatically announced his identity, Hero. Deep Red, with a dramatic flourish and a burst of fiery light, declared his grand entrance. An intense, focused glow emanated from Deep Red's helmet, emphasizing his imposing presence. Deep Red then admired his own insane and freaking cool entrance, completely oblivious to the defeated enemy at his feet. A pained curse from the short bald man was met with Deep Red's blunt admission that he had never seen him before. The defeated short bald man could only question how a hero could behave in such a way, but Deep Red simply dismissed it with a resounding declaration of victory. Deep Red's confident thumbs up accompanied his assertion that heroes always win, a statement the short bald man promptly derided as stupid logic. Still weeping from his pain and frustration, the short bald man tried to make a final, crucial point. With a tear-streaked face, the short bald man tearfully informed Deep Red that he looked totally like a villain. Jumsu, calm despite the chaos, expressed surprise at Deep Red Nim's unexpected presence. Deep Red, without hesitation, directly questioned Jumsu's purpose in that dark tunnel. Jumsu then proudly introduced himself as Deep Yellow, prompting a puzzled Deep Yellow from the red-armored hero. Jumsu overwhelmed Deep Red with an enthusiastic hug, gushing about how much he missed him, how heroic he looked, and then quickly pivoted to inquire about his previous proposal. Jumsu's mention of a ready suit was met with Deep Red's terse, unwavering refusal. Jumsu muttered about Deep Red's meanness, quickly deducing that his presence meant all the other heroes must be nearby as well. Hana SSI confirmed Jumsu's suspicion, stating calmly that all the other heroes were indeed here, waiting in the conference hall. Jumsu casually instructed Hana SSI to go with Deep Red, but she met his suggestion with a significant, drawn-out silence. Jumsu tried again, suggesting she could be Deep Pink, but Hana SSI offered a polite but firm apology, refusing the role. Deep Red's frustrated wail echoed through the tunnel, questioning why everyone kept refusing him. The eerie quiet of the tunnel stretched on, the echoes of Deep Red's complaint fading into nothingness. The desolate tunnel remained empty and still, hinting at hidden dangers deeper within. The only movement came from the eerily glowing green water, pulsing with a mysterious light. Further into the tunnel, a bright blue waterfall cascaded from above, painting the darkness with an unexpected, vibrant hue. In a vast, rain-soaked cavern, numerous bald figures lay or stood submerged in the glowing blue water, a disconcerting sight. A bald scavenger, bloodied but undeterred, rummaged eagerly through the trash, seeking anything edible. One bald figure celebrated their find with a sing-song, food, while another reacted with a drooling, maniacal surprise. With a triumphant cry, a scavenger held aloft a glowing, pixelated purple object, their treasure. One bald figure recoiled in disgust, declaring the object rotten, but the other smugly implied a deeper, hidden knowledge. The smug scavenger then declared that real cheese was made this way, praising the perfect aroma and aging of their find. Another, convinced by the logic, asked for a bite, only to be met with an emphatic, possessive refusal. A cockroach skittered across the foul garbage bags. One bald figure, drooling with maniacal hunger, shrieked about fresh food, while another strangely declared himself a woodpecker. Huddled together, the bald figures desperately reassured themselves that they were safe, that no one was looking for them, and that they were not, in fact, losers. Further in, several bald figures stood with arms raised beneath the blue waterfall, caught in a desperate, silent supplication. Their pleas grew louder, begging an unseen lord to grant them food and spare them from starvation for another day. Their prayers grew more primal, focused on the hunger for meat protein and warm flesh, a scent one of them ravenously sniffed out. Then, one shrieked, pointing to a new discovery in the water, meat. Delirious with joy, the bald figures declared their prayers answered and proclaimed an imminent barbecue party. They hoisted Baek Doa's unconscious form high, a terrifying chorus of meat. Meat. Meat, erupting from their starved throats. As one bald figure envisioned fattening themselves on their find, an unexpected voice boomed, interrupting them, "Stop, you stupid fools." The man in the grey shirt, eyes wide with a disturbing reverence, spoke of an overwhelming power and his fervent desire to be crushed to death by it. He continued his strange prayer, asking for blessings for himself and his followers. His voice echoed, calling out to the mysterious God of abundance. But his prayer was abruptly cut short by a sudden realization, a look of profound shock crossing his face. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Baek Doa, prompting him to demand why this rascal was here. Delirious figures shrieked with glee, proclaiming a barbecue party had begun as they reached for their unexpected meat. One grotesque figure grinned about fattening themselves, but a commanding voice suddenly cut through the air, ordering them to stop. Meanwhile, the large man in the brown shirt seemed lost in a perverse trance, wishing only to be crushed to death by such overwhelming power. He continued his strange prayer, asking for blessings. His prayer concluded, addressed to the mysterious God of abundance. Nearby, two bald figures observed, deciding this fleshy being was their true God. They pondered the God's flesh, wondering if it would be warm to the touch. One cried out, blasphemy, as another figure suddenly sank with a gasp of distress. The brown-shirt man sighed in annoyance, recognizing the familiar chaos of his followers. He shifted his attention, finally turning to assess the situation. The man they had found, Baek Doa, floated unconscious in the murky water, looking thoroughly battered. A hexagonal table, emblazoned with the Chinese character for advance, suggested a different, more strategic kind of progress. Elsewhere, powerful figures sat around a luxurious table, their composed expressions hiding untold ambitions. Jumsu of the Violence faction, a man with spiky blonde hair, smirked as he invited ideas for humanity's evolution. Seol, from the Pleasure faction, held a glass and declared that true freedom came from choice without oppression. Deep Red of the Art faction, a soldier in a vibrant suit, stood holding a sword, a silent testament to his craft. Team leader Choi, representing the Regulation faction, coolly asserted that creating a perfect system was the highest priority. From the Survival faction, Searaxin, scarred and serious, believed that life's true value emerged in the harshest environments. A man in a black suit championed happy environments for human thriving, but Seol sharply dismissed him as a sheltered brat. Smirking, Seol retorted that with her drink, she too could grow big in any shelter she chose. She playfully offered a drink, which Deep Red politely but firmly declined. Suddenly enraged, Seol cried out, proposing to destroy everything in a fiery burst of frustration. Deep Red countered, proclaiming that heroes were born through battle, a fact he had meticulously planned and staged. Team leader Choi interjected, his voice calm but firm, reminding Deep Red that emotions only added variables and commanded him to control himself. He then coolly dismissed Deep Red, stating he had no place for a bookworm hero in his calculated plans. With a glint off his glasses, team leader Choi emphasized the critical importance of rules, delivering a stern warning. He threatened that if Deep Red crossed the line again, he would never be allowed to play hero, illustrating his point with a pistol. Team leader Choi then mocked the bookworm who couldn't fight without a gun, the pistol still resting in his hands. Deep Red asserted that this was no mere game, just as Jumsu casually offered his own grim opinion. Jumsu revealed his sinister ambition to transform the entire Korean peninsula into a vast evolutionary site. The harsh rain beat down on a desolate landscape, littered with countless pale figures lying motionless, hinting at a grim aftermath. Back in the cavern, the brown-shirt man gathered his followers, who gazed up in awe, praising their mighty god. He gestured toward the unconscious Baekdoa, noting the man would surely die if left unattended. When a bald figure eagerly mentioned a barbecue party, the brown-shirt man snapped at him to shut up. Desperate, he then asked if anyone among them was a doctor, pleading for someone to save the injured man. To his surprise, one pale figure confidently raised an arm, declaring themselves the one he sought. The bespectacled figure offered to save Baekdoa, but only in exchange for touching the brown-shirt man's belly fat, to his utter horror. The strange figure, holding a cockroach, broadly smiled and boasted of having saved thousands of living beings. The brown-shirt man pointed out that the patient was a cockroach, but the bespectacled figure insisted they were not so different from humans. Another bald figure, eyes wide with hunger, suggested they all attack the flesh together, eliciting a nervous gulp from a nearby comrade. A loud gulp echoed, leaving another bald figure wide-eyed in silent surprise. Enraged, the brown-shirt man cursed the chaotic figures as murderers and crazy bastards. Undeterred, the bespectacled figure, now holding a bottle of yellow liquid, asked if anyone knew the human body was 60% water. Another spiky-haired figure proudly displayed a different bottle of yellow liquid, praising its good color, which the brown-shirt man found utterly disgusting. The spiky-haired figure then floated on his back in the water, protesting that he had bathed, as the brown-shirt man let out an exasperated sigh. The brown-shirt man lamented his predicament, realizing there wasn't a single normal person among them. Baekdoa remained unconscious, floating in the murky water, now adorned with a prayer for health talisman on his forehead. A bald figure proposed using the talisman, but the brown-shirt man menacingly asked if he wanted to die. The brown-shirt man then pondered resorting to violence himself, reflecting on the common belief that hitting fixed everything. Suddenly, Baekdoa stirred, crying out in pain and ordering everyone to leave, declaring that God was angry. A sudden, violent tear in reality suggested a catastrophic event, a chaotic rupture of the world. Amidst blossoming cherry trees, a woman with long dark hair, smiling gently, asked if she was being filmed properly. An unseen boy's voice called out, asking Nuna to look his way. The woman hesitated for a moment, unsure what to say for the camera. She then beamed, complimenting young Doa on his handsomeness. Young Doa stood in front of a massive, vine-covered structure, marveling that such a huge thing could fly. He eagerly asked his older brother if he had ever flown on a plane, who quietly admitted he hadn't. Young Doa excitedly declared he would drive the giant structure all the way to America. His brother dismissed the fantasy, stating planes were no longer rideable and he wouldn't allow him on one anyway. The serene face of a cat, with its striking blue eyes, captured a moment of unexpected calm. A blonde-haired girl peeked from behind the unimpressed cat, asking enthusiastically if they could get one. She affectionately identified the cat as Rayon, praising its cuteness, while her unseen brother promised they could get one another time. Her eyes wide with determination, the blonde-haired girl demanded confirmation of his promise. Later, under a vast, star-filled night sky, the family lay on a grassy hillside, watching shooting stars streak across the heavens. The cosmic expanse glittered above, with two brilliant shooting stars momentarily illuminating the darkness. The dark-haired man explained that wishes made on shooting stars would come true, exciting young Doa, who vowed to make countless wishes. The blonde-haired boy then asked the dark-haired woman, Doha, if she had made a wish too. Doha, her expression serious, simply replied that she had not. The dark-haired man, gazing at the shooting stars, revealed that his wish had already come true. Back in the murky water, the unconscious Baekdoa's internal thoughts echoed a deep longing, I miss you. The brown-shirt man, holding his head in frustration, called himself a fool for believing any of the idiots around him. He solemnly considered Baekdoa's fate to be sealed, only to gasp in sudden shock and confusion. Heavy rain lashed down, blurring the world into an ominous, chaotic darkness. Through the relentless downpour, a single blue eye flared, its pupil glowing an unsettling red. Then, the blue vanished entirely, replaced by an intense, fiery red. The man with dark hair knelt in the shallow water, his body radiating a raw power amidst the desolate rain. God saved him, exclaimed a short bald man in a tracksuit, as the pale, bald figures around him raised their arms in worship and relief. Long live the God of abundance, they chanted, arms outstretched, as one of their own floated unconscious above them. With a sudden thud, the floating figure crashed back down, scattering the worshipping crowd. Ugh, these idiots, muttered the man in the blue tracksuit, while the figure beneath him drooled with maniacal joy, being crushed by God's flesh, I'm so happy. A voice thanked him for granting their wish, but the man with dark hair remained silently intense. Where is this place? The man with dark hair wondered, kneeling in the shallow water beneath a vast industrial waterfall. The choppy water endlessly caught the falling rain. Empty instant noodle cups drifted on the water, relics of unseen lives. It's cleaning day for the upper class, a man's voice commanded, as pale, bald figures quickly collected trash from the wet ground. Recycling saves the earth, a pale, bald figure mused seriously, concluding, therefore, we are heroes. Jackpot again, a pale, bald figure shrieked gleefully, raising his hands in triumph. It was a roll of toilet paper, still 20% full, a true treasure. Two pale, bald figures gravely debated over a used item, as the man with dark hair watched their grim exchange. His red eyes widened with profound confusion. What on earth is this place? He thought to himself, those fools, they seem to be getting dumber. Pepper tuna, the man with dark hair asked curiously, prompting the tracksuit-clad man to retort, calling your lifesaver, pepper tuna, what is that? Just call me Coach, the man in the blue tracksuit instructed. Thank you for saving me, the man with dark hair said sincerely, to which Coach replied, I'm cool so I'll accept your thanks. Now I'll head to the arena. The man with dark hair declared, turning to walk away. Coach sat on a log, silently observing him leave. He landed face down in the shallow water, muttering, ugh, how foolish. Coach stood over him, looking up at the towering waterfall, so, can you climb up there? Coach then asked him, do you see those corpses? Beneath the murky water, skulls and bones offered a grim warning of those who died trying to ascend. Up until now, no one has ever climbed up there, Coach continued, it would be better to give up. Well, there's no need to be disappointed just because of that, Coach added with a shrug. God, you can't go there, warned a short bald man, joined by other figures crying, don't go, you'll die. Despite the warning of a monster at the end of the waterway, the man with dark hair calmly replied, it's okay. He looked upward, declaring with unwavering confidence, because I am God. A pale, bald figure wept tears of admiration, pondering, was what filled that belly actually confidence, as expected, God is different. He remained silent, observing the world around him with calm, dark eyes. Suddenly, the two men stood in a bright, sun-drenched field under a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the storm. As you can see, there is nothing dangerous, Coach said, gesturing to the open sky. Coach then posed a rhetorical question, then why do they live in a place like that? Because they are already broken. To be precise, Coach elaborated, they couldn't adapt to the rapidly changing world, fearing just a single rumor. They were trying to accept reality somehow, Coach explained, killing their will to escape. Finding relief in being gathered with similar people, they settled in the underground waterway. Seeing them call me God, Coach mused thoughtfully, I also think maybe they need someone to rely on. Coach, why did you help me? The man with dark hair asked, to which Coach smirked, don't misunderstand, I'm using you. Coach explained his own failure, admitting, many of my disciples were taken by Ch1 too, though I also fell underground without being able to do anything. As a coach, I have no face to see my disciples, Coach confessed, also admitting, and I also made a mistake using your family against you. Coach challenged his intent, asking, so, what do you intend to do if you go back? Even if you happen to meet Friday, there's nothing you can do. With fierce determination, the man with dark hair declared, I will kill Friday for the sake of my family, startling Coach into wide-eyed surprise. What? Coach stammered, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Coach pressed on, how can you kill a transcendental existence? Say something that makes sense. Yet, the man with dark hair remained silent, his profile resolute. Coach observed him with a subtle, knowing smirk. Even if it's 0.001, a probability is still a probability, the man with dark hair stated, prompting Coach to turn and simply say, follow me. Back at the towering industrial waterfall, Coach commanded, climb up. There's an easier path, you know, Coach revealed, adding, Ch1 is trying to test you. The man with dark hair responded with grim certainty, that guy doesn't kill people, he discards them. Because living miserably is a greater pain than being alive, Coach stated, delivering a stark truth. Coach explained the strategy, if you prove you can climb up, unlike those guys, what else could attract Ch1's attention more than that? And about killing Friday, the man with dark hair began, honestly, I thought it was impossible, but... For a moment, I thought it might be possible. Give me your hand, Coach suddenly commanded, prompting a confused, why the hand suddenly? With a tearing sound, Coach deliberately punched his own palm, drawing blood. What on earth are you doing? The man with dark hair exclaimed in shocked anger, as Coach simply instructed, look at your hand. His own hand, submerged in the water, had already completely recovered. Coach explained that when he first fell there, his body condition had been a total mess. But at that moment, Coach revealed, I saw unbelievable recovery power, I've only heard of it, but it's my first time seeing it in person. Coach named the power, hysterical strength, as a confident, spiky blonde-haired man smirked knowingly. A red-armored soldier in a luxurious room, however, simply heard mystery stress. "What is that?" he asked, still utterly baffled. "Retard," a man in glasses casually remarked, igniting an angry retort from the soldier. "What did you say, you bastard?" This was something that happened to a hiker in Australia, under a fiery orange sunset. Climbing alone, he suffered an accident where his arm was crushed by a rock weighing over 200 kilograms. The climber struggled intensely to survive. And eventually, it is said, he threw the rock away with just one arm. In the United States, to save a child trapped under a car, a middle-aged woman desperately looked underneath. There was an incident where that woman incredibly lifted the entire car. Simply put, hysterical strength is a power that exceeds existing physical limits, related to the evolution of humanity, or in other words, new humanity. The spiky blonde-haired man confidently declared, "We will all be able to experience it." The evolution of humanity was beginning, as the man with dark hair's arm visibly transformed beneath the water. The man with spiky blonde hair confidently declared that new humans and a new evolution would be experienced thanks to Friday. The woman with long gray hair excitedly gushed about Friday's amazing role, her red eyes glowing. A scarred man, wearing an American flag cap, sternly questioned the link between Friday and human evolution. The blonde-haired man thoughtfully explained humanity's single driving reason for evolving, from Australopithecus to Homo sapiens. The fundamental reason, he asserted, was simply to survive. This journey began with the first humans, Australopithecus, then progressed to Homo erectus. It was an era of brutal cold, fearsome predators, and relentless starvation, where only the strongest survived. In such desperate extremes, humans rapidly changed and survived, even amidst a brutal predator's attack. This desperate struggle eventually led to their evolution into modern humans, Homo sapiens. During this grand period, humanity built massive societies, creating systems, laws, and protective bonds for each other. The critical problem, however, was that this societal advancement had abruptly halted human evolution. The blonde-haired man watched, a subtle smirk playing on his lips amidst the shimmering backdrop of wealth. The man in glasses, seated like royalty, emphasized that previous humans had been driven by the raw imperative to survive. Modern humans, however, fretted over how to live, a seemingly similar but fundamentally different concept from true survival. Yet, even amidst such chaos and destruction, subtle moments of change always emerged. The bald man explained that epidemics spurred immunity, and wars inevitably drove technological advancement. Even the complex computer architecture used today had its surprising origins with von Neumann during World War II. The gray-haired woman, her red eyes burning intensely, declared that geniuses and heroes always emerged from chaos, proving human evolution was born of crisis. The blonde-haired man continued, asserting that humanity currently faced a dire situation. This was an unprecedented crisis, he revealed, one that had finally restarted the stalled flow of evolution. Friday had unexpectedly presented humanity with a grim opportunity, as one man struggled, soaked and exhausted. The man lay on his back in the chilling water, his arms reaching desperately upward. His wet hands strained to grasp the cold, dark rock. His grip, however, simply slipped. The man's eyes shot open, burning with a fierce determination. A mighty waterfall crashed violently below. The man floated in the turbulent water, his eerie red eyes gazing upward. He declared with grim determination that he would create every environment necessary for humanity's evolution. A muscular hand forcefully emerged from the churning water. The man, his red eyes burning, vowed that he would create all the necessary conditions. Two pale, bald figures gleefully mocked the struggling man below, reminding him he was just another loser, like them. They cynically declared that everyone who attempted to climb ended up the same way, the cliff simply not meant for them. The man, his red eyes blazing with fierce resolve, continued to stare upward. The immense waterfall cascaded from the high opening, highlighting the overwhelming challenge. The man painstakingly scaled the wet, rocky cliff face, his body straining against the elements. His bare feet found purchase on the treacherous surface as he relentlessly pushed upward. The wet, raw rock of the cliff remained an unyielding obstacle under the pouring rain. The man, utterly exhausted, floated on his back in the turbulent, chilling water. "Keep trying, you'll only fail," one bald figure cackled, his grin widening in mockery. The other snickered, "Isn't he really an idiot?" But then, their expressions shifted to surprise. "Just stop already," one figure yelled, his voice laced with utter exasperation. Standing in the turbulent water, he confessed, "I'm getting tired just watching." The man with dark hair let out a strained breath, his red eyes burning with intense effort. He exhaled another ragged breath, his red eye twitching from the immense strain. His muscular arm remained extended, visibly straining. Exhausted, the man with dark hair rested his head on the shoulder of an older, larger man. The older man advised him to rest, worried that his mind would break first if he continued. The two men took a weary rest on a wooden bench, momentarily escaping the torrent. The older man contemplatively remarked on the surprisingly clean water, while a pale, bald figure looked on with concern. The older man sternly refused something, prompting a pale, bald figure to whimper about everyone being mean. The older man explained that injured parts would regenerate, but the man with dark hair questioned, "But the pain remains the same?" "That's a real hell," the older man gravely observed, acknowledging that pain never truly grew easier to handle. "As long as I can meet my family, it's okay," the older man resignedly said, while the dark-haired man mused that the kids needed to learn this lesson. Changing the subject, the older man directly asked if he had killed someone, to which the dark-haired man, his face bloody, clarified that his students were only badly hurt, not dead. The older man admitted that his intense gaze did not suggest such a killer. The dark-haired man remained silent, prompting the older man to acknowledge, "Guess I asked a pointless question." The older man then recalled rumors of others like him, who could regenerate even severed body parts. While admitting it was just a rumor, the older man found it incredibly credible, especially after seeing the confident, red-eyed man before him. "The but ghost really exists," a pale, bald figure exclaimed in a panic, as the older man gravely described its indiscriminate nature. One bald figure claimed everyone in the Japanese detention center knew about it, while another dismissed a functioning detention center itself as nonsense. "Don't you know the Japanese artisan spirit?" a bald figure demanded, explaining they maintain their family business regardless of the world ending, confusing another bald figure about its relevance to a detention center. The older man, annoyed, told him to stop spreading such rumors, to which the bald figure distressfully responded his but would rot first. "God, I'm telling you I really heard that story," the agitated bald figure insisted, just as the older man mentioned that Jumsu guy, while the dark-haired man's red eyes burned intensely. Jumsu, it seemed, was bringing the legendary but ghost to Jamsil, a place of karmic consequence, the Hakajajima Detention Center. The words, "Black Friday Superhero," appeared with impactful finality. This was Hakajajima Island, shrouded in a stormy, isolated night. A stoic lighthouse bravely cut through the violent storm, its beam piercing the dark, rainy sky. Within the somber confines, a chained, mystical figure known as Oshiri Oni, or the but ghost, remained. Through the tumultuous storm, an unwavering beam of light fought against the encroaching darkness, marking a place of isolated reckoning. A sharp rap on the door pierced the quiet observation, pulling a confused, "Huh," from the senior guard. The junior guard's cheerful plea to recount the but ghost story, met only with a world-weary, "I'm tired," from the senior guard. The junior guard, wishing his senior good rest, then swiftly turned away, eliciting a shocked, "W8, from the senior guard. Outside, the relentless rain and crackling lightning continued their dramatic assault on the landscape. Back in the common room, the senior guard sighed in bliss, this is so nice," before lamenting, "If we had yakiniku too, it'd be perfect." His junior subtly reminded him, "Senior, the but ghost," prompting the senior guard to muse, "Right, I should clear up our junior's curiosity." The senior guard began his tale, about the but ghost, as the feared figure sat bound in a dim, eerie cell. The story opened on the stormy exterior of the Hachijoko Detention Center. This was the world's sole functioning detention center, housing an astonishing array of prisoners. Among its many inmates, one name echoed with an unusual notoriety, the but ghost. The senior guard elaborated that the moniker, belonging to a man in his 70s, stemmed from an obsession with posteriors, a detail that should have been purely laughable. Then one day, the senior guard continued, a new prisoner arrived, and an incident began. This new inmate was Park Dusik, an Olympic ice hockey player who received a 26-year sentence for beating 5 men to death in a bar. The narration shifted to define ice hockey, describing it as the roughest contact sport on ice among all ball sports. Its simple rule of offense full of defense meant players often became worked up, with the league even officially allowing one-on-one fights, giving rise to enforcers in North America. Then, Jack Clark, a former North American ice hockey enforcer, greeted them with a confident "Hello." A guard warned Jack Clark, "Don't fight, get along," especially with the but ghost, to which Clark responded with a confused, "But?" A sudden thud echoed as the but ghost stood over cowering inmates. The but ghost then angrily bellowed, "You mean the FNG whole ghost? This is totally American style." Jack Clark, grinning, mused, "Yeah, this is how prison should be," adding, "Even with only men around, you still gotta do what you gotta do." Jack Clark then casually inquired, "By the way, how are the doctors here?" He then asserted his dominance over the cowering but ghost, claiming, "Asians can't handle my stuff." A wave of palpable fear spread among the inmates, a silent, anxious dread at the perfect predator's arrival. Yet, their primal instincts forced submission, for patience only truly manifested once one knew their place. Narration explained that while humanity used laws for control, it was merely secondary, as ultimately, all living things were ruled by brute force. With a 24-inch arm circumference, Jack Clark wielded royal control, a simple, strong-willed force acting without prejudice. For the record, I haven't washed for a week. Jack Clark grinned menacingly, a primal urge emanating from him. He was a man overflowing with primal charm, likely the apex predator wherever he went. Two fearful inmates cowered, one whispering, "What are you talking about, man? Just shut up." Jack Clark, the hooded figure, then declared, "It's been a while since I've been this excited for a day." The butt ghost nervously asked, "So the old man's even hornier than they said, huh?" To which Jack Clark retorted, "Just so you know, I still haven't lost my purity." Then, with a maniacal grin, Jack Clark commanded, "So take your pants off." And that night, the narration ominously stated, Jack Clark, for the first time in his life, lost his purity. The junior guard commented that it was a pretty famous story among the inmates, but the senior guard scoffed, "That's totally childish. A rumor needs to sound plausible, this is over-dramatized and boring." The senior guard continued his skepticism. "Gul'dan Nano said the same thing as you. Who'd believe an old man could steal a giant's butt? At least, not until I saw it with my own eyes," the senior guard confessed, his own shock evident. Jack Clark's story quickly swept through the prison, transforming the butt ghost from a joke into something truly terrifying. Inmates and guards alike ceased all communication with him, even avoiding eye contact, compelled by a primal need to protect their own posteriors. The scarred inmate remarked to a guard, "I can't remember how long it's been since I smelled the outside world," adding, "You guys are unbelievable, catching people in a world like this is impressive." But humanity's curiosity, the narration observed, was simply irresistible. The scarred inmate shouted to the butt ghost, "Hey, butt ghost, I'm getting released." He continued his taunt, "You'll never get to see or touch my butt for the rest of your life. What a shame, huh? Ha." Then, the scarred inmate cryptically added, "By the way, my apology has an arrow on it." A guard urged the grinning scarred inmate away, but he simply continued to loudly address the butt ghost, despite the warning, "Are you insane? That's the butt ghost you're talking to." The narration clarified that the butt ghost, being a lifer, couldn't escape and was merely instigating a pointless fight, as he sat calmly in his cell. And just like that, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The butt ghost mysteriously disappeared from his cell, leaving behind only a broken window and discarded clothing. A whirring searchlight swept across the stormy sea. They immediately launched a full-scale search of the island, meticulously scouring everywhere from the toilets to the basement. Even if he had escaped the supposedly inescapable prison, they believed he would still be somewhere on the island. After a massive search spanning several days, the butt ghost remained elusive. They still couldn't find him, as one man stood gazing out at the vast, indifferent sea. "There's a prisoner on the shore," the senior guard reported, his voice tinged with concern. The sheer belief in an absolutely inescapable prison blinded them, preventing any suspicion toward the sea itself. The senior guard gasped in disbelief, a G-ghost, thinking they were about to witness the only prisoner who had escaped and then voluntarily returned from the treacherous sea. He had freely crossed a hellish sea with waves tens of meters high and 32 kilometers to the mainland, a feat that defied all logic. The butt ghost returned, carrying strips of butt skin as if to flaunt his achievement, turning himself in solely to prove that one impossible thing, leaving the senior guard sweating in disbelief. The senior guard then speculated, maybe he just likes men, only to immediately counter himself, actually, not necessarily. Narration revealed that, according to records, the old man had been married 8 times and fathered over 32 children. Therefore, the narration warned, one should never pick pointless fights with the butt ghost. The butt ghost sat calmly, despite his chains, within his dark cell. The senior guard looked forward with a serious expression. The senior guard's gaze remained fixed, partially obscured by the confining bars. The heavy bars created an oppressive sense of enclosure. The senior guard's profile remained still, behind the shadows of his confinement. The senior guard, sweating and fearful, then addressed him, "Mr. Butt Ghost," while narration questioned how they could suppress an adult's curiosity if they couldn't even suppress a child's. The butt ghost then philosophized, "I believe humanity goes on because people love each other," before criticizing, "What you're doing is nothing but animalistic behavior chasing pleasure." The senior guard defiantly declared, "I will never fall prey to someone like you." That was the moment my baseless confidence kicked in, the senior guard reflected, insisting, "I'll never believe it until I see it with my own eyes." And so, he lay sick for days, consumed by anxiety and regret, his illness showing no sign of abating. Ultimately, the senior guard decided to quit his guard post, whispering, "This is goodbye," as he gazed out at the stormy sea. Tossed by the turbulent waters, the senior guard lamented, "Sigh, at least they provided food, clothing, and shelter here, now wondering, now where am I going to live and eat?" A sudden splash enveloped the senior guard, who stood facing away into the deluge. A powerful crash erupted from the chaotic waters. I forgot the most important thing, the senior guard realized in terror, clinging to a structure, this sea is extremely dangerous. Panicked, he cried, surviving in a sea like this is absolutely impossible. I should have just kept working as a guard. As his hand flailed desperately in the water, he cursed, figures, my senior was lying, bastard. Then, another hand reached down through the turbulent water, meeting his struggling grasp. The powerful but ghost pulled the struggling senior guard from the tumultuous sea onto a metal structure. Huh, the senior guard uttered, wide-eyed with surprise and confusion. The but ghost, the senior guard exclaimed, recognizing his powerful rescuer. Bewildered, the senior guard contemplated, who can say what's right or wrong when it comes to loving someone? Love is such a pure word. The but ghost replied, but, young man, I'm not trying to love. With a maniacal grin and glowing red eyes, the but ghost declared, I'm trying to dominate. The but ghost then loudly asserted his philosophy, if you're born a man, you should have the desire to dominate both men and women. The scene then shifted to a serene sky with a fluffy white cloud. With a triumphant Yahoo, the but ghost stood arms raised on a sunny beach, a shipwreck his unlikely backdrop. The but ghost grumbled, annoyed as a splash drowned him out, the sounds getting drowned out by the waves again. This is why I prefer the mountains. A hooded figure informed the but ghost, Jumsu is calling you, to which the but ghost responded, Korean. The but ghost then grinned, realizing, I've accidentally made it all the way to Korea, before enthusiastically declaring, if Jumsu's calling, of course I have to go. I'm so excited I could pierce the sky, the maniacally grinning but ghost exclaimed, as he set out for Jamsil. In a dimly lit control room, a woman maintained a quiet, watchful vigil, her gaze pensive as she scanned multiple screens. One screen, glowing an ominous blue, showed a man from behind, caught under unseen surveillance. The woman, a stick held thoughtfully in her mouth, confirmed the target's survival, identifying him as a new human as expected. Her thoughts drifted to Jumsu, realizing why he had shown such an interest in this extraordinary individual. But a crucial distinction had to be made, new humans were not the same as Friday. Unlike Friday, these new humans did not wield supernatural powers, but possessed physical abilities pushed to extremes, akin to a lizard's astounding regenerative tail. Yet, floating vast and indifferent above Earth, Friday remained a being capable of utterly overwhelming humanity. Despite the risks, she knew their desperate cause still required that specific ability. The question lingered, what if their desires, and what they wanted, were somehow aligned? In a dark, rocky, and freezing landscape, strange snowmen gathered in a silent circle around a solitary campfire. An unseen, ecstatic voice suddenly boomed that it was finally party time. Baekdoa casually questioned their trash diet, but the bald character, shocked and defensive, declared they were, in fact, heroes protecting Earth's environment. Baekdoa then revealed their tradition of welcome parties for new members, to which the bald character gleefully added that for such a special day, they served only the very best. With a wide, expectant grin, the bald character announced that dinner would be ready in precisely 3 minutes. Baekdoa remained thoughtful, observing the strange new group. A heavily bandaged, muscular arm suggested a history of brutal fights and lingering wounds. A serious bald character then asked Baekdoa if he had ever considered becoming their king, but Baekdoa scoffed, saying their current leader was basically the cockroach king. The serious bald character then mused that with a god already present, a king might be overkill, prompting the spiky-haired bald character to insist they were completely different things. The serious bald character dramatically insisted a throne could be taken, but a god's place could not, as the spiky-haired one suddenly pointed, exclaiming, look at that mark. An excited voice declared it was nothing less than the divine bloodstream, flowing as powerfully as lightning itself. The spiky-haired character then spoke with reverence of something truly unattainable, before the serious bald one abruptly called out, hey, cockroach doctor. Baekdoa, eyes glowing red with inner power, sharply told him to shut his mouth, declaring a tingling, electric sensation coursed through him. Baekdoa then asked how they all came to be down here, in this desolate place. Two bald characters listened intently, their profiles solemn as they prepared to reveal their stories. His expression remained serious, lost in the weight of impending confessions. Baekdoa, red eyes still glowing, looked confused by the sudden silence. The older, larger man then began his tale, revealing his son had entered the brutal arena, driven by his father's diabetes. He had believed that by competing, he could win the medicine needed, confident in his own formidable strength. But what parent could simply watch their child walk into such a hell, leading him to desperately beg Jumsu to stop the boy from entering? Instead, Jumsu only forced the boy into even more matches, pitting him against increasingly stronger opponents. And in a grim, inevitable end, his son's neck snapped, and he died in the arena. After that unspeakable loss, he fought Jumsu himself, only to be violently thrown into this desolate place. The older man, an eye patch covering one eye, revealed his past self, a fighter who had once genuinely liked the thrill of combat. A heavy silence fell over the camp, filled with unspoken regret. But he had sought the purity of sport, a proper, honorable match, never the gruesome act of killing someone. Jumsu had ordered him to kill his opponent, but he had courageously forfeited, naively believing that would be enough. His opponent, enraged by the forfeiture, instantly launched a vicious attack. A sickening crack echoed through the arena. Jumsu had then chillingly stated that the match would not end until both sides had given up completely. Amidst the tense camp and the glowing structure, the older man reflected that while Friday endangered the world, it was ultimately people who truly threatened him. Rain began to fall, creating desolate ripples on the muddy ground. The spiky-haired bald character then recounted, with genuine shock, how Jumsu had simply dropped him for offering a bottle of water. He angrily declared Jumsu a complete bastard, as the older man smirked in shared sentiment. The older man burst into boisterous laughter, declaring the annoyed bald character the real winner of the group. An unseen, excited voice then proudly declared himself the absolute greatest. Baek Doa, a smirk playing on his lips, then proposed a toast with water, observing their resilient will to, somehow, keep living after everything. The older man then turned the conversation to Baek Doa, noting his trained fighting style and asking him to share his story and origins. Baek Doa casually explained he simply copied moves from his dad's fight videos, which completely surprised the older man, who realized his father must have been a professional fighter too. With eager anticipation, the older man asked for his father's name, to which Baek Doa calmly replied, Baek Pihak. The older man's eyes widened in sudden, profound recognition, his mind racing with the implications. The older man rapidly fired off specific details, birth date and birthplace, as the other bald characters excitedly confirmed additional facts about the legendary Bearde champion, with one claiming his grandfather had known him too. The spiky-haired bald character shouted in disbelief, "You're Baek Pihak's son," just as an urgent, blaring air raid warning, screamed through the night. Baek Doa, his red eyes still glowing, remained confused, asking what could possibly be wrong. The older man, sweating with surprise, could only ponder how such an incredible coincidence was even possible. Before, Ch1 had stood as the once undisputed, largest MMA organization in the entire world. Standing at 198 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, Baek Pihak dominated the heavyweight, no limit, division. While tattoos often flaunted strength, Baek Pihak's unblemished body, devoid of even a single scar, radiated an inherent power all its own. In a meteoric rise, he earned a title shot after just 5 fights in Ch1, for Baek Pihak's punching power was unmatched, purely overwhelming. 2 fighters he faced retired from the sport due to devastating injuries. And yet another retired from the sheer mental trauma alone, haunted by the encounter. And so, the stage was set for the highly anticipated heavyweight title match. Alexander, brimming with confidence, declared his family was coming to cheer him on, vowing to keep the champion belt right in front of them. When asked by the announcer if he had anything to say, Baek Pihak remained ominously silent. Despite the stakes of a title match, the fight culminated in Baek Pihak's devastatingly overwhelming victory. A man in a suit frantically screamed for an ambulance, asserting the defeated fighter's condition was critical. Alexander's wife, her eyes wide with tears and shock, cried out desperately for her husband. Alexander, standing broken in the ring, murmured a pensive realization, his wife had indeed come to cheer for him. Baek Doa, a sinister smirk twisting his face and eyes glowing, commanded her to watch closely, to watch her husband. Her face contorted in utter terror, eyes wide with horror as she witnessed the unfolding brutality. The man in the suit frantically screamed for Baek Pihak to stop, demanding more security immediately. Alexander let out a raw, agonizing scream of immense pain. His horrifying final moments were so brutal, they could only be found hidden deep within the dark web. The older man recounted how that gruesome incident led to Ch1 being bought out by WFC, admitting he had watched it live and couldn't sleep for days afterward. The older man then expressed his disbelief, realizing that this very kid was the son of that formidable man. The spiky-haired bald character smiled in simple relief, declaring he had worried for absolutely nothing. The older man, with a knowing smile, assured Baek Doa that this particular problem would be easy to solve. The stage was set for superhero, Black Friday. A hand gently touched a glowing earth, hinting at vast, silent implications. A man with light hair and glasses urgently informed the doctor that a critical conference had just begun at the Hero Church's Jamsil branch. This meant one thing, the highly anticipated New Human project had officially begun. As Project Neptune's spear glowed on the massive screen, the man coolly declared it was time for them to get started too. Dr. Ju Songhan confirmed their focus was now squarely on the plan for the spear that would finally kill Friday. 2 figures stood silently at the base of a glowing blue waterfall, lost in the mystical, somber cavern. The older man urged Baek Doa to just keep trying, his gaze fixed on some unseen goal. Baek Doa questioned if he would receive special training, but the older man bluntly replied there was no such thing. He grimly explained that falling wouldn't kill him, and despite the pain, this was their best option. Baek Doa admitted his worries were about the purpose after the climb, not the climb itself, but then realized there was no need to worry. The older man declared his belief in Baek Doa's father, surprising Baek Doa who questioned him. He confided that while second generations don't always inherit talent, as a sports fan, he'd always held on to that hope. The older man gestured enthusiastically, envisioning a son who would surpass his father. Baek Doa declared he didn't want to be like his father, but to the narrator's eyes, his inherent path was clear. A fierce blow struck the older man, sending a ripple of pain through him. The blonde-haired man continued his relentless assault, striking with intense force. The blonde-haired man stood triumphant amidst a pile of defeated and bloodied opponents. The older man calmly stated he saw Baek Bihak within him, prompting a thoughtful reaction from Baek Doa. The older man commanded Baek Doa to climb higher, and with a determined sprint, he began his ascent as pale figures cheered him on. Baek Doa's intense training, witnessed by the cheering figures, was remotely monitored in a dark control room. Hannah, the woman with long black hair, coolly remarked on Baek Doa's impressive choice to avoid the easy path. The blonde-haired man, a hooded figure, asked Hannah what she thought of Doa, certain she saw him as a cool guy too. He expressed his hope that Friday would also like Doa, hinting at future, unknown implications. Hannah's intense focus suggested she was observing something critical, her expression serious. The blonde-haired man predicted Doa would be the first fighter to emerge from the underground waterway, expressing awe for Jumsunim's discerning eye for talent. Hannah then questioned his presence, to which he cryptically replied he came because someone was about to show up. Hannah reacted with wide-eyed surprise, questioning the identity of this mysterious he. The blonde-haired man smugly revealed the underground was an altar he had created, and he believed today's offering would be something Friday truly liked. He exuded confidence, believing he might even be able to keep his promise with Doa, a golden aura shimmering around him. A powerful impact created a sudden, turbulent splash at the base of the waterfall. The older man furiously admonished Baek Doa, telling him that brute force alone wouldn't work, he needed to understand the true feel of it. The older man asked how many times he had fallen, and Baek Doa exasperatedly replied he had stopped counting after the 104th time. The older man, frustrated, noted that God seemed tireless, to which Baek Doa quipped that was precisely why he was a god. Baek Doa observed the rock face broke easily, but the older man retorted it was because he climbed without thinking. The older man posed a profound question to Baek Doa, did he know the biggest difference between an athlete and an ordinary person? The older man, deep in thought, explained that it was the nuanced sense gained from experience. He instructed Baek Doa to consider sports, specifically the incredible ability to hit a tiny ball flying at 160 km per hour. He continued, citing the ability to accurately throw a ball dozens of meters, or to ski jump from a platform 30 stories high. He emphasized that if an ordinary person fell from such a height and speed, they would either die or face a lifetime of illness. He pondered if it was solely an athlete's trained body that allowed such feats, acknowledging it was certainly a significant part of it. The biggest reason, he asserted, was the sense built through countless experiences, with the body merely being a tool to express that sense more freely. He passionately instructed Baek Doa to accept every moment with his senses, emphasizing that some aspects of this sense remain inexplicable by science. The older man maintained a stern and focused expression, rain streaking his face. Baek Doa met his gaze with a serious, thoughtful expression, internalizing the words. Baek Doa stood with his arms outstretched, seemingly embracing the challenge of the cascading water. Baek Doa looked up, repeating, with my senses, a slight, confident smile playing on his lips. The older man warned that using all his strength at once would only lead to breakage. He instructed him to spread his weight evenly across every finger and toe, minimizing any risk of collapse. As Baek Doa desperately clung to the wet rock face, the older man urged him to stack small chances to raise his odds. Baek Doa painstakingly ascended the vast, challenging rock face, his progress small against the immense scale. The older man enthusiastically cheered that Baek Doa, their cockroach king, was almost at the top, urging him for just a little more. He expressed his amazement, astonished that Baek Doa had applied the training so quickly. He mused that this was the face of natural talent, admitting a pang of jealousy. Rain continued its ceaseless patter against the cool, damp rocks. 4 fingers clamped tightly onto the wet, unyielding rock. The hand stretched, finding a secure grip on the top edge of the rock. Baek Doa stared forward with an intense, determined focus, his wet hair plastered to his face. He let out a long, hard breath, the culmination of his immense effort. Baek Doa triumphantly declared his success, met by the ecstatic cheers of the pale figures proclaiming him their king. The pale figures cried for vengeance, while the older man muttered, incredible, as Baek Doa looked on resolutely. The older man, now with spiky hair and tattoos, gave a sinister smile and declared it was no wonder Jumsu had chosen him. He challenged Baek Doa, with a confident, sinister smile, to live up to his expectations. Confused by the transformed figure, Baek Doa demanded to know who he was, only to be startlingly told to hug me. Baek Doa plummeted through the air, seemingly unconscious, as the cavern spun around him. A deep impact reverberated as the blonde-haired man exclaimed with excitement that it was finally about to begin. Hannah, bewildered, questioned why that specific old man was involved, and demanded clarification on his unsettling use of the word altar. The blonde-haired man, with a confident, intense smile, explained that for them to live, they had to prove humanity was changing. As Baek Doa struggled, grimacing in the water, the narration revealed that above all, that old man was. The older man grunted in exertion, now revealed by the narration to be the same as Doa. He was a new human, and the older man, now a monstrous figure with sharp teeth and red eyes, maniacally declared that was precisely why this was so thrilling. The monstrous older man called out, Doa, as Baek Doa held a serious, unwavering gaze. The transformed older man plunged from above, hurtling towards Baek Doa, who sat below in the churning water. His face twisted into a menacing snarl, revealing rows of sharp, predatory teeth. The older man's mouth gaped wide, an aggressive display of jagged teeth. His bloodshot eye, stained with streaks of crimson, glowed with violent intensity. Covered in blood and with a horrifying grin, the transformed older man lunged, offering a chilling, thanks for the food. The blonde-haired man plummeted through the pouring rain towards a man sitting, seemingly helpless, in the churning water. Rain streamed down Park Dusuk's face, his expression grim under the heavy downpour. A closer look revealed Park Dusuk's menacing, shark-like teeth. Baek Doa's eye was raw and bloodied, a painful, crimson streak beneath the rain. Park Dusuk, covered in blood and clutching a severed limb, declared with a gruesome smile, Bon appetit. The desolate forest floor was a tableau of fallen logs and bare branches, soaked by the relentless rain. Park Dusuk chewed noisily, blood still on his face. He swallowed with a final gulp, a chilling sound in the heavy rain. A satisfied Park Dusuk, licking his lips, revealed, a full stomach really speeds up my healing. A voice called out in the rain, urgent and concerned, Hey, Baek Doa, are you okay? Wake up, man. Baek Doa looked at his own body with a surprised gasp, realizing something disturbing. Floating wounded in the water, Baek Doa wondered in shock, don't tell me he's really dead. Park Dusuk suddenly found himself surrounded by numerous pale, bald figures emerging from the water. The short bald man, enraged, confronted Park Dusuk, demanding, Do you want to die, old man? What have you done to our king? Park Dusuk replied with disgust, They say cockroaches live in swarms, but it's actually true. Cockroaches talking like humans, eh? Creepy. With a menacing glare, Park Dusuk concluded, You really ought to be exterminated after all. The short bald man, now sporting an eye patch, warned Park Dusuk with determination, I think you made a mistake. We may be losers, but most of us used to be fighters. Park Dusuk dismissed the threat, replying, A bunch of cockroaches are still just vermin. So what? As the short bald man lunged. The short bald man struck Park Dusuk with a powerful crash. Baek Doa mocked Park Dusuk with a cruel smile, Where does that widower stench keep stinking up? Baek Doa furiously rained punches on Park Dusuk, yelling, Die! 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 With each crash. He continued his relentless assault, crying out, Die! 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 As his blows crashed into Park Dusuk. A grim hand emerged from the water, clutching a severed head. Park Dusuk stood triumphant on a tree branch, holding more severed heads, while Baek Doa lay defeated in the water below. The short bald man knelt, injured and defeated, cradling the head of the fallen man. Despite his injuries, the short bald man thought with despair, My sixth sense is telling me he's the strongest man in Jamsil. He realized the grim truth, this isn't about winning or losing. He's a predator holding the choice of life or death. The short bald man, bleeding and defeated, pleaded desperately, We've always been losers. So, please spare our lives. Park Dusuk looked down with contempt, saying, Always been losers. How pathetic. Then, to the short bald man's surprise, Park Dusuk proposed, Then let's play Jankenpo. The short bald man thought, Does he mean rock paper scissors, before resignedly agreeing, All right. He declared, All right then, rock, paper. As his hand swiftly formed the scissors gesture. The short bald man reacted with disbelief, his hand flying to cover his mouth. Park Dusuk looked genuinely confused by the unexpected move, asking, What's this? The short bald man triumphantly declared, I won, showing his scissors hand against Park Dusuk's rock. Park Dusuk chuckled slyly, feigning defeat, Scissors can't beat rock. I lost, so I should get a penalty. He received a soft poke on the head as his penalty. Park Dusik, surprised, proposed, "Alright, now, let's keep going," as the short-bald man grimly realized, he doesn't plan on stopping this game. The terrified short-bald man understood, he's gonna keep playing till I say I lose, as Park Dusik pointed menacingly with a maniacal grin. Park Dusik pursued the fleeing man, asking, "Young man, did I win or lose?" while the short-bald man desperately thought, "I can't die here." Park Dusik extended a hand to the cowering man, asking, "Young man, what are you doing?" Park Dusik chided, "It's rude to run away in the middle of a game," as the short-bald man thought in disbelief, "He swam over to me?" Park Dusik looked genuinely surprised, his hand still forming at the scissors gesture. Then, with a triumphant smile, Park Dusik declared, "Oh. I won," seeing the short-bald man's rock gesture as he desperately tried to swim away. Park Dusik loomed over the defeated man, questioning, "Is this why you ran away?" Raw, glowing energy pulsed in the battle's chaotic aftermath, painting the darkness red and blue. Park Dusik expressed his twisted disappointment, "I gave you the authority to control the result, yet you still gave up and ran away." He continued his humiliating taunts, "Are you really that big a loser? Even animals can be turned into food and clothing. But you cockroaches?" Park Dusik's cruel mockery continued, "But still, be grateful, yeah. Thanks to me." His bloody mouth loomed over the terrified man as he menacingly declared, "You're at least gonna be valuable as food." Park Dusik bit into the terrified short-bald man. In a dimly lit control room, the blonde-haired man and Hannah calmly observed the monitors. Hannah questioned in shock, a toothpick still in her mouth, "Why on earth is he eating other humans?" The blonde-haired man explained, "It's his unique way of showing respect. Just like humans kill to eat, and avoid unnecessary killing, it's his way of showing his opponent had value somehow." Hannah, dismissing his explanation with disdain, retorted, "Honestly, it's a bunch of bullshit. You can't understand crazy people anyway." The blonde-haired man replied, "But that's what makes him a valuable addition to the altar." Park Dusik was revealed as an intimidating, Oni-like figure, his red eyes burning. The narrative revealed, because extremes always work well together. The title appeared, Black Friday's Superhero. A mysterious, glowing blue figure floated with outstretched arms at the end of a long, ominous tunnel. Park Dusik gazed fiercely upwards at the distant, flying figure amidst the stormy waves. The blonde-haired man smiled mischievously, confident in his decision, "I knew it was a good decision to keep him alive." The ominous kanji of a demon framed the dramatic reveal of a powerful, tattooed monster. The monster looked down, its bloody face contorted in a silent question. A terrified, bald figure on the ground desperately wished to live, not wanting to die amidst the corpses. Tears streamed down the bald man's face as he desperately pleaded for someone to save them. The monster grinned, a sinister thought crossing its mind that killing these bugs seemed to be an endless task. The man in the brown shirt gasped for air, his heavy breaths betraying his fear. A man fled, desperately running away from the hellish, burning landscape. His mind raced, frantically scolding himself for running away again and abandoning those who had followed him. But realistically, he thought, there was nothing he could do, as he possessed zero talent for fighting. He concluded his self-assessment, believing himself a man of zero. He continued to run, his frantic flight a desperate blur. It all began, he recalled, when he happened to see something on TV. It was a pure hand-to-hand combat sport to decide who was stronger, and that short fight. The match made one little kid start to dream, as he exclaimed that guy's punch was crazy strong. But he soon learned he had absolutely no talent for sports. When he had plenty of time as a kid, he believed he would change someday, but not long after, he realized something else. He realized pro athletes were born from 90% talent. And the remaining 10% was effort. No matter how much a zero-talent person tried, he couldn't even beat someone with a talent of 1. Luckily, he was pretty good at being honest with himself. The announcer declared it was a high school boxing club friendly match, calling both fighters up into the ring. The announcer then declared them ready. "Fight," the announcer bellowed. The two boxers immediately engaged in combat. A powerful punch landed as he cheered, "Nice left hook," revealing that even so, he loved fighting sports. He felt so proud when his students used the techniques he taught them, shouting, "Don't give him any room to breathe, keep pushing." But the results didn't always go his way. With a thud, the announcer yelled, "Red is down." The announcer declared the blue corner the winner. He wondered if his coaching really was the problem. If he had been a coach with pro experience, he mused, the result would have been different. In the quiet locker room, he apologized to his student, saying he should have prepared him better. Honestly, he admitted to himself, he hated fighting sports. It was because losing felt like that. The student confessed he only joined the team because athletes could skip class, admitting he didn't even know what boxing was. He recounted the hellish training, annoying nagging, and constant regret, and how this time, he got completely wrecked on top of it all. The student lamented that it hurt so much and was so humiliating, to which the coach replied, I get it. But perhaps, the student wondered, something was wrong with him for feeling kind of relieved after so many hits. The student, despite his injuries, surprisingly smiled and told his coach that he realized boxing was fun. He felt a surge of jealousy, then corrected himself, he was ashamed. He had said he understood when he didn't understand at all, always desperate to run away, while his student declared he'd win next time. He had always been the one calling it reality and deciding outcomes in advance, which he now found pathetic. Once again, he was running away frantically. The dark, rainy environment was a gloomy, unsettling passage. The monster loomed over the prone figures, one reaching out amidst the watery chaos. The bald man desperately begged the monster to spare him, even trying to find common ground by saying their hairstyles were similar. The monster thought, if one was going to live like that, what was the point of living? Don't worry, the monster mused, promising a meaningful death. With a heavy impact, figures splashed into the chaotic water. A fearful bald man watched the man in the brown shirt, who now seemed poised for a fight. The man in the brown shirt reacted with shock, exclaiming, God of abundance. Park Gwang-deok, now furious, loudly declared he would not run away anymore. Even bloody and beaten, his determination remained unshaken. The monster laughed, calling him the weakest guy it had ever seen, yet acknowledging him as awesome. At least he wasn't running away, the monster observed, stating it would speak Korean out of respect. Despite his injuries, Park Gwang-deok pleaded with the monster to spare the terrified figures behind him. The monster, confused, wondered why a human would try to save such bugs. Park Gwang-deok declared the monster had made a zero guy like him worth at least one. You're wrong, the monster retorted, explaining it only meant something if people with value remembered you, and bugs only remembered losing their dignity. The monster then turned its intense gaze upwards, asking if Park Gwang-deok would grant its wish too. Kill me, the monster demanded, its words shocking in their intensity. Park Gwang-deok shouted his distress, proclaiming he didn't want to just die of old age. The monster raged that seeing useless bugs like these pissed it off even more, asserting that if you're born human, you should do something. Park Gwang-deok called out, right, Friday, to which the floating figure responded with confusion. Friday then questioned the monster, suggesting that man could kill it. Huh, the monster responded, surprised. Baek Doa, a man with dark hair and red eyes, spoke intently, Doa, you're awake. I've been waiting. Baek Doa spoke menacingly, saying, you could be the one to kill, as the monster's arm was violently severed. Baek Doa held the monster's severed arm, in a brutal act of attack. Park Gwang-deok stammered in shock, Dd Doa. Baek Doa stood dominantly over the defeated, bloody monster, holding its severed arm aloft. Park Gwang-deok sat injured in the water, utterly shocked by the brutal aftermath. He wondered, stunned, if that guy was alive, but something felt different about him. Something profoundly different and menacing emanated from him. Four figures found peaceful solace under a giant golden tree, a serene vision of an idyllic past. Baek Doa wished he could have been with his brother, a wistful thought abruptly cut short by a sudden, questioning, huh? He saw his family seated by the golden tree, a warm, impossible reunion prompting him to ask, my family? Tears welled in Baek Doa's eyes, a blissful vision confirming, so you were alive. He joyfully announced his return to them, proclaiming, sis, kids, I'm back. I missed you all so much. But the girl's cold question, who are you, struck him, leaving him confused and hurt. He tried to reassure them, it's me, Baek Doa, I'm family, yet his eerie smile only unnerved the girl, who asked, what do you mean family, why are you doing this? Her fearful voice, you're really scaring us, met his pained inquiry, why are you acting like this? Did you already forget me? Then, the horrifying accusation from the boy, go away, you monster, plunged him into a dark, watery despair. Gasping for breath in the heavy rain, Baek Doa sat distressed, surrounded by the remnants of what felt like a nightmare. His glowing red eyes blinked, questioning the grim reality he now faced. His gaze fell upon a bloodied, lifeless monster floating face up in the dark water. A wave of confusion washed over him, a stunned, huh, escaping his lips. Then, a horrifying realization struck him, that face is me. He covered his face in anguish, questioning his very being, did I really become a monster? Then who am I? Through his fingers, he worried if his sister and the kids would be terrified to see him like this. A deeper fear gripped him, as a monster, he might accidentally hurt his own family. Despairingly, he wondered if this meant he would never see his family again, for the rest of his life. He refused this fate with an intense, burning defiance, I don't want that. Turning to the other figures in the water, he posed a desperate question, in that case, will you grant my wish too? His grim demand, "Kill me," was met by the monster's furious defiance. "I said I don't want to just die of old age." With newfound determination, he realized, right, that bastard is the one who made me like this. Friday, the floating figure, challenged him directly. "Friday will be able to kill me, don't you think so too?" Friday's confident grin faltered into a surprised, Baek Doa's glowing red eyes opened, and Friday acknowledged, "Doa, you're awake. I've been waiting." Friday's words, "You could be the one to kill Dash," were brutally cut short as blood suddenly gushed from his chest. Baek Doa violently pulled the bloodied Friday from the crashing water. Friday cried out, "DDD." Doa, in sheer terror as he was seized. Covered in blood, Baek Doa violently tore a limb from Friday's body. Baek Doa stood with blood on his hand and face, a chilling, faint smile playing on his lips. He then turned and walked away, leaving Friday's shadowy figure behind in the rain-soaked water. Friday's eye glowed red, and a matching cymbal pulsed as guttural sounds escaped him. Despite his grievous injuries, Friday defiantly declared, "An old soldier never dies." Baek Doa delivered a powerful, bone-shattering kick, sending Friday flying through the air. He then forcefully kicked Friday into a rocky cliff face, deep underwater. A massive, fiery explosion erupted from the sheer force of the impact. Baek Doa landed with immense power, leaving a massive crater in the dust behind him. Friday was sent tumbling backward from a great height, surrounded by shattered rock and debris. Two hands grasped each other firmly, a silent, symbolic gesture. Baek Doa stood triumphantly over Friday's bloodied, defeated form. He held Friday's arm, whose leg now lay severed on the dusty, rocky ground. Baek Doa violently swung Friday's body, using his remaining leg as a brutal handle. He slammed Friday's body with crushing force into a rock formation. Friday groaned in agonizing pain, lying injured among the rocks. His bloodied face looked up, wide-eyed and full of pain. Baek Doa held Friday upside down by one foot, poised to strike again. He delivered a powerful strike, creating another large impact crater. Baek Doa continued to swing Friday's body with brutal force. Another powerful impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The ground shook with yet another powerful blow. Multiple impacts crashed in quick, relentless succession. A powerful impact sent splashes surging through the water. The bald man watched the impossible fight, bewildered, asking, "Am I really watching a human fight right now? What on earth is happening?" Baek Doa walked menacingly through the rocks, carrying Friday's severed, bloody leg, as the bald man mused, "I haven't felt this way since Seek Pihak." Baek Doa's red eye glowed with an unnerving, fiery intensity. Friday's maimed body floated in the dark, turbulent water, a red glow emanating eerily from his severed limb. Friday, his face partially submerged in water, defiantly acknowledged his pain. "If it hurts, that means I'm alive, right? This hurts even more than when I got hit by the Shinkansen." Submerged in glowing water, Friday taunted, "You're not doing all this for the sake of those bugs, are you? Oh dear. I got all soaked." Friday then held up a photo of Baek Doa with a woman and 3 children, provocatively asking, "Is she your wife by any chance?" Baek Doa's eyes blazed with fury, demanding, "Why are you holding that? Give it back. Right now." Friday, holding the photo, taunted back, "From that reaction, I guess I'm right, of course I should give it to you." With a manipulative gesture, Friday suggested, "Now then, let's gather it up nicely." He then held a small, glowing blue, crystal-like object in his hand. Friday moved the glowing blue object eerily toward his open mouth, his tongue extended. He gulped the object down, then eerily invited Baek Doa, "Doa, take me inside." Friday gleefully proclaimed, "Now your family and I are one body," adding with a sinister smirk, "Feels like I'm meeting my grandkid." He taunted Baek Doa, "Don't worry. It takes at least 3 hours to digest once it's in my stomach." Enraged, Baek Doa snarled, "I'm going to rip you open and take it out right now." Ju Songhan's voice delivered a concise directive, "The target is under the Hero Church Jamsil branch." He commanded, "You will bring the But Ghost and Baek Doa, in other words, the new humans, here." Ju Songhan then outlined the risk. Friday is presumed to be within the operation zone, authorizing, in case of emergency, you are authorized to use God's staff. His final words were grim and resolute, for the revenge of heroes who have fallen. The world swirled into an abstract dance of blue and red, hinting at forces beyond comprehension. Blood dripped from a wounded hand, a grim testament to the violence. As Baek Doa's intense red eye blazed, an unseen voice challenged him, questioning if this truly wasn't the end, and if it was, how disappointing that would be. Amidst a swirling blue and purple energy, the monstrous figure declared, "I'm Kuritan Kenji, the undefeated." His red eye burned with fierce resolve, stained by the ongoing battle. Long ago, in 1960s Japan, an era of rapid economic development and revolution, the nation blossomed. Along with the economic boom, a golden age dawned for a powerful, unseen entity. This powerful entity was none other than the Yakuza, with figures of authority walking past bowing subordinates. Even the Japanese government found it difficult to interfere with the over 5,200 violent organizations that formed, solidifying their vast influence. Among them, the largest and most influential was the Kuretangumi. The young boy listened as the narration identified his father as the Oyabun, or boss, of the Kuretangumi. If he had to define his father in one phrase, it would be the strongest man in Japan, presiding over his deferential subordinates. The young boy's admiration and serious ambition for his father was not childish naivety. It was the profound respect and burning desire of a man in the making. Young Kuritan Kenji, at 9 years old, vowed he would become a man as strong as his father. He grimaced, an early sign of the intense fighting spirit that would define him. A heavy thud echoed as the boy lay defeated on the ground while two men stood over him in the gritty alley. One man shouted, demanding to know why an elementary school kid was causing trouble and ordering the brat to play elsewhere. Despite his injuries, the boy defiantly explained that he heard this was the toughest delinquent high school, making them the perfect opponents for his age. Enraged, the man snarled that he was there to rule, not be challenged by a little bastard. Another fight broke out, punctuated by the sharp impact of blows as one man kicked another. As two men looked down the alley, an off-panel voice threatened more violence, while another questioned the beating of a child. The narration explained that an elementary schooler defeating high schoolers was nearly impossible due to the sheer physical gap, as the bloody boy lay unconscious amidst trash. The victor smirked, suggesting they gather the guys for a drink, oblivious that the injured boy was beginning to stir in the background. Yet, the boy's attitude toward fighting was profoundly different, his hand clenching with fierce determination. The boy screamed, enraged, standing victoriously over his defeated, crying opponent. Wiping blood from his nose, the boy declared with unwavering determination that losing meant death to him, and he would never lose. The blue sky stretched endlessly, framed by green leaves, promising peace. A sunset cast warm hues across the sky, highlighting autumn leaves. A severely wounded man plummeted, blood gushing from his head in the chaotic, fiery scene. In a chaotic battle, a man in a suit engaged in bloody combat with a knife, surrounded by other fighters. Fighting day after day, Kenji eventually became an adult, known as the undefeated Kenji, the perfect successor to the Oyabun. A severely beaten and bloody man cried out in distress, "Kenji-sama, what on earth are you doing?" Kenji's foot stepped over a defeated opponent as he asserted, "Know your place." Kenji, now an adult, felt the day to prove himself had finally come as he walked resolutely towards a torii gate. The adult Kenji entered the room, facing his father who sat calmly inside. The adult Kenji addressed his father, announcing his return and readiness for recognition. His father, with a slight, knowing smile, posed a question that left Kenji puzzled. The father then explained, asking Kenji why fools who only knew how to fight would choose an old man as their Oyabun. With a powerful, confident expression, his father declared himself still the strongest. Kenji smiled subtly, expressing his admiration for his father's expected strength. With a chillingly eager and sharp-toothed grin, Kenji declared his intense respect for his father. And so, the outcome of their confrontation quickly became clear. Kenji, bloody and injured but triumphant, became the Oyabun of Kuretangumi, standing over his deceased father. A blood-splattered mask or face hinted at the violence that had transpired. 1 year passed, marked by men in suits running, suggesting conflict. 5 years passed, with men in suits continuing their relentless pursuit in a cold, dusty environment. 10 years later, Kenji continued igniting Yakuza wars, with men fighting through heavy rain. Covered in blood and rain, Kenji surveyed the defeated, reflecting his relentless quest for strength across the country. He subjected them to the deepest humiliation, a despair so profound they'd want to die. This was to ensure they would never forget the Kuretangumi, as Kenji stood with faint red glowing eyes. From that point on, he was no longer the undefeated Kenji, but the ghost, who now instructed Tanaka that they were heading to Hokkaido. Tanaka, with an expressionless profile, responded with a thoughtful pause. Kenji, smiling, teased Tanaka about his dislike for the cold. Tanaka admitted he hated the cold, then advised Kenji not to feel too bad. Amidst a chaotic battle in the rain, Tanaka delivered a cryptic message, "Give my regards to your father." Looking serious and contemplative, Tanaka made a final request of Kenji. With a wide, maniacal grin, Kenji challenged Tanaka to fight him with everything he had. And just like that, Kenji was abandoned by his own organization, kneeling severely wounded and stabbed. Tanaka, speaking into a walkie-talkie, reported, "The job is done," then began negotiating for business rights in southern Tokyo. Severely wounded, Kenji reflected on his impending death, finding it not as bad as he had thought. Tanaka smirked, inwardly dismissing Kenji's followers as weak, while lamenting that Kuretangumi once ruled the nation. The idea of handing the organization his father built over to pests like them was truly unthinkable. Such betrayal would be an unforgivable insult to his father, as a shadowy, demonic figure with red eyes emerged behind Tanaka. Kenji stood triumphant and defiant, covered in blood amidst a scene of carnage, with many bloodied corpses lying around. Kenji, stunned, questioned his own survival, his eyes glowing red. After gaining that special power, he traveled beyond Japan, across the entire world, navigating turbulent, dark waters. Even within the worst prison imaginable, Kenji continued his quest, calmly seeking out the strong. The narration revealed that the more he dominated, the higher Kuratengumi's prestige would rise, as he appeared in a fierce, bloodied, transformed state. On the other hand, if he were to lose, the consequences would be dire. His defeat would mean Kuretengumi had lost, as Kenji, in his fierce, bloodied form, proclaimed, "I am Kenji of Kuretengumi." Doa, his red eyes blazing and fist clenched, made a chilling threat, "Keep coming back to life, I'll kill you until you stay dead." Kenji's inner thoughts acknowledged Doa's immense strength, a power that needed no embellishment. He even considered that Doa might be stronger than his own father. Back in the past, a beautiful traditional Japanese house nestled under blooming cherry blossom trees, bathed in golden light. The young Kenji slept peacefully on a futon, recovering from his injuries in a sunlit room. His father stood over him, questioning why he fought a high schooler, prompting a surprised "father" from the boy. His father, looking disappointed, reprimanded him for fighting, calling it pathetic and emphasizing that knowing one's place was also a skill. The father then instructed the surprised boy that he would leave for England the next day, as his school had been arranged. Kenji defiantly refused, but his father dismissed his defiance, stating he was not in the mood to hear it. The boy declared his intent to fight everyone he saw, whether white, black, or Asian, provoking an angry shout of "Kenji" from his father. The boy reaffirmed his determination, claiming there was no point in stopping him, and that he would become stronger. With intense wide eyes, the boy passionately declared his dream was to become a man like his father. His father listened, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Amidst the falling cherry blossoms, his father softly called out, "Kenji." His father then advised Kenji that while achieving his dream was important, a time would come when he must pass everything on. The father imparted wisdom about finding a worthy successor when that time came, someone Kenji wouldn't regret, promising he would be waiting. Back in the present, a defeated Kenji spoke to Doa, who looked surprised. Kenji continued speaking to Doa, whose intense red eye remained fixed. With tears and blood on his face, Kenji confessed his lifelong belief that his father would always be stronger than him. Looking up at Doa, Kenji expressed gratitude for their meeting. Kenji fell to the ground with a heavy thud, defeated, as Doa stood over him. Another older, larger man reacted with surprise, sweat and water streaming down his face. The older man observed that Kenji's regeneration had stopped, implying his final defeat, as Doa stood injured but victorious. Doa looked up, his red eyes glowing intensely, steam rising from his body after the grueling battle.